Chapter 166. Invitation to the festival. 1 week till the end of summer vacation, and Chaito suddenly showed up, asking. Say, you should have asked that a day ago at least. Her words were too sudden. What would she have done if Omake had plans? Furthermore, they would need to prepare to go out for a festival. She should have informed them beforehand. Luckily, Omake and Mahiru had no plans, and had not decided on what to eat for dinner, so they could easily amend plans. Sorry. I heard from Ikan that you two are rather busy, so I didn't want to bother you two, until the day itself. Well, I'm conflicted by you saying this now, but you should have said this earlier, you know? And it's a little too sudden today. I apologized already. I did inform Mahiru beforehand, you know. Though that was 10 minutes before you appeared. Mahiru wryly quipped as she served iced barley tea to Chaitos. Chaito-san is coming. Mahiru suddenly told Omake, which obviously troubled the latter. There were moments when Itsuki would suddenly visit, but Omake never expected Chaitos to do the same. Chaitos probably came over with the confidence that Omake was at home, but he hoped she would have said so a little earlier. Omake sighed as he saw Chaitos happily drink the chilled barley tea, and glanced aside at Mahiru. It seemed Mahiru was not opposed to visiting the festival. Omake wanted to bring Mahiru out to distract her, having considered that she was a little distraught about her father. He might appear again, but Omake hoped she would forget about it for the time being. We can go, what do you think, Mahiru? Yukata for you. Eh? No, I do not have any with me. No, I do. I think we have one that fits you. Why? Mom. Omake reminded Mahiru of Shihoko's existence, who seemed to have understood immediately. To Mahiru, Shihoko was probably one who would want to put any cute clothing on Mahiru, and she would be right to assume so. Omake really could not laugh at this. When they returned from Omake's hometown days ago, there were obviously a few pieces of clothing mixed with the delivered Omake should not be wearing. Do get Mahiru-chan to wear them when you have the chance. I'll leave the photos to you. This little slip of paper was stuffed together with the yukata and stuff, and Omake recalled himself being stunned speechless back then. Hey, you're wearing a yukata, Mahiru? I wanna see Tilda. Are you not wearing one? Don't wanna. It's cute, but it's not easy to move in it, and I might not be full with the sash tied around me. That's just you being a glutton. Hey, you're rude. Chaitos really did not like clothing that bogged her down, and she was the gluttonous type. Thus, she did not wish to wear clothes that required much grace, like a yukata. Anyway, where's Itsuki? Ikan's coming over. He's planning to meet us there. You're making it sound like we're definitely going. Foo, I think Mahiru won't refuse me. Man, think about how it'll inconvenience us, though we really got nothing. Sorry. Omake narrowed his eyes to a clearly unapologetic Chaitos, but that was to be expected. After all, he did notify Itsuki the past few days that they had nothing to do, and this was probably the reason why they were invited. Omake hoped that Chaitos would have invited them before dropping by, but it was important to change their mood, and he was grateful for her invitation. So, what about you, Mahiru? Are you wearing a yukata? Will I not stand out too much if I am the only one wearing it? If you don't like being alone in wearing that, I can wear it. You have one, Omake-kun. Mom's smart enough to put mine together with yours. Shihoko probably planned for Omake to wear them to the festival. He had completely forgotten to check if there was any summer festival because of Mahiru's father, but in hindsight, Chaito's invitation might be really appropriate. Mahiru clearly faltered once she heard that Omake would be wearing a yukata, and Omake muttered quietly to himself that there was nothing to be happy about a man wearing a yukata. He was not being humble. A female would look glamorous wearing a yukata, but not a male. Perhaps there would be a vibe suitable for the occasion, but Omake did not think it would be to a point where he could marvel at it. Mahiru, however, was glancing at him, seemingly implying that she wanted a look. Well, he was fine with wearing one if his adorable girlfriend wanted one. A yukata on him might look fancy if he was to walk next to Mahiru with one. I'll wear it if you want to see. I want to see. That's a quick response. Sure, but you don't have to be too hopeful about it. My yukata's really normal. His yukata was a deep blue, with no pattern, a red bin-colored sash, a simple color scheme, nothing too fancy. Despite that, Mahiru looked really eager. I'll try my best to look good in it, Omake wryly noted as he patted Mahiru's head. Chapter 167. The Angel's Change of Clothes. Mahiru and Chaitos took the yukatas and went home, and Omake started putting on a yukata by himself. One needed to know how to wear a yukata, but Omake did not need to worry about Mahiru. She should be able to wear a yukata easily, given how she wore a kimono before. The problem was Omake. Shihoko did teach him the know-hows, but Omake had no experience of it, so he worried if he could do so decently. He wore it, checked himself in the mirror, and at the very least, it looked decent, not out of shape. The deep blue yukata had no patterns, and the obi was the color of red bean. It was plain. Omake did not like anything fancy, and it was more catered to his preferences. He looked decent in the mirror, especially when coupled with that relatively decent height of his. For good or bad, Omake had a calm-looking face, and the poised demeanor he had while wearing it might seem suited for him. It was for others to decide whether he might look inferior standing next to Mahiru. He was curious as to how others would view and appraise him, but what really mattered at the very end was what he thought, and what Mahiru thought. Once he was done wearing it, Omake lazed around on the sofa. He knew girls needed much time dressing up, and he did allocate ample time, so he was fine with that. Surely she would require more time to wear a yukata. She would also have to tie her hair, which would take 30% of her time. And after that, she would have to put on makeup. Omake truly felt that girls were amazing, and respected them. Well, Mahiru's cute even if she doesn't do anything, but I guess girls look more dazzling with makeup. It's amazing. Omake felt much affection, elation, and an unspeakable sense of happiness as he leisurely waited for her. She probably was done, for there was the sound of the door being unlocked. Omake really looked forward to seeing his girlfriend's attire, but did not turn around to wait for her. Omake-kun, a little murmur rang, and Omake was tapped on the shoulder. It was then that he finally turned around, and broke into a smile. It's cute. It really suits you. Why you are able to determine so quickly? Of course, it's obvious. Mahiru was a little suspicious, wondering if Omake had prepared his words beforehand, but that was truly all Omake could feel. Once again, Omake was impressed by the keen foresight Shihoko showed. Mahiru's yukata was a white-based color, probably because she was going to be with Omake, and there were hydrangea patterns all over it, giving a cheery impression amidst the calm. The hydrangea were dark blue and mauve, of various shades that looked matured and refreshing. The floral season had passed, but the combination looked harmonious. The obi was a clear purple, emphasizing the simplistic design of the yukata. There was a glass bead at its end, giving a refreshing vibe. Well, you are usually cute, but this makes you look more innocent, more matured, poised and alluring. Well, I can say you're cute, but you're prettier. Yep, it suits you. Is that so? Mahiru appeared a little gaudy once Omake seriously stated his thoughts, looking uneasy as she fiddled the bangs. Omake had to chuckle at that sight. Her hair was tied together with a pin, and whenever she moved, the silver chain on it would sway. This hairpin was decorated with dark blue natural stones, and had a design similar to the obi and the glass bead. It had a striking similarity to Omake's yukata. Mahiru is always like this. I know that. For a while. Are you criticizing me? Both praising and criticizing you, sorta tilde. What's that about? Omake narrowed his eyes in confusion, but Chaitos merely giggled away, and Mahiru fidgeted, looking bashful. He really could not ask what that was about. However, it did not appear to be anything bad, since Mahiru did not look displeased. That suits you too, Omake-kun. Really? Thanks. Glad to hear that. Omake felt that the clothes did suit him, but he managed to get Mahiru's guarantee. He had a feeling it was his own girlfriend being biased towards him, but he was really glad to be praised. He assumed he was being praised, but for some reason, Mahiru appeared to be a little miffed. Did I do something? I guess it's that it's unfair that I'm the only one embarrassed. Chaito-san. Mahiru was flustered once she heard the explanation, and her expression clearly showed that Chaitos was right on the mark. It seemed Mahiru hoped that Omake too would be embarrassed, but he would not be embarrassed from this little thing. He was a little happy, and bashful, but not outright embarrassed like Mahiru. Mahiru clearly faltered, "You're so adorable," and Chaitos gleefully noted as she clung onto Mahiru, rubbing all over the latter. Omake was conflicted as to whether he should be impressed that Chaitos was deft enough to not ruffle Mahiru's hair, clothes, and makeup, or selfishly insist that only he could dote on Mahiru. Mahiru's face got increasingly embarrassed, and Omake felt that she was really adorable. He let Chaitos off as he felt it was fine for the two girls to be on such good terms, and watched them have fun with a warm gaze. Chapter 168. Meetup. Itsuki was already waiting for them when they arrived at the station closest to the festival. It appeared Itsuki never expected the couple to be in yukatas, for his eyes widened in amazement once he saw them. "It's been days since we last met. Mom sent both yukatas." "Heh, Shihoko sounds really well prepared. It's like she reads your minds." "I feel the same. Well, since she prepared them, I wore them." It seemed as though Shihoko had anticipated an invitation to the summer festival given how the items were packed in there, and in a certain sense, Omake was impressed. Omake decided to thank her later by sending over a photo of Mahiru in yukata, and looked towards Itsuki again. Itsuki was dressed in casual plainclothes, a simple shirt and jeans, but he looked fine in them. It really was a cardinal sin to be a handsome, and one would assume a yukata would suit him too. Yep, a beauty in yukata in quite the eye candy. "Hey Ikon, what about me Tilda? You're always cute though Chi. You have a habit of laughing out loud whenever I use facial masks though. But that's cute too. You're obviously about to laugh here, right Tilda?" Chaitos hammered at Itsuki with some strength, and Itsuki's shoulders were huffing in laughter, resulting in Mahiru giving a wry smile. Speaking of which, Omake did see Mahiru use facial masks when they returned to his hometown. He remembered feeling very impressed by how difficult it was to maintain one's beauty, rather than finding it bemusing. Of course, he too was nearly dragged into using them too, but he ultimately refused. He reminded himself that her face was so pretty from the effort put in, and stroked her cheek with his finger, making sure not to damage her makeup. Mahiru then giggled from the tickle. The mere sight had many around them gasping. Once again, Omake realized how beautiful his girlfriend was. Cute girlfriends really stand out, huh? No, it's just that you two really stand out. Not many people wearing yukatas at this summer festival though. It's no wonder you stand out. That's the case, but that's not what I'm talking about, whatever. Say, you. Itsuki shrugged, and Omake ignored him as he gently dragged Mahiru to the site. This little gesture was meant to fend off the onlookers, to indicate that she belonged to him. She blinked a few times, and seemed to realize what he meant, for her blushing face looked delighted as she took the initiative to stand next to him. Chaitos and Itsuki cackled away once they saw that, and Mahiru did not care as she leaned on Omake. "We can't lose now. Come here Tilda." Ha, coming in." Both of them clung to each other excitedly, seemingly in protest. Omake gave a wry smile, and looked down at Mahiru, who was clinging onto him. Her eyes looking up at him were filled with trust, and Omake seemingly responded to that trust as he held that little hand of hers. "Let's not stand around already. Shall we go? The festival's starting." "Righto, let's eat Tilda." Chaitos expressed her priority for her appetite as she clung onto Itsuki's arm, and happily raised her other hand. Itsuki too smiled, and turned towards the venue. Omake glanced aside at Mahiru, and smiled as he firmly held her hand, following behind the other couple. Chapter 169. Skill and Natural. The area, usually devoid of crowds, was packed with them, giving a completely different impression from before. The situation was probably a result of a lack of other festivals over the prior 2 weeks or so. One glance showed that not many were in yukatas, so those who were wearing them were often the center of attraction. The main reason, however, was because Mahiru was so beautiful. There's quite a lot of them. Yeah. Don't get lost now. Don't let go of Amane's hand now, Mahiru. I shall not. Mahiru clung onto Omake and held his hand firmly. Omake clasped his fingers back, swearing never to let go. If he did, many despicable men would try to woo her. Surely they would all come running toward such an adorable girl. Itsuki deliberately whistled. You'll be holding hands anyway. And Omake shot back a dirty glare before looking around at the path lined with stalls. Anything you want to look at, Mahiru? Like, food. It is my first time at such a place. I am not too familiar. I see. Let's order something then. Omake was a little gloomy upon recalling that Mahiru never went out with her parents, but he encouraged Mahiru with a smile, and she too chuckled. Ah, I want cotton candy, Tilda. Cotton candy's very filling though, and it gets humid if you leave it for long. Chitos could eat, and probably could finish the cotton candy. However, Omake felt it was better to fill their stomachs before having sweets. He wanted to play it safe, and start from yakisoba and takoyaki, but he decided to prioritize what Mahiru wanted to eat. What does a festival have? For food, we have yakisoba, takoyaki, ikayaki, frankfurters, and stuff. I guess we'll probably be eating here, so those stuff I mentioned are more filling. It is bad to walk and eat though. I don't mind. This is the charm of a festival after all. They could decide what to eat before buying, and it was an intriguing experience to stroll and view. One might say that would make the experience more enjoyable. Omake looked towards Itsuki and Chitos, asked for their opinions, and they all nodded, noting they were fine with it. Omake decided to do so, prompted Mahiru, and ventured into the crowd. They frequented the stalls, strolled about, bought some snacks, and spotted the common shooting. The one stall Omake would have associated with a festival was the shooting stall. It was a rare opportunity, so Omake wanted to play, but he was fine with skipping it if Mahiru had no interest. Mahiru held his hand and looked around at the stalls, her eyes sparkling. She looked over where Omake was looking, and blinked away. Omake-kun, what is that? That? A shooting game. You aim for the prizes with toy guns, and shoot them down to take them home. You want to play? Omake felt that one should always try everything to gain experience, so he took his wallet out and shook it. Mahiru looked a little perturbed, but her curiosity probably got the better of her. She nodded. He quietly cheered in his heart, and handed money to the stall owner, received the toy gun and 5 rounds, loaded them, and gave it to Mahiru. He managed to load the gun without the assistance of the owner, and there was no doubt it was because his parents brought him to countless festivals. All right, done. Which one? That. It looks cute. Mahiru pointed at a hairpin packed in a plastic box. It had a hydrangea-shaped decoration, and was a match for the yukata Mahiru was wearing. It too had an adorable design. However, Omake's experience told him that that item was often positioned in a difficult manner to shoot down, and would not recommend any novice to try that as the first target. Nevertheless, he wanted to respect Mahiru's wishes, and did not mention that. Instead, he taught her how to shoot it, how to position herself, and the rest was up to her. It's a toy, but it's a great sight seeing a pretty girl wielding a gun. So he thought as he looked at Mahiru, who raised the gun with a really serious look, and squeezed the trigger. A single click, the round was fired, and hit the cloth behind. It is difficult. Well honestly, it's already tough to aim for your first attempt. The prize was not too far away, but the difficulty was still not to be underestimated. She had to adjust her angle based on the power of the gun, and the firing speed, and ensure that she did not shake when firing. The gun too had its own temperament, and one might not be able to graze the target without taking these factors into account. Man, that's deep. Omake recalled the useless skills and knowledge his parents taught him, and chuckled. Mahiru misunderstood in thinking that Omake was laughing at her. I shall hit it this time, loaded the round as Omake taught her, and fired away. She never hit one though, and all that enthusiasm was deflated as a sigh. Mahiru looked very dejected as she received the somewhat many participation prize stick snacks. I did not hit. Well, it's your first time. Yeah, it's the same first experience for everyone, and Omake will take revenge for you anyway. Heh, I want to see Omake acting cool here, Tilda. Don't make it sound easy when it doesn't concern you. Omake intended to challenge next if Mahiru did not get what she wanted, but it would be troublesome if he could not, especially when Chaitos made it sound so easy. Mahiru, however, continued to look at the hairpin longingly, and lifted her head towards Omake. I want that. I guess I have to work hard. Mahiru looked so adorable as she stared up towards Omake, and surely this fawning technique was taught by Chaitos. Guess I can't miss now. Omake noted wryly, paid the owner, and received the rounds. It had been a while since he last played, and he did not know if he could do well. He felt the gun, relaxed, positioned himself, and squeezed the trigger. He fired in a fluid manner, and soft cork bullet hit the box with the hairpin, grazing it. The box tumbled a little, but did not fall. Ah, too bad. No, that's fine. It's just to see how the bullet fires, the power, and how the gun acts. He did not think that he had to hit it down on first try. It was a test, and he did merely graze the item. Given the touch, the feeling of the shot, and the hit on the prize, however, Omake assumed the gun provided by this shop was decent. Due to certain reasons pertaining to the gun, there were moments when he could not shoot the target down, but Omake felt this was fin. He should be able to shoot down most of the items as long as he aimed and hit them well. He was relieved that his reflexes were not dulled, loaded again, and took aim. He intended to shoot every item in the stall for Mahiru's sake, whether it was the large toy that was the grand prize, or anything else. Since Mahiru wanted the hairpin, however, that was all he aimed for. It's nostalgic. Back during elementary school and middle school, he was often brought out to such festivals. He recalled these moments and silently squeezed the trigger. This time, he hit somewhat above the center of the box. The box might not fall even if he did shoot it right down the middle. Omake was more concerned with stumbling it, breaking its balance, and fired another shot, which shook and knocked down the box, as expected. There was a slight commotion, for the onlookers probably witnessed it. He felt it would be awkward if he missed it, and used the remaining rounds to shoot down a few snacks that appeared easier to snatch, winning them. The owner smiled, but was cringing a little. I guess I'll ruin his business if I take down too many of them. Omake shrugged as he recalled how Shihoko was barred from playing as she won too many prizes, sorry about that, and collected his winnings. This good enough? Omake turned around, raised the hairpin box he received, and Mahiru nodded bashfully. Thank you. I never thought you would be able to shoot it down. Why are you able to get it? Well, I'm good at this. War handsome, you annoy me. Why? Chaitos was the one who prompted, but she ended up grumbling, and once again, Omake felt how unreasonable it was. You're good at such things, aren't you, Omake? You always get high scores at the arcade shooting games. My family spent a lot of effort teaching me these useless things, saying that it'll enrich my life experiences. But you managed to get what Shina-san wanted because of this. Isn't this good? You're right. Omake was really grateful to his parents, since it was a fact that he got what Mahiru wanted. I don't know if I'm good enough to call this a skill though. Omake chuckled as he took the hairpin out of the box, gently lifted her bangs, and fastened it. The hairpin really suited the yukata, and there was a sense of uniformity, along with the mood. Yep, it's cute. It really suits you. The hairpin had a simple, cute design, and was convenient, really suitable for Mahiru. Omake leaned over, smiled at Mahiru, and her face turned red as she went thank you. He realized this was Mahiru being embarrassed, and Itsuki said something of ambiguous meaning, "Man, you're just dedicated to Shina-san." Omake patted Mahiru's head once he saw how embarrassed and happy she was, ignoring Itsuki. Chapter 170. Self-Confidence. Mahiru appeared to be really happy once she put on the hairpin Omake one. She was so elated that Chaitos had to comment on it. Her sweet smile was blooming like flowers, charming everyone around them, and it was so potent it might shoot into the hearts of many males. The angel could imprison the hearts of many men in this state, but that smile had a devilish charm to it. It appeared Itsuki had witnessed Mahiru in such a good mood for the first time, for he looked disturbed and gaudy. Even Omake, who should have built up some form of resistance, could not stop his heart from beating wildly. "Ori Omake, stop her, man. I feel the same. She's adorable, but us victims are suffering. It would be bad if Mahiru was to do anything careless." Omake gently held the hand of the blissful-looking Mahiru, and brought his face to her ears. "Look, Mahiru, it's great that you're happy, but don't show this look to anyone else. You may get abducted by a bad guy, and show me that cute expression when we're alone. I want that to myself. That's why I don't want to show it to anyone." He muttered with a voice only she could hear, and her face immediately turned red like a boiler. The earnest cuteness of her frantically shaking her head truly was amazing, but the hairpin she just put on was dislodged. Omake tried to stop her as he adjusted the hairpin and patted her cheeks. This time, she froze and gently rested her head on Omake's elbow, covering her face. Guess she's embarrassed. So he thought as he held her hand with his finger pads. She reacted, so it seemed it did not exceed her emotional capacity completely. "You two there, our eyes will go blind if you two can't stop flirting away there. Can't help it, Mahiru's cute." "No, it's your problem, and it started because of you. Seriously, I want to see what those girls calling you gloomy will say now. What's with you? Mahiru's weak to you after you've awakened, huh? You're getting more destructive now." "What do you mean, awakened?" Omake looked dumbfounded towards Mahiru, who was next to him, and found her glaring towards him for some reason. "Omake-kun, I shall return those words back at you." "Oh, okay?" "Definitely." Omake nodded once she said so, and she seemed a little relieved as she pressed her forehead onto his elbow. He let her be, thinking she preferred to make contact like this, and saw Chaitos leering. "Your natural tendency to dote on Mahiru is the same as usual." "Dote, say." "Well, Mahiru seems to be in a good mood, so I'm not going to stop you Tilda anyway. I'm hungry. Shall we have fried squid there? It's so sugary that I want some salty stuff." "You haven't had salty stuff, right?" "That's not what I'm talking about Tilda anyway, let's go. Just take it as you being considerate for everyone around us." Omake looked around once he heard those words, and met the blushing onlookers in the eyes. Both males and females were probably fatally shot by Mahiru's bashfulness and cuteness, definitely so since there were also some looks of jealousy from a few males. He regretted causing Mahiru to be embarrassed at a crowded place, and did as Chaitos advised, holding Mahiru's hand as they went towards the fried squid stall. Tilda eating this at a festival really tastes different, though it's because of the mood. Chaitos had eaten yakisoba and fried chicken, and at this point, she was joyously chowing down on the fried squid. They were eating at the rest area, slightly apart from the road where the stalls were set up. However, they could sense some passing stares. Well, Mahiru and Chaitos are pretty girls, even though they're of different types. Mahiru was the cute and innocent, while Chaitos was lively and had a boyish charms. They were very different, but they were certain pretty girls, so it was no wonder they garnered much attention. This Chaitos fed some fried squid to an excited-looking Mahiru. There were many male stares locked in upon seeing these two cute girls interacting with each other. Mahiru showed a tender smile, probably because it was delicious. Some boys sighed in amazement, probably because the scene before them was like a picture. "How cute!" "They're cute, but they got passionate without me." "What, you jealous?" What's there to be jealous about relationships between girls? Ha ha, just look then. I think that's really great. There's something different about pretty girls having fun together. Itsuki said something rather perverted, but Omake did understand how he felt, somewhat. If he said so, however, he would be deemed the pervert. He kept the thoughts to himself as he saw those two chatting intimately. Shina-san. There was a voice from nearby. They turned around, and found a few male classmates looking at the girls. They seemed to be enjoying the festival too. Some were wearing masks, some holding cotton candy bags, and they clearly were having fun. Itsuki was the first to respond, giving the usual hearty smile as he waved towards them. Whoa, you guys are here too. You're definitely here if Shirakawa-san's here, Itsuki. Oh, Fujimaya should be here too. Over here. Omake merely raised his hand, and did not wave at them. The boys broke into a commotion. A yukata. Can't I? No, you look good in that. Just wearing it like normal clothes. Omake did not do anything other than wear yukatas, and was looking really normal. However, it seemed they felt the yukata gave a little mood compared to usual. Omake felt indescribably awkward and ticklish as the boys stared at him, and he started to grimace. He was relieved, however, when Mahiru leisurely strolled towards him. Ah, it has been a while, or not? I believe we met at the closing ceremony. Everyone looks energetic. Whoa, Shina-san in yukata? All the classmates were mesmerized, without exception. It was to be expected, so Omake did not mind as he too looked at Mahiru, who noticed his stare, and blushed. Their classmates froze at this mere sight, and one could clearly see how adorable Mahiru was. Shina-san, the yukata suits you. Thank you very much. I am glad to hear this. It seemed Mahiru would only be embarrassed whenever Omake praised her, for she accepted those praises with a beautiful outdoor smile. You wore it yourself. Yes. But Omake-kun's mother prepared this for more. Mom sent it over because she wants to see you in that, don't mind her. She dotes on you so much that she'll do anything. Shihoko probably would prepare another kimono in the coming year. She had a few at home, and her parents, Omake's maternal grandparents, had more in stow. Thus, Shihoko would surely pick them to her heart's content. Good going, please continue. So Omake quietly thought to himself once he realized that he would be able to see her in more kimonos. But I really do feel apologetic about this. It's fine. Our old place is basically yours. His parents really welcomed Mahiru, saying that she could take their place as her hometown. They probably would be sad to hear her being so courteous. Once she understood this, she bashfully nodded away, and put her head on his chest. He stared at her with happiness, and then looked over at the one who approached them. In hindsight, he was the one who questioned Omake during the sports festival, but it did not matter to Omake at this point. After all, they were mere outsiders to Mahiru, and there was no room for them to interject. Man, have I gone rotten for feeling superior about this? So he wondered, but he had no intention to budge. We'll be leaving soon then. Sorry for disturbing your fun. And Chaito's done with the fried squid. So he added as he looked towards the latter, and found her staring at him excitedly. He nonchalantly pulled Mahiru over by the waist, and gave them a smile reserved for strangers. Mahiru appeared shocked, but was obviously bashful and delighted as she instinctively clung onto Omake. See you at school then. Ah, yes, bye. Mahiru said with a smile, and the boys could not follow, giving conflicted expressions as they saw the group leave. The group then went onto the road filled with stalls. Itsuki then stood on the other side, away from Mahiru, bringing his face close. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Omake? The voice was soft enough for Mahiru to not hear amidst the buzz and the music. What do you mean? Like, your current posture, and the hometown thing. Itsuki was smart, and had good instincts. He clearly pinpointed Omake's resolve and plans. Maybe. You've gone stronger. Itsuki muttered, looking either dumbfounded or impressed, so Omake took it to be the latter, giving a smile that spoke volumes. Chapter 171. Angel and the Shaved Ice. The four of them began strolling again, and they stopped upon hearing Chaito's words. They did pass the shaved ice stall, and there should be one before them, but since they did not know where that would be, it would be a little quicker for them to retract their footsteps. What kind of stomach is capable of storing that much? This kind, Tilda? Chaito slapped at her tummy, but one could only see the slender waist that was somehow comparable to Mahiru's. It was amazing to think a stomach of this size could store yakisoba, fried chicken, and fried squid. Where did the food go? So Omake wondered as he stared at the belly with a serious look. It appeared Mahiru too had the same thoughts, for she showed a wry smile. You do not get fat, Chaito-san. I am really envious of how slender you are. It's skinny thin. And the skin's tight. Ahihi, Tilda praise me more, you too. She's really skinny, and it really feels like it when I hug her. Itsuki was often touchy-feely with Chaito's, so he would know how thin she was. He was of middle build, and was not that fat, but Chaito's was glaringly thin whenever they were together, and she really stood out. Also, she had some muscles on her, but they were thin, and were not too taut. Clearly those were proof of her hard work. You're not fat even though you eat so much. I have good metabolism. Well, she isn't the type to get fat easily, though this means other parts can't grow. Ikan, come here. Itsuki heard Chaito's monotonous voice despite her beaming smile, and instantly realized he spoke too much. After all, she was fuming as he mentioned the part she was sensitive about, more so especially since it was her boyfriend who mentioned it. Sorry I misspoke, so please don't kick my calf. But you always say that even after I tell you so, right, Tilda? Shall we have a chat there? A smiling Chaito's dragged Itsuki by the elbow, and Omake merely gave Itsuki his respects. You had to open your mouth. You said anything? No, nothing. Omake did not want to incur her ire, flatly denied so, and turned to awkward Mahiru next to him, and deliberately smiled at her, hinting to her to ignore Itsuki's plea for help. What flavor of shaved ice, Mahiru? Strawberry. Okay, sure, let's go buy some. Chaito's, we'll be off for some shaved ice. Just have fun there. Okay, Tilda? Chaito's intimidated Itsuki with a smile, and turned back, answering with a smile. Omake smiled back, tugged Mahiru by the end, and went down the road they came from. They bought the shaved ice, and returned, but Chaito's lecture did not end. From afar, Omake saw the duo interact earnestly, and shrugged. He then looked towards Mahiru, who was wryly smiling, still clinging onto his elbow. They're not done yet. They really are on good terms. I guess that's how they flirt, just that Chaito's a little angry. Aha! Omake knew that Chaito's was not really outright angry, and did not stop those two. He handed the cup of shaved ice to Mahiru. Here, Mahiru. Thank you very much. Your shaved ice is a little bitter. I wanted ujikintoki, but they don't sell those. On a side note, Omake chose matcha. He would have bought ujikintoki if there was, but it was difficult for the store to prepare red bean paste and shirata madango, so he could only compromise. So you do eat such sweets? I do remember that you do not normally eat them. Well, I don't dislike them, just that I don't really go out of the way just to eat them. I like the bean fillings though, especially those with full red beans. Omake simply would not do that, but if there were sweets, he would eat them. The only desserts he would crave were custard types, but he hardly ate them, and thus he did not really have any impression of liking them. He liked those with bean fillings however, for red beans really went well with matcha and green tea. The bitterness and sweetness would mesh with each other very well, and he was rather fond of it. I see, but it is troublesome to cook beans, and tiring to make anything, no. It's amazing how you started thinking about cooking beans, Mahiru. We can just buy some. One typically would not think of starting from the red beans. Red bean bags were sold out there, and most would choose to buy them, considering the labor and time required. It appeared Mahiru's first thought was to make some. I want people to eat delicious food. I cannot control the sweetness of what is sold out there, and most do not necessarily preserve the texture of the beans. Mahiru smiled, saying that she wanted Omake to have delicious food. Omake felt sorry and overwhelmed with love once he heard those moving words, and did not know whether he should relax or tense up. I'll have some matcha pudding with red bean paste then. And dorayaki. Fufu, sure Tilda, leave it to me. I can do anything as long as it is for you, Omake-kun. She said these words that might not seem an exaggeration from her, and had a mouthful of shaved ice. Omake was indescribably embarrassed, and Tu put the shaved ice to his mouth to hide his shame. Chapter 172. Angel and Chaito's Troubles. Omake was eating his shaved ice, and it appeared Chaitos had eavesdropped while having her heart-to-heart talk with Itsuki, and approached them enviously. Done punishing Itsuki? Of course, Ikun's too rude here, right Tilda? Chaitos gave a thumbs up, while Omake and Mahiru grimaced away, looking over to where Itsuki was, and found no one there. Where's Itsuki anyway? Went off to buy shaved ice and chocolate banana. There's more. That's compensation Tilda. Chaitos then turned her head aside. Omake thought to himself that Itsuki was going to spend all his money, but he did not sympathize, since the latter was at fault. Itsuki had stepped on the landmines a few times, but never learned his lesson. This might be an interaction, skinship to them, but him angering someone was nothing praiseworthy. It appeared Chaitos kicked up quite a long fuss this time, for she continued to pout away. I don't want them this small Tilda mean prefer Mahiru's size after all Tilda. What are you saying? Mahiru quickly covered her chest. She clearly had a larger rack than Chaitos, and Omake felt hers was bigger than average, but he never really paid attention to them, for she would be ashamed if he was too bothered. I'm not jealous, just a little envious of Mahiru. Mahiru has many things I don't have. She's pretty, nice body, athletic, good at studies, can do housework, elegant, she's a man's ideal. This is not. Yes. Daiki-san will definitely tell Ikun to pick girls like Mahiru if he meets her. Chaitos gave a somewhat devastated smile, and Omake realized why she went to visit him and Mahiru alone. Did Daiki-san say anything to you? Tilda didn't really, but his expression wasn't really welcoming. Daiki was Itsuki's father. He did not approve of Itsuki and Chaitos' relationship. Omake had a chance to chat with Daiki when he visited Itsuki's house, but Daiki did not really seem fond of Chaitos, partially because he could not deal with a personality like Chaitos, and also because he wanted Itsuki to get a good woman. One would say that he felt there were better women out there, rather than say that he disliked Chaitos outright. Daiki-san doesn't hate you actually. But if you bring Mahiru to him, he'll definitely choose Mahiru. That's. Of course, Chaitos had her own charms, some of which Mahiru did not have. Daiki probably wanted a Yamato Nadeshiko like Mahiru however, which Chaitos was not. It was not anything Chaitos lacked, nor was it her fault, just that they did not get along in interests and personalities. It appeared Chaitos was bothered by how Daiki was not fond of her, and she sighed hard. But I don't feel comfortable about being like Mahiru. Ikun told me not to mind, but I do have to be the daughter-in-law though. I want to ensure this relationship goes well. That's tough. It's not something that can be sold immediately. I think it will take years. I'll try Tilda, but some things are just difficult. We'll have to see if we can get along. Chaitos gave an awkward smile as she noted. It will be great if we're accepted like you two. She clung onto Mahiru, who shared some of her shaved ice. Omake really did not know what to say. Mahiru probably did not know what to say either, for she merely caressed Chaitos gently. Chaitos too fawned and rubbed herself onto Mahiru, asking for more shaved ice. Then, they spotted Itsuki through the crowd, holding the items Chaitos wanted in both hands. I'm not depressed, so don't tell Ikun. Chaitos reminded them, and showed her usual smile as she went towards Itsuki. Omake and Mahiru watched her leave with conflicted looks. Let's be blunt, if you have to choose between Mahiru and Chaitos, you'll obviously choose Mahiru. Why else are you reading this story? Chapter 173. Excessive words to the angel. But seriously, there's a lot of people around here. This is the closest festival we have here. We got many stalls, lots of space, and it's common for us to bump into our classmates. But they just retreated in dismay though. Itsuki quipped happily, and Omake merely shrugged. Mahiru looked stunned to hear that, probably because she was skeptical about the word retreated. She never paid attention to them, let alone show concern for them, and Omake had a small sense of superiority in his heart. I dare say though, they're trying to attract Mahiru's attention even though I'm here. Omake assumed that the whole school would know Mahiru would never pay attention to anyone other than him, after how they acted in school, but it appeared the others had not given up. He did understand how they felt, however. An innocent, adorable girl who was a male's ideal was right within range. They might find it unacceptable for a countryside kid to suddenly pop by and abduct her. However, Mahiru clearly treated Omake differently from the others, and he really wished they could understand this. She really loves me. Naturally, he already knew about this, but this understanding was reinforced recently. She really treasured and doted him. Of course, he had the same amount of passion towards her as she did to him, but he felt ticklish in this awkward yet proud emotion he felt. You really love Mahiru, Omake? Your face is shown. Hey. You're looking friendlier than before, your eyes, your expression, they look a lot kinder, basically, you're being gentle. I know that I've become friendlier, but if I have to say gentle. It was one thing to say that he had a gentler attitude, but he did not really comprehend her saying that his eyes and expression looked gentle. He was relatively aloof, or so he felt, and could not comprehend her saying that he was gentle. Say Mahiru, is it as she said? Yes. Really? Anyway, what do you mean, a gentler expression? I shall take a photo next time so that you will understand. It is amazing after all. So she said, and he had the notion to stop doting on Mahiru before everyone else, but he had no confidence since she was that adorable. She blushed, and looked towards him infrequently. For the time being, he caressed her cheeks with his fingers, and did his best to exert tension onto his face. It's useless to try and look tense before us now. Shut up. Mahiru prefers to see your doting side, Omake. I do like Omake-kun no matter how he is, dashing, gentle, sexy. He tilde so you've seen Omake looking sexy tilde. Chaitos leered away, but Omake did nothing to be guilty about. He scowled, but he did not panic. They had been dating for at least 2 months, but all they did was to kiss, and nothing more. For the time being, he decided to endure for a while. He would feel that he had obtained her body if he suggested to do that immediately after dating, and he hated that. Mahiru would be the one burdened after all, and he could not simply force the issue. He could consider doing so if Mahiru wished for it, but it appeared she had no such intention, so that was a long shot. We're not doing what you think of. You said it out, huh? Are you just keeping your urges to yourself, or just being platonic? But you've kissed, right? Nothing to do with you. You told her, didn't you? Omake gently pinched at the hand he held, reproaching Mahiru, who blushed and apologized meekly. She probably mentioned it during their girls' talk, so he did not grumble much, but it was embarrassing to have this pointed out. Chaitos might have felt they were way too late at this stage, to be just kissing. You two are really innocent, or Omake's too timid. She noted, and Omake frowned. Nothing bad about that, right? We're going at our own pace. Sure, but I want to say, if you keep a girl waiting, she'll get anxious, so be careful. Chaitos-san. You should be honest now, Mahiru, instead of discussing things like Omake-kun wouldn't kiss me. Do not say this. Mahiru hastily covered Chaitos' mouth, and Omake widened his eyes. Chaitos quickly darted aside, grinning as she enjoyed the sight of Mahiru. Mahiru was athletic, but so was Chaitos, and the former was wearing yukata, which was inconvenient to move in. It appeared Mahiru could not catch Chaitos. HMPH, Mahiru will get embarrassed, but I find it cute to see her like this. I'm stunned to see you so passive though, Omake. If you keep saying, I will not help you with your remaining assignments. That's troubling. Okay, I'll watch my mouth then. Chaitos looked all the more delighted to hear the cute threat, and she smiled as she dragged her finger past her lips, showing that she would be zipping it. Mahiru was shivering in shame, and Omake stared at her. Her face turned redder once she noticed, and she tried to escape, but Omake hastily caught her. He hugged her from behind, and gently patted her back to calm her down. It's not convenient to meet up if we get lost, and others will try to woo you. Don't run away now. You. I won't look, okay? Omake said he would not look, but he could feel her shivering from shame in his clutches. So he thought, but if he said it out loud, Mahiru might really run away, so he did not. Mahiru then earnestly remained in his clutches, and obediently shook herself. Once again, he realized how adorable her earnest self was. Itsuki and Chaito stared at them dumbfoundedly. This is what we mean by that gentle expression of yours. We hate that you don't have any self-awareness at all. They appeared to be whispering, but they said it loud enough for Omake to hear, and his face winced. Mahiru remained in his clutches however, so he could not reproach them, and merely conveyed his unhappiness on his face. Chapter 174. Angel and the Glutton. Where in the world did all that stuff go? After a stroll around the stalls, Chaitos patted her revealed belly, and looked relaxed and satisfied. That belly was a little puffier compared to before, but Chaitos remained thin. One either had to amazed or dumbfounded at how much food she could store. Few Tilda sure feels different eating at a festival. Good that you're happy, but don't overeat it. I don't usually eat this much Tilda, I'm controlling this Tilda. Chaitos did have a slender body, and what she said was plausible. Omake was still worried that she might have overeaten. Since she was fine with that, he had nothing to lecture her own. Anyway, you sure you full, Omake? I don't think I've seen you eat much. I intend to eat a little once I get home. Mahiru cooled some stock, so I probably will pour some onto instant rice and make some cold chazook. Sounds delicious. You still can eat. The stalls looked good, but Mahiru's cooking was a better choice to end the day with. Omake intended to make some rice with the stock she made, and did not eat too much, but he did not think Chaitos would still have some appetite. Please eat it next time. Mahiru noted wryly once she saw Chaitos' appetite. They saw her eat yakisoba, fried chicken, frankfurters, a fried squid she bought with Mahiru, chocolate banana, and shaved ice. Any boy would be full by now, and Mahiru was probably worried for Chaitos' stomach. Omake stared at Chaitos' slender waist, wondering where the food went. You perv. Chaitos noticed that stare, and squealed as she turned aside, so Omake gave her a blank stare. We'll observe more of Chaitos' appetite next time. Let's leave that aside. Whoa, you're cold. What are your plans? It's about time to head back now, right? They did go through the entire place once, and nights arrived late during the summer, but the sky was darkening. It was going to be 8:30 p.m., Omake and Mahiru's places were far away, and it should be time for them to leave considering the travel time. Even though Itsuki was around, it was a bad idea to have Chaitos out late at night. Tilda, we can go back now, but I'm staying over at Mahiru's place tonight, no. Hey. I did put my stuff at her place Tilda and she already agreed, you know. Right Tilda? Chaitos grinned at Mahiru, who nodded with a wry smile. On a side note, Omake did not have to worry as Mahiru did not look displeased, but he hoped Chaitos would have informed beforehand. After all, Omake would be the one buying ingredients, so he would have to buy 3 persons' worth. Chaitos continued to show a triumphant look. I should have asked Omake beforehand. And Itsuki lamented so. It was pitiful to see Itsuki return home alone, but he had no change of clothes, and Omake could not help him there. Mahiru agreed, so that should do it, right? Oh my Omake-kun, you don't like it that Mahiru's taken away Tilda. Why should I be jealous of a girl? I know she's mine, so it doesn't matter. He was instead jealous that those of the same gender could come and go into the same house as they pleased, rather than not wanting Chaitos to be so clingy. He did agree to visit Mahiru's house, but he had to will himself, and was jealous that Chaitos could come and go as she pleased. He did not rue the fact that Chaitos would be visiting, so he shrugged, and Mahiru continued to blush as she scampered towards Chaitos. Chaitos-san, that is what I mean. Omake-kun has been like this recently. Oh my Tilda, looks like you have it tough, Mahiru Tilda. What's with that face? Nothing Tilda. Right Mahiru Tilda? Chaitos leered in a different manner from when she sought Mahiru's opinion. The latter nodded silently as she clung onto Chaitos, looking towards Omake bashfully. Chapter 175. Chaitos' discussion. What are you doing before bedtime? Chaitos was spending the night at Mahiru's place, so Omake spent his time alone after the festival ended. She gave a video call before bedtime, and Omake naturally frowned. He did not dislike the fact that she called him, but that he found it a hassle to get up when he was already lying down, and a little fatigued. Shown on the screen was Chaitos' beaming face. Her face is noisy enough. He had such a rude thought about her, and moved the phone next to his pillow. Say, I want to sleep now. Yeah, I know. You're looking like you're going to school. Can I hang up now since you know that? No please Tilda, hang up only when Mahiru returns Tilda. Where's Mahiru anyway? Bathing Tilda, she's not bathing with me today. Chaitos made it sound like a pity, but Mahiru's choice to bathe alone was the correct one. Otherwise, Mahiru would probably be worn down during this time she should be relaxing. Mahiru's disappointed that she can't say good night to you, so I'm calling over Tilda, don't hang up on me. You expect me to hang up now? You would have hung up if I didn't say so, right? You're too much Tilda. She giggled, and suddenly sheathed away that cheerful look as she looked at Omake through the screen. She did not appear to be joking like she was before, and looked poised as though enlightened. The sudden change left Omake confused. Say Omake, can I ask you something? Ask what? Omake knew that Chaitos would ask serious questions whenever she made such a face, so he did not ignore her. Once he answered, Chaitos stared at him intently. How much do you like Mahiru? Like, as in? Since you treasure her so much, I want to ask how much you like her. It was not an easy question to answer. Omake lowered his eyebrows, and Chaitos' expression did not change. I think it's just me being biased, but, well, high school students in relationships are usually in the spur of the moment, right? They don't seem serious, they're just fooling around. Did Daiki-san tell you that? Oh my Tilda, you're a smart one. Chaitos laughed. She did not have any of her usual sharpness, and looked devastated. She took the phone, laid on the bed, and sighed gently. I'm not intending to fool around, but I've never taken things seriously, and he didn't think I am. I guess that's why I don't know how many actually look into their own futures. She did show signs of such worries during the festival, and probably was wondering how she could get along with Itsuki's father Daiki in his own way. Itsuki's mother did not care about this, so it appeared she would have to pass the hurdle. Omake slowly spoke up in response to her question. He knew how to answer even without thinking. It's hard for me to say, but I want her to accompany me forever with a smile. He could not express how much he liked Mahiru, and did not know how to describe it. The one thing certain was that he wanted Mahiru to be happy, and wanted to treasure her, that she would continue to accompany him with a smile for all of eternity. That was what he truly thought. I see. You aren't the same, Chaitos. Of course not. I want Ikun to laugh forever. That should be good enough. If you say so, I think that's fine. It's not going to change no matter what others say. Omake replied with a laugh once he heard her unhappy reply. On the other end, Chaitos looked timid. It's annoying how good a person you are. I have to when I have such a great girlfriend. Whoa, that's smooth, you annoy me tilde. Chaitos might have smacked Omake in the back if she was present. She grumbled unhappily, but sounded a little delighted. Mahiru's really doted on, she added, and burst out laughing. She then turned her head around. What are you talking about? A familiar voice could be heard from behind, and it seemed Mahiru was done bathing. She stood behind Chaitos, wearing a negligee that exposed relatively little. A trail of flax color swayed, probably because Mahiru went next to Chaitos. Tilde? I'm saying that your boyfriend is a good man, Mahiru. What about Omake-kun? Ah, just talking about life with him. Life? Yes. Chaitos gave a really vague answer, and beyond the screen, Mahiru sighed. Chaitos was a little perturbed as the atmosphere got a little gaudy, and then, Mahiru sat next to Chaitos. Is he not going to talk to me? Chaitos was stunned to hear such pouty words, and at the next moment, moved the phone aside. The phone screen spun, but one could hear a cute Kia from Mahiru. It appeared Chaitos was doing some skinship on her. You're so cute, Mahiru. I'll keep talking with you until you have enough. Chaitos-san, it is dangerous to leap over. Mahiru's reproach sounded really happy, and it seemed she probably did not dislike it. Tilde? So came Chaitos' reply. The front camera turned black, probably because it was buried under the bedsheet, but one could imagine Chaitos getting on top of Mahiru. I like you, Mahiru tilde? I like you too. He tilde I stole Mahiru's like from Omake tilde? Omake-kun is special. Mahiru picked up the phone and explained with a frantic voice. Omake chuckled. Well, I know that. You second gen Bacorpal. Shut up first general. Chaitos and Itsuki were no better, and Omake did not want to lecture them. All right, go to sleep now, girls. Staying up late's not going to be good for your skins. Omake said as he had a look at the time, since the topic was ending. It was past 11 p.m., and Mahiru usually did not stay up late, so she probably was tired enough to sleep, especially since she went around in the yukata, which she was unused to wearing. In fact, even though Mahiru was blushing as she snatched Chaitos' phone, she clearly was looking tired, and it was not good to chat for long. I never thought I would hear these words from Omake tilde, but I guess so. Hanging up now, you okay, Mahiru? Mahiru probably understood why Chaitos contacted Omake when prompted, and she widened her eyes in shock, before giving Omake a gentle smile. Good night, Omake-kun. See you tomorrow. Oh, night. See you tomorrow. I would have patted her head if she's next to me. So he thought, but he wanted the two girls to have fun, so he did not express his thoughts, and instead smiled back at Mahiru, who wanted to enjoy this stayover. Chapter 176. Unfinished assignments. Nope. Chaitos held the mechanical pencil, and grumbled as she faced the table. Omake refused her, and blatantly rolled his eyes at her. It seemed she stayed over at Mahiru's place because she had to finish her assignments, and naturally came over to Omake's place to do her assignments, probably to pull him along for the ride. However, Omake was done with his assignments a month ago, was left with revision, and had no need to panic. He had no need to anxiously study on the table, so he sat on the sofa, looked at the magazine, and stared down at Chaitos. Your fault for not finishing your assignments until the last moment. Mind planning a little? How about you suffer a little at the start and finish your assignments, rather than end your summer vacations in a poor mental state and mood? You'll enjoy the rest of your time if you do that. You tilde. You did your assignments with Itsuki the last time, right? Now he's done. He did it little by little every day, and you wouldn't be like this if you learned from him. Anyway, why do you think things will get solved if you ask others for help? You're the one who has to do the assignments. You're suffering because you've been lazy all this while. Stop struggling and do your assignments. That'll get things done faster. Mahiru tilde remains bullying me tilde. Omake felt he was right, but Chaitos begged Mahiru for clemency. It so happened that Mahiru returned with Chaitos' share of fruit juice, the glass of orange liquid on the tray. You cannot be too harsh on her, Omake-kun. Mahiru coaxed with a wry smile, and handed over some juice to Omake. See Tilda? Chaitos got gleeful, her eyes basically hinting that Omake should be more like Mahiru. However, Mahiru did not appear to side Chaitos completely, she appeared to be more biased towards Omake. It was for this reason that she had long finished her assignments, and started her own revision. Mahiru was one to prioritize doing things little by little, but she had already finished her assignments. She once said that it was bad to hurry and finish them at the last moment, so she did all she had, and revised regularly to ensure she would not forget what she studied. Omake was a little relieved that she had the same thought process. With a gentle smile, Mahiru placed Chaitos' orange juice on the table, and gently placed her hand on Chaitos' shoulder. Chaito-san, do your best. You too, Mahiru. After all, I did ask you at the start of summer vacation if you want to do assignments together, but you wanted to play first. You Tilda. You reap what you sow. Mahiru invited Chaitos, but the latter chose to play. There was no need to pity the latter. Chaitos-san, with me around, you should be fine even with many assignments. Mahiru. Anyway, you should be able to finish half of it before dinner if you keep at it, no? Nu Tilda? Mahiru naturally severed off Chaitos' lifeline, driving the latter to despair. She's pitiful. Omake thought callously as he stared at Chaitos, drinking the orange juice Mahiru served. Omake did plan to take over if they had trouble, or if Mahiru was too tired to teach, but Chaitos would get too cocky if they pampered her too much, so he chose to be harsh in moderation. Don't wanna. Chaitos moaned away as she started on her assignments unwillingly, and Omake stared at her sidelong face, thinking that he should buy some sweets later. Chapter 177. Bait is to be dangled in front. Chaitos kept writing her assignments, took a little break midway through, and at this point, she was rolling on the carpet, fawning around. It seemed she was really tired. Chaitos was wearing shorts, so it was fine, but he would have seen her panties if she was wearing a skirt. Omake clearly looked bewildered. What happens if you roll about and spill your juice? I'll just get down and beg for mercy. Better not spill it instead of sacrificing this much of your dignity. It'll be troublesome to clean up the carpet and your clothes if you spill it. Mahiru cautiously removed the 2 glasses that were on the table, so that was not an issue. Nevertheless, a mishap could have happened if it continued. Omake would not be angry even if the juice was spilled onto the carpet, but he really hoped this would not happen, considering the effort required to clean it. Be honest, you. Mahiru too reproached. The wry smile showed that Mahiru had no intention to actually stop Chaitos, for she knew that the latter would be worn out if she had no breaks. You Tilda, I'll just go to Mahiru's lap since there's nowhere to go to. Hold it. That's my place. Wah, you miser. Can I, Mahiru Tilda? If Omake-kun says no, then no. Mahiru lowered her eyes and shook her head, acting somewhat stiff. Chaitos did not look displeased by Mahiru's gesture, and instead showed a happy smile. I don't get a lap pillow, but as long as you're happy, Mahiru. Mahiru appeared to be more bashful than delighted, but her face started to blush and relax, so Chaitos was probably right. Perhaps Mahiru was delighted to hear the word my place. Go enjoy it in my place then Tilda, I'll be motivated to write seeing you enjoy yourself. Like hell, I know you just want to joke around. She's not going to run away because she's mine, and I'll do it when you're not around. So you'll do it? I have the privilege or whatever, I'll buy sweets for you, so hurry up with your assignments. Really? Chaitos suddenly jolted with sparkling eyes, and once again, Omake was painfully aware of how realistic she was. I've been waiting for these words. She chuckled, causing Omake and Mahiru to smile wryly. So, a reward's a reward. I'll go buy some if you get serious. Goody Tilda. You really are magnanimous, Omake Tilda. The usual shop I go to then. Cheesecake. Soufflé. That's a tall order, though it's not that far. The shop was a little further from the nearby patisserie, and more expensive, but they were about the same. Mahiru too seemed fond of that shop, so Omake was not opposed. What about you, Mahiru? Me. How about Mahiru go with you? Nope, you'll definitely slack. I don't want her walking out there in the heat. How little do you trust me, but since you're a gentleman, Omake, I'll endure for now. I don't feel like buying yours then. Then what is the point of the reward? So shut up and do your assignments. Omake ignored Chaito's doubtful look and asked Mahiru what she wanted. Chocolate cake. So the response, and he stood up. Cakes would not sell well in the summer, but there was always a chance that they would be sold out, so it was better to hurry out. Now then, let's go. Omake took his wallet, left the living room, and Mahiru discreetly followed. It appeared she intended to send him off, and as he sat at the entrance and put on his sneakers, Mahiru knelt down on one knee next to him. What? I apologize for making you go out in this hot weather. It's fine, I'm the one who said it anyway. More importantly, keep an eye on Chaito's. Fufu, she may usually act like that, but she is very serious if she has to, you know. I know that, just keep an eye on her. Make sure she rests adequately, and get her to work hard. Yes. Mahiru nodded with a smile, and Omake too smiled as he stood up. I'll be leaving then. Omake-kun, please wait a moment. Omake turned around as Mahiru called for him, and she suddenly latched onto his chest. The sudden situation had him stunned, and she gently reached her arms around his back, hugging him. The faint fragrance and softness left him stifled. He resisted the urge to cry out, patted Mahiru's head for the time being, and she narrowed her eyes in a ticklish manner, lifting her head. I am a little tired from studying. Please give me some extra. She muttered softly, and Omake could not help but hug her. Her eyes looked bashful, but there was a smile on her face. I'm not letting go if you say so. That will not do. Chaito-san will be sad. Until she returns home then, okay? Of course. Mahiru nodded, and buried her face into his chest. Omake made up his mind to settle this quickly and return home. Chapter 178. The delivered letter. An anonymous letter was mixed amidst the usual adverts. To Omake Fujimaya saw the fine handwriting on the letter. Omake had no idea who delivered it, casually flipped it, and doubted his eyes. The sender's name was on the back. Asahi Shirina. Mahiru's dad, who? Omake knew that Mahiru's mother was named Seo, and not the name listed on the letter. Also, that man was probably the only one who knew of Omake. He probably witnessed Mahiru welcoming him back then, and a simple investigation would show how intimate Omake and Mahiru. However, Omake did not understand why the man purposely delivered a letter to him. It was one thing to deliver to his own daughter, and he did not think it was necessary to deliver it to his daughter's boyfriend. Mahiru said that her father was callous towards her, but if that was the case, he would not have dropped by to observe. Omake could not understand the father's intentions at all. Caught in a dilemma, Omake decided to return home and open the letter once Chaitos left, so he slipped it into his bag. You seem amiss after returning home. Did something happen? Chaitos returned home after grumbling and finishing about 70% of her assignments, so Mahiru leaned over to look at Omake. Omake intended to open the letter once Mahiru went home, but it appeared the latter noticed that he had been hiding something from her. However, it would be more appropriate to say that Omake did not know what was written on it, rather than outright trying to hide from her. He felt it was best if Mahiru would not realize so easily, but since she was suspicious, perhaps it would be more appropriate if he never hid this matter to begin with. Well. It is not that I have to know, if you do not wish to inform me. Mahiru clearly respected Omake's opinion, and Omake put his feet on the floor, looking at her. Not that I don't want to tell you, but you may not want to listen. What I do not want to, is that so? She probably noticed it involved her parents, and showed a faint, wry smile. Is that man still nearby? Not at all, I received a letter. A letter? From who? The name's Asahi Shirina. That is my father. Mahiru nodded tersely, not looking as rattled as Omake would have imagined. She seemed blasé rather than shaken by it, and a little taken aback. Her eyes looked a little colder, however, probably because of how her parents had treated her. Anyway, I am curious as to why he sent a letter to you, Omake-kun, and how did he know of our relationship, but that has nothing to do with me, I believe. You're not concerned about what's written on it. I do not have an interest in peeking at others' letters. The sender may be my father, but the recipient is you. Omake felt that he was too concerned about her, given her adamant reply, and she ended up worrying about him instead. However, it seemed that Mahiru would rather not get involved, rather than accept the situation. Her eyes drifted aside slightly, and did not look as calm as usual. You may read, shall I move away for now? She asked with an icy tone, and Omake shook his head with a wry look. Well, I hope you'll stay by my side. I don't mind if you don't like this idea, but I'm a little nervous to read a letter from my girlfriend's parent. I shall remain here then, it is up to you to decide whether to read the letter's contents to me. Mahiru started reading the textbooks on the table. Omake sighed, and looked the letter from the bag next to him. The letter was sealed really tightly. He opened it cautiously, and read the contents. Simply put, the sender wanted to meet Omake face to face to have a chat, and included his contact. Why me? Is he not going to check on Mahiru's situation? Omake had no idea why he, someone who was completely unrelated, was invited out. Looks like he wants to meet me. Not his own daughter, but you, Omake-kun? I see. Mahiru's voice became more frosty, and Omake instinctively patted Mahiru's head, who felt ticklish and narrowed her eyes. No, I am not angry, I simply do not understand what he means, why he wants to meet you. I guess it's because a guy's approaching his daughter. That is impossible. Why would he ask now given that he ignored me all this time? How shall I deal with this? I shall not stop you from meeting him. It seemed Mahiru really intended to leave it to Omake, for her reply was very blasé. But I do not think you have to worry. He is a failure as a father, but he is not someone to threaten others. I should not be saying this as someone who do not understand my father, however. Mahiru. I do not know what he is planning, but rest assured, he is not the kind to harm others. You are free to meet him, Omake-kun. Mahiru said, and leaned on to Omake. I see. Omake gently muttered, and looked at the letter again. Chapter 179. Asahi Shirina. Omake found the person he wanted to meet at a cafe not too far from home, and straightened his back. Standing before Omake was a man with a familiar-looking flax-colored hair, caramel-colored eyes, white skin, and a poised demeanor. Omake once brushed him by, and chatted. They never gave their names, but Omake had already heard of the man's name from Mahiru. Asahi Shirina-san. He called out, and the man, Asahi Shirina, turned his eyes towards Omake, showing a faint smile. This is our first encounter, or not, though I shall say this is the first time we are meeting while knowing each other. Oh, yes. I heard from Mahiru. The man did not seem to falter when Omake mentioned her name directly, and he probably had this investigated thoroughly. Asahi then showed a faint, wry smile once he heard that. He did not have a feeble impression, but a gentle one, and on first glance, he did not seem like one who would mercilessly abandon Mahiru. I suppose this saves us some explanation. May I have some of your time? That's the reason why you called me out, I suppose. Yes, I am very grateful that you would accept my hasty request. I suggested it, but I never expected you to agree. Well, I'm very curious as to why you would call me out, but I think you shouldn't be looking for me, but Mahiru instead. You say so, but that child might not wish to meet me. Asahi showed a wry smile, filled with regret, it seemed. Omake was furious about Mahiru's situation, and found Asahi unforgivable, but he did not think Asahi was not an compassionate man, for the latter would not have silently tried to approach his own daughter otherwise. And thus, Omake was increasingly skeptical. Asahi tickled his cheek, looking perturbed, perhaps because he had noticed Omake's probing eyes. "You have lots to ask me, I presume? Let us enter that cafe first then, and not ask so much here." Omake nodded in agreement, since they should not stand too long near a cafe, and entered it along with Asahi. "Order as you wish. It is the last day of summer vacation after all, and I troubled you by inviting you out." Omake did occasionally visit this cafe, which had suite rooms for booking. It seemed Asahi had pre-arranged a booking, for they were ushered in. They sat down, face to face, and the genial-looking Asahi smiled as he recommended dishes to Omake. "I shall accept your graciousness then," Omake replied, and ordered the coffee and daily cake special on the menu. Asahi too requested for the same from the attendant. His face remained serene, and he was silent until the dishes were served. Asahi was silent, probably because he did not want the attendant to overhear them, but Omake found it awkward to be facing a man of similar age to his own father. Omake sorted out the things he wanted to ask, wanting to alleviate this awkwardness. After doing so 3 times, their orders were finally served. "So, what do you want?" Once he made sure the attendant left, Omake spoke up. It was rude of him, but Asahi did not seem to mind, and smiled away. I heard you are dating my daughter, so I want to ask you how that child is doing, probably. Nothing special. You are really wary of me. Of course. Yes, it is strange if you are not wary of me. Asahi nodded understandingly, and Omake bit his lips, not knowing what to do. He could have acted defiantly if Asahi was as aloof to his own daughter as the mother, and various others means. However, the impression he gave was one who was worried about his daughter, and really unlike someone who abandoned her. By this conversation alone, Omake would have assumed him to be a kind father. Omake was curious as to why Asahi abandoned Mahiru. "I really want to ask, why are you making the effort to approach Mahiru right now?" "Right now?" Omake spoke with a bemeaning tone, for he saw how hurt Mahiru was. The thorns on her had never fallen off for years, and caused her much suffering. They finally fell off recently, and the wounds were healed, but if new wounds were inflicted, how would he find it bearable? "You really do treasure that child?" Asahi did not retaliate with harshness, and merely looked impressed, and yet delighted, at Omake. "I have no intentions of taking that child away, and do not intend to do anything you worry about, anything to affect that child's life." "Really?" "Naturally, at the very least, I have no right to interfere with that child's life, and I do not intend to." "Then why did you try to look for Mahiru?" "You ask that, but I do find it difficult to explain. I just want to meet her. Even though you abandoned Mahiru." Omake knew he should not say this as an outsider. But despite that, he could not forgive Mahiru's parents for what they did to her. Omake showed clear hostility, which he hardly did, but Asahi was not angry, and merely took on that glare with calmness. "That truly is direct from you. Yes, I do feel that at this point, I have no right to be that child's father. I doubt that child really thinks of me as her father, probably just an outsider who is merely blood-related. You know that's what she's thinking, so I guess you understand what you did. I cannot shun away from what I have done, Seo. I have not done anything that a parent should do, and we basically abandoned her. It is to be expected that we would be reproached." Omake bit his lips hard once he saw how Asahi calmly and gently analyzed what they did in an objective manner. "Why didn't you do so earlier? Why did they not reflect on their actions earlier? If that was the case, Mahiru might not be so hurt. She might not be able to get the love from her mother, but there was a chance she could have received it from her father, and could have been smiling happily. Why did he only regret it at this point?" Omake did not know to whom he should be outraged at. Omake might not have the right to be outraged, and his fury might seem unreasonable. But despite that, he had this notion. Why did he not help her out a little earlier? If they found it inconvenient, they should not have given birth to me. Who do you think said that? That's Mahiru herself. You drove her to that extent. Yes. Omake tried his best to stop his voice from shaking, and finished with a poised voice. The response he had was an expression that accepted everything, which infuriated him further. Why didn't you have such an attitude in the first place, rather than abandon Mahiru and regret it now? Mahiru wouldn't be that hurt if that happened. You are correct, I do know that I did the worst thing possible as a father. But seriously, why do you want to meet Mahiru right now? I don't want to let you two meet if she's going to be hurt from seeing you. I know that I'm talking too much as an outsider, but if Mahiru's going to be hurt, I'm not letting you meet her. Logically speaking, he should not be preventing a father from meeting his daughter, but Mahiru refused to meet her father, and Omake's tone was increasingly forceful. Asahi sheepishly took on Omake's harsh glare, and showed a bitter smile. Why I want to meet that child, you ask, why exactly? Are you avoiding the topic? I am not intending to, but it is difficult to convey in words. Well, I want to meet her while I have the chance. You mean you won't get to meet her again, or that you won't intend to meet her again? Yes. Asahi affirmed, and bitterness spread in Omake's mouth. That is selfish. Yes, it really is. I do not intend to change this, and I can no longer do so. I do not intend to inflict more unhappiness on that child, however, so I think it might be better for me to hate me instead. I don't understand what you're saying. You will understand one day. Omake understood from Asahi's distant-looking eyes that the latter was not prepared to mention anything more, and stopped asking. Is there anything you wish to ask? Nothing, that's it. Shall I ask a question then? Please do. Is that child happy now? Omake, not knowing what Asahi would have asked, postured himself, and Asahi asked with a gentle look. His voice and expression seemed to imply that he was wishing happiness for his daughter, so Omake let out a little sigh of relief. You need to ask her, but I do wish I can ensure her happiness. I have confidence that I will, and that I will make her happiness. It was his wish, his confidence, and his determination. Omake had no intention of abandoning the kind, delicate girl who yearned for love more than anyone else. He hoped for her to maintain a smile the entire time, and wanted to personally grant her happiness. He made up his mind to give her happiness, and had no intention to change this will of his, no matter what others say. Omake's voice was not too loud, but it was indomitable. Once he affirmed so readily, the caramel-colored eyes opposite him widened, and at the next moment, relaxed in relief. I see. I am glad to hear you say that. The gentle smile was really reminiscent of Mahiru's. I have no right to ask of you, but I shall entrust that child to you. Obviously, I'll make her happy. I see, thank you. Omake's voice and attitude were truly vulgar, and he would have expected to be reproached, but Asahi was smiling happily. Feeling inexplicably conflicted, there's nothing to thank me for. Omake retorted with a tone that was not as blunt. Mahiru means middle of noon, Seo, mother, means little night, Asahi, father, means morning sun. They're never meant to meet. Chapter 180. Won't let you be alone. Usually, she would welcome Omake at the door if she was at his place, but this was the one day it did not happen. Mahiru was being strangely uneasy, and seemed to be forcing herself to relax, if anything. She did not let down her guard, and looked towards Omake. I'm done talking. I see. The frosty-sounding voice was not directed at Omake, but rather that she was working hard to remain calm. Omake tried his best to show a kind expression, and silently sat next to her. Once he did, Mahiru gently nudged her body towards him. She was not acting sickeningly sweet like usual, but of one who needs solace. She's probably feeling uneasy. She might try to look nonchalant, but the fact remained that the father who abandoned her for years was looking for her boyfriend. She did not think her father was one to be overbearing, but she was somewhat worried. Nothing that you're worried about, he's a lot more composed than I imagined. Is that so? Do I talk about what we chatted? As you wish. Please do tell me if you think it is better for me to know. So Mahiru said, but it seemed she was terrified of hearing those contents. Omake held her hands that were about to shiver. He felt he should inform her after all. He did not understand what Asahi was thinking, why he did not meet his own daughter, but the boyfriend, but at the very least, he should inform Mahiru that Asahi was not intending to inflict further pain on her. Well, I can be sure that Asahi-san's not going to do anything to you. He said he's not going to break up your current life. That is good. And also, he didn't tell me all the reasons why he didn't want to see you, just that he's not going to see you again, so he wanted to have a look at you one last time until that happens. Upon hearing that, Mahiru muttered, why did he have to appear when he never did? However, her voice was filled with bitterness, rather than condescension. I don't think Asahi-san feels that you're unimportant, and it looks like he really wishes for your happiness. And it was for this reason that Omake was perplexed. Why did Asahi only wish for his daughter's happiness at this point? Why did he not abandon her to begin with, rather than regret it? Mahiru would not have to be so lonely. Omake finished his words with much difficulty, and Mahiru gently sighed. To be honest, I do not understand how my parents are like. Her voice was soft as she tried to form words, yet it was clear. My impression of my parents is that they could just pay someone to raise me, that they are outsiders who are just blood-related. Mahiru flatly noted her true thoughts, looking stiffer than usual, and a little devoid of life. They never cared for me no matter what happened, no matter how obedient I acted, and never held my hands no matter how I tried to reach out. It is to be expected that I will never reach out to them, that I no longer have hope. Omake had a feeling that Mahiru never had hope for her parents, for she never received care and concern. He did not think this was a wrong judgment. She understood inside her childish heart that her parents never loved her, that she could not hope for anything, and it was to be expected that she stop desiring for them, out of self-defense. I know my father's capable at work, and is a decent person, but the fact remains that he never cared about me. I do not know how to deal with him, and truth be told, I am very conflicted about him suddenly showing care for me again. Yes. Really, why did he show up again? Yes. If he had appeared a little sooner, Mahiru did not continue. Omake could only hear her quivering breath. Soon, she closed her mouth. She pursed her lips nervously, and blinked frequently, looking on the verge of tears. She did not cry, however, and it seemed she was quietly waiting for the turmoil inside her heart to pass. She looked so weak and fleeting, and Omake embraced her, burying her face into his chest. Back then, Omake covered her with a blanket when she met her mother. This time, he had nothing to cover her, so he embraced her, accepting her. The slender body in his clutches shivered, but there was no sobbing. She probably had no intention to lift her head, and leaned into him, burying her face into his chest for a while. She lifted her head, and her eyes were not red. She probably did cool down a little while in his clutches, and while her eyes appeared to falter a little, she did not seem to be in much pain. What do you want to do? Once Omake saw that she had calmed down, he asked, and she lowered her eyes. I do not know, but I think this is for the best. Given that he only showed up now, I cannot ascertain him correctly to be my father. I see. Is it strange for me as a daughter? Everyone has a different interpretation of this, and I can't really conclude for all. I think though that it's not weird for you to have such thoughts, and I won't deny it. If you think so, that's good, I'll support your decision. Yes. It was not up to Omake to determine if it was strange. Personally looking, it was no wonder that Mahiru could not view her parents as her parents, for they never did anything a parent should do. They never gave Mahiru love, and it would be troubling for her if she had to treat them as her parents. I support your decision. I'm just an outsider, and I can't really interfere with your family issues, but I'll respect your opinion, and support you no matter what happens. Yes. I'll always stay by your side, so if there's anything you're unsure of, you can always rely on me. Omake had made up his mind that he had no intention of abandoning Mahiru, and love her with all his mind. He once heard from his parents' friends that the Fujimiyas had overflowing love, and he found that he too was no exception, so he chuckled. He felt that his feelings for Mahiru would never disappear. It was not a prediction, but a belief. He never was one to change his preferences, so that too should apply for the one he loved. Once the adorable girl heard Amane's words, she frowned, wrapped her arms around his back, as though implying that she would never let him go. "Will you really stay by my side?" "Of course." "I will not go back then." "Please do no leave me alone, will you accept me if I say that?" Upon hearing the depressing mutter, "Of course," Amane flatly answered. "If you're willing, you can stay here forever. We're going to be staying together in a few years away, so how about we practice it?" Mahiru probably understood Amane's intent in that joke of a question, and her face, on the verge of tears, immediately turned beetroot. Amane too felt awkward as he knew what he had just said, but once he saw Mahiru's eyes roll around, her face freezing in embarrassment, he felt at ease. "Don't worry, you're not going to be alone. Give up on that notion," Amane muttered as he concealed his heartbeat, and Mahiru teared up for a different reason, nodding away. Chapter 181. The morning after summer vacation ended. Mahiru intended to stay overnight, but probably was overwhelmed by what Amane said, for she hurried home immediately after dinner. Amane did not intend to act, but she was concerned by what he said. "I do not hate this, but I have to go back and calm down." That was what she said when she got up and left, and Amane just watched her leave, given that he realized that he achieved his aim of consoling her and putting her uneasiness to rest. "I'll definitely be happy to hug her little body to sleep." So he thought as he got up, got changed, only to hear a door creak open. It was the first day of school right after summer vacation, and Mahiru appeared earlier than usual. He changed into his uniform, got out of his room, and saw Mahiru standing at the kitchen entrance, wearing an apron. Good morning." Mahiru greeted somewhat hesitantly, and Amane snickered. It was obvious that she was still mindful of him. "Morning. Slept well?" "Somewhat. I am bothered because of you though, Amane-kun." "You hate that?" "Please do not ask me so when you already know." Mahiru blushed as she dope-slapped him with her gloved hand, and he started laughing without a shred of conscience, went to the washroom, and tidied himself. "Why are you looking at me?" "Well, I think you're so adorable when you're embarrassed. I think it is bad of you to tease me more." "It's fine if it's just you." Mahiru remained embarrassed at the dining table. Amane stared at her, and she started to pout a little, or rather, a deliberate act to hide her embarrassment. She still recalled the events that transpired the previous day, Barker, and muttered before taking a bite of omelette. She was reproaching Amane, but it sounded so adorable. The slightly pursed lips were probably because of Amane's attitude. She was miffed, but she remained elegant in how she ate breakfast, which was comforting. Amane gave her a warm stare, and she seemed to have noticed it as she gave him a reluctant look. "What is it?" "Nothing. I just feel blessed to be able to have a good breakfast together with you." "I do feel blessed too, but you are deliberately saying so now, are you not?" "That's for you to figure out," Amane said, and Mahiru gently kicked at his feet under the table. Amane stopped teasing her as she continued to eat with a bashful look, and slightly continued with his breakfast. Chapter 182. Going to school. Amane sorted his clothes again after breakfast, and was about to head out when Mahiru called out to me. He probably did not forget anything, since he did prepare beforehand. They would be in school for half the day, no need for textbooks, and probably only indoor slippers, stationery, assignments, and some forms to be submitted. He did put them all in a bag, checked through them, and it should be fine. "I don't think so." "Really? Why are you not trusting me at all? Did you not forget this?" Mahiru said, looking somewhat dumbfounded. She showed Amane the designated school tie, which Amane found it too stuffy to wear, and intended to do so later. "Oh," he instinctively blurted, and heard Mahiru sigh. "You are participating in an after-holiday assembly. You should take note of your appearance." Mahiru grumbled as she got ready to put the tie on Amane, who was strangely apologetic as he bent down. Amane would put on his tie every day before summer vacation, and could do it on his own, but he had no intention to refuse her help when she wanted to do it. Mahiru put on the tie with a grim look, and Omake smiled. She's going to be embarrassed again once she realizes what she's doing. Mahiru took the initiative to act like a newlywed, and he was glad. Omake was really grateful that she was willing to do so, showing concern for him, and actually doing it naturally. What he would be most delighted with was that he could see her looking embarrassed once she realized what she did. He saw her passionately put on his tie, and she probably noticed something amiss in his expression, for she gave him a doubtful look. "What is it?" "No, it's nothing. Just thinking that you're cute, Mahiru. It does seem you have assumed that you can bluff your way through by calling me cute." "Nope, but it's a fact that you're cute. Even if you keep saying so, well, it is fine if it is only directed to me," Mahiru said somewhat enthusiastically, and quickly latched his tie. Omake controlled his smile, and did not intend to keep teasing her again. Instead, he patted her head, and held her hand. "Let's go then. It feels like I have been misdirected once again." "You're overthinking it." Omake played dumb, slung his bag, picked up Mahiru's, and went for the door. Mahiru wanted to carry it herself, but Omake could not leave everything to her. He might really be relying on her thoroughly if he could not do this much at least. Omake showed no intention of budging, and Mahiru's cheeks relaxed as she looked somewhat happy, before she gently ribbed her head onto his elbow. "What?" "It is nothing. Doesn't feel like it. Since you said it was nothing, it is the same for me. You're making it difficult for me to ask." "Oh, whatever, it's nothing, all right." Omake chuckled, put on his shoes at the door, and left home together with Mahiru. "I'm leaving," he muttered to himself, and Mahiru stared at Omake for a while, before imitating him. "I am leaving." Omake's cheeks relaxed in joy as he quietly noted to himself that this was the home Mahiru would return to, and Mahiru did not ask further. The reason was that Mahiru herself was blushing a little, smiling away. There was no way she could nitpick about Omake at this point. So Omake held the hand of the blissful Mahiru, who grabbed it in return. Chapter 183. The classroom after summer vacation ended. However, Omake did not feel that hot, for he saw Mahiru walking next to him, looking refreshed. The hand holding his was colder and felt comfortable to touch. "It's hot ho. It is considered autumn, but it does seem like it will take a while to cool down." Mahiru found herself with the hand not holding Omake's. Her expression remained cool and collected despite what she said, and Omake's face in turn was distorted from the heat, given that his black hair was hot due to the sunlight it absorbed. I don't like hot days though." "Is that so?" "I'm better with the cold. Besides, you don't like the smell of sweat, right?" "I do not mind if it is yours." "All right, so I hate it. Got to take note of it." Omake could not expect himself to simply give off a nice fragrance, but he definitely did not want to give off a foul smell, so he had been paying attention to it. More so when he had to live together with someone. Omake quietly decided that he would wipe himself dry with body paper at school and use some odorless deodorant. Mahiru then brought her nose to his elbow. "Your original scent is nice, Omake-kun." "Thanks. You smell great as usual too." That is because I have been taking care of myself. I do not want to make you suffer too, Omake-kun." "I feel the same. Do understand." Ultimately, both of them felt the same. Omake chuckled as he felt the cooling air in the heat, slowly walking toward school along with Mahiru's pace. "You two trying to blind us early in the morning." "Blind what?" Omake and Mahiru chatted away once they sat down, and found some reason. Itsuki greeted them with a cringing face. The air conditioning was switched on in the classroom, and it was cooling. Every classroom had one, and they would not be bothered by the outside heat. "Like, you two are making out so much, it's blinding." "What's blinding?" "We're just chatting." "Yeah, you're definitely talking like serious students, but well, the mood and attitude and eyes." Once they arrived at the classroom, they greeted their classmates, sat together for some mock test revisions, and it seemed this sight felt so passionate to the onlookers. Omake was simply revising seriously, and had no idea how it looked so passionate. Say, can you please stop acting sweet instinctively with Shaina publicly? We didn't do anything. We're just checking what we're tested, quizzing each other. Say, Omake. I don't know what you're getting at. Watcher's saying. So he gave such a look, but Itsuki was giving the same look back at him. Look around you. Omake did as Itsuki said, looked around, and saw the boys giving him murderous looks. The girls looked elated, and somewhat envious. Kadawaki, Hiragi and Kuju, who were chatting away, gave them wry looks, and Omake's face cringed. You two have been really dazzling recently, you know. Aren't you the same with Chaitos? What do you mean? We're deliberately doing it openly. It's not like we're acting like you two, giving off all that newlywed vibe. It's weird hearing you said that. Omake felt it was weirder for Itsuki to say that his frolicking till this point was deliberate, but apparently to the entire class, it seemed the fault was with Omake. Mahiru's cheeks turned red once she heard Itsuki say so, and it seemed she was in discomfort, for she might have realized so. Omake really hoped that Mahiru would have said so earlier. Anyway, be careful, it'll be dangerous if you two do what you did back during the summer festival. What do you mean, dangerous? I too feel it is a pity to show Omake-kun to others. Wait, is it that ridiculous? Omake answered once he heard Mahiru mutter, and patted her head. She pursed her lips slightly, seemingly pouting as she said, this is where you are hopeless, Omake-kun. Chapter 184. After homeroom. However, it was also because they had tests the next day. I don't want to have tests, Tilda. Once class was dismissed, Chaito said next to Itsuki, sprawled on the table, and grumbled in frustration. Really? I think it's easy if you do your revision normally. We have it easy here since we can go home earlier during exam period. You and Mahiru get to say this since you're elite students tilde ordinary students hate tests tilde isn't that right, Yu-chan? Ah ha ha ha, well, I understand what you two are thinking. I feel a little lonely since I don't have club activities, but a rest day is a luxury to me. I don't really have any thoughts about tests. You're an elite student too, Yu-chan. Kadawaki was the ace of the track team, but he was not all bronze. His studies were good, and in fact, he was in the upper echelon. Chaitos did not participate in any clubs, but she used to be on the track team, and preferred to be physically active rather than studying, which was why she was bad at the latter. Truth be told, the biggest reason was that she hated studying. Ikan tilde, everyone's bullying me. No point looking for me. Well, just work hard, chi. Ikan you traitor. You've been secretly studying during summer break. I don't get my freedom if my grades are too poor. Itsuki laughed. According to him, his parents demanded that he improve his grades. He was capable to begin with, smart, but he always prioritized Chaitos, resulting in his grades being average. His father was probably unhappy about this. Guess that guy has it tough with his family. So Omake pitted as he prepared to go home. It appeared Mahiru was done, for she approached him while holding her bag. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I was talking to the teacher? It's fine, I'm just chatting with them. Chaitos just rambling stuff like tests tomorrow, and such. I cannot help you there. You've forsaken me. We will be having them tomorrow, and it is too reckless to remember everything that is to be tested, impossible even, and besides, what is the point of the long break? Chaitos, who looked up pleadingly to Mahiru, collapsed onto the table again once she heard this rational take. You reap what you sow. Omake gave a look of pity, and he was really powerless to help with her lack of memory and hard work. However, once Mahiru said those harsh words of concern, she showed a conflicted smile, took a file from her bag, and handed it over to Chaitos along with the documents. I expected this, so I have sorted out likely areas that will be tested. You probably will not fail. Mahiru new angel. I have told you many times not to call me that. Chaitos leaped and hugged Mahiru, causing the latter to frown. On a side note, Omake did contribute to this file full of notes that could possibly be tested in this exam. Omake and Mahiru both understood the habits of the teachers setting the papers, and chose points that they might choose. They would be sorry if they did not manage to pinpoint the teacher's habits, but the crucial points should allow for Chaitos to get just enough marks to pass. Omake-kun did help too. Do thank you. Omake. What? Which one do you want, a photo of Mahiru happily eating crepes with cream on her face, or a teary, shivering Mahiru while watching a horror flick? Chaito-san. Why not both? Omake-kun too. Mahiru frowned, blushing furiously, for her photo was taken without her knowledge. Omake burst out laughing. Just joking. Really? I'll keep it if you send me. The photos were not at fault, and Omake was naturally glad to receive the photos of his girlfriend's adorable side, as seen from her friend. Mahiru looked displeased to hear Omake say so, but she was not angry at him, for Chaitos was cackling away. Chaito-san no baka. She cried out loudly. Say Mahiru, it's good that you're on good terms with Omake, and it's a dream for him to have his lover's photos, you know. That is a completely different matter. Mahiru said adamantly, and turned her head aside. Both Omake and Chaitos laughed, and she pouted away. Chapter 185. About lunch and reward. Mahiru remained peeved once they got home, asking Omake. She did not mind the fact that her photo was taken, but it seemed she did not want Omake to see it, and her eyes seemed spiteful as she looked at him. Hazard a guess. I shall add lots of tsuyu sauce and wasabi to your soba noodles, Omake-kun. It shall be so delicious, you shall tear and snivel. Sorry, I didn't take them actually. The soba noodles for lunch were taken as hostage, and thus, Omake confessed honestly as diverting the topic was not effectual at all. Mahiru was the one on the photos, and Omake did not take them willing since she was unhappy about it. Of course, he did intend for Chaitos to send them over, assuming that Mahiru allowed for it. Mahiru clearly looked relieved once Omake said so, and was a lot happy. That is good. She tied her hair, and got ready to cook. Are you that unwilling? No, not that I am, just that the expression are too embarrassing. I do think they will definitely not look adorable. You don't look embarrassing at all. Actually, you'll definitely look adorable. I do think it is bad of you to say so, Omake-kun. What's bad about that? Bad for my heart. Mahiru turned her face aside, tied her hair into a bun, put on the apron, and started washing. Omake too intended to prepare the condiments and wash the plates, so he stood next to her, washing his hands. He glanced aside at Mahiru, and found her face blushing slightly. What will you do if Akazawa-san is to send over an embarrassing photo of you? Well, depending on the kind of photo. Illinois probably forgive him unless it is something that's not to be shown into the light of day. Itsuki won't send over anything outrageous, and he won't take them to begin with. I don't remember embarrassing myself that much before him. Akati is forgivable. If it's about those forced on me during the karaoke session, that's fine. Mahiru was probably referring to the time when the three boys went for a karaoke session together. For some reason, Itsuki had cat ears with him, stuffed them onto Omake, and took photos of him. Itsuki and Kadawaki stifled their laughter, and Omake immediately pulled them off, but it appeared a photo was taken. Mahiru awkwardly lowered her head once Omake accepted it. I am the one sorry for accepting the photos without your permission. I blame Itsuki for sending it over suddenly. Next time, I'm asking hamburgers from him. Itsuki probably had other photos lying in his folder, which scared him somewhat, but there probably was nothing too overboard. Omake wiped his hands with the soft towel, and smiled at the guilty-looking Mahiru. All right, don't worry about it. How about you prepare more condiments and sides instead of feeling guilty? I'll be happier. Wasabi too. In moderation, please. Omake answered with a serious look, and Mahiru seemed a little relieved as she smiled, put her head at his elbow. This is what I like about you, and muttered so. We'll have 3 days of tests starting tomorrow, but nothing major. Omake patted his stomach happily after he was done eating the soba noodles, and muttered so. He liked to study, and would usually put in some effort so he did not have to worry about exams. In fact, he was more concerned about his friend's grades. Yes, we simply need to perform normally as usual. Chaito's going to pout and say that elite students can say this if she hears this. Fufu, Chaito-san is saying so because she does have something she is bad at. I shall teach her properly next time. Omake had a thought that Chaito's might end up screaming, but he kept it to himself, and looked over at Mahiru, who remained nonchalant on this day before the tests. So, what about the reward this time? A reward. You're definitely going to be first, but you should have a reward. I'll do anything as long as I can do it. Your last reward was a lap pillow, I believe. Assuming so, I should reward you again this time. Your happiness is my reward, Mahiru. I feel the same though. It is sleazy of you to say so. Mahiru pursed her lips, clearly looking displeased. She slapped at Omake's thighs gently, and he held her hand with a wry smile. I want to do something for you. Let me do it this time. There is something I want. Something you want. Mahiru actually had little to none materialistic desire, and hardly had anything she wanted, but she was asking Omake for one. He looked towards her caramel-colored eyes, wondering what it was, and she awkwardly averted her eyes. I believe there is a cushion in your room, Omake-kun. Ah, yes. I want that. Omake blinked a few times, for what Mahiru wanted was really unexpected. She might be really embarrassed, for she did not hide the redness on her face, fidgeting way. I've used that for a long time. You sure? It is fine since you have used it a lot. Your scent comforts me, Omake-kun. Wait, you have a scent fetish, Mahiru? No at all. I like your scent because I like you, Omake-kun, so I am glad if I have you next to me. Oh, okay. Omake had a feeling that she just said something embarrassing. It embarrassed him more than if Mahiru had simply said that she loved him. He scratched his cheek, recalling the cushion in the room. In hindsight, Mahiru would always hug the one cushion whenever she visited Omake's room. He thought it was because she would feel at ease hugging something, but perhaps it was because the cushion belonged to him. But speaking of which, a cushion. No can do. Ah, I don't mind that. You're saying that you don't need the actual person. I think it's better than the cushion scent. He muttered, and heard a murmur. But I cannot bring you back, Omake-kun. You're right, but I can bring you over. Mahiru was clearly flushed red. Omake too felt his face turning red, and smiled. If you're going to stay overnight here, I'll just... well, I think I may any need to prepare. I'm not forcing you. You can drop by whenever you want, and it's fine if you don't want to come. They were lovers, but surely Mahiru would be worried about the prospect of staying overnight, timid even. They did share the same bed several times, but Mahiru never stayed over at Omake's place as a lover, without anyone disturbing. Omake did not plan to do anything, but it was no wonder that Mahiru was really rattled at the prospect of staying over, excited, and terrified. Thus, Omake hoped that Mahiru would visit only when she wanted to. So you sure you're fine with just the cushion? Why yes. How about this? We can buy some cakes. Since you always work hard, some reward is important. After all, it was not good to discuss about something Mahiru had no desire for, so he retracted his words heartily. He frisked his phone and started searching for cakes Mahiru might like. Next to him, Mahiru clearly looked a little flustered. Omake patted her head, and for some reason, she headbutted him, Omake-kun no baka, and insulted in an adorable manner. Chapter 186. Freedom after tests. Omake and Mahiru easily dealt with them as they never slacked on it, and the tests were finally over. Chaito's, who became a corpse after the hellish period, I'm free burst out with joy, hands raised, on the last day of the tests. I'm so tired, Tilda. I survived thanks to you too. Wait for the results before you say that you survived. Don't be a Debbie Downer tilde, I feel completely released tilde. Mahiroon, let's go enjoy ourselves with a tea party at the cafe tilde. I do not mind. Omake-kun. I'm planning to go out with Itsuki, so you two can enjoy yourself. Give me a holler if you're returning home late. I'll pick you up. Chaitos, who was all weary from the last-minute cramming of topics, regained her joy, and Omake was not going to stop them. Though he and Mahiru were lovers, they should respect each other's time. He was not so petty to nitpick about her interacting with her friend, and should probably let her enjoy her time. Mahiru seemed relieved when Omake heartily nodded and agreed. I shall do so then. She smiled courteously, and decided to go out with Chaitos. A beaming Chaitos led Mahiru out of the classroom by the hand. Omake watched the latter's back, and Itsuki smiled as he slapped Omake's back. When did you say you have plans with me? Right now. They never did, but Omake said this so that Mahiru could enjoy herself. Itsuki probably noticed what Omake was planning, and did not comment. All right, nobody's at home anyway, so I don't mind. And I want you to treat me to a burger. Why? The cat is at the karaoke. You know about that? Shina-san actually blurted it out her. Itsuki chuckled without remorse, and Omake slapped at Itsuki's back with a little more force, glaring at him and implying that while it was fine for him to show Mahiru that, Itsuki should have informed Omake. He was unwittingly surprised, rather than furious. He doted on Mahiru, and felt that this trivial thing was nothing as long as Mahiru was happy. I'll tell you next time. What kind of photo shall I use next time? You're not reflecting on your actions, Ori. It seemed Itsuki had more photos of Omake in his phone. Omake frowned at the former's leer but did not reproach further, and instead let him off with a little glare. Mahiru and Chaitos were probably having tea at the cafe. Omake and Itsuki arrived at the burger shop. It was a fast food restaurant often frequented by chit-chatting high school students, and besides Omake and Itsuki, there were others of the same school uniform, along with students from other schools. Omake made his order, took the served food, sat at his seat, scanned around, and shrugged. There's quite a lot of people here. I think it's not just us. The other schools are done with tests, it seemed. Got some friends from other schools who told me this. Well, there's always a mock paper right after vacation. They're rather active though. Say Omake, it's weird how you're being so casual about this, whatever, let's hurry and eat first. Itsuki looked a little dumbfounded, but it seemed he might have given up as he quickly said these words, eating the French fries. Omake too followed suit as he unwrapped the burger that was Itsuki's treat, and took a bite. The taste was familiar, but Omake felt something was lacking. Perhaps a year's worth of Mahiru's cooking made his tongue all picky. Of course, there was value to junk food, but he felt Mahiru's cooking was the best. You're the one asking me for a treat, but it looks like you're yearning Shina-san's cooking. Actually, yeah. This is decent, but there's the best cooking out there. I'm grateful to be treated to though. Okay, since you two are on such good terms, just get married already. When the time comes. I can't get married when I'm 16 now. You're being so serious. I knew this was the case. Shina-san's giving the same vibe too. Shut up. It's not a bad thing, right? No, I'm just relieved. It's encouraging to me how there's a couple next to me who's planning to get married. Itsuki and Chaitos were in a relationship with a plan to get married. Omake was a comrade in this sense. The only difference was that Itsuki's father opposed. Itsuki hoped to get his father's approval, and happily get married with Chaitos. Anyway, how's it going on your side? Same old. I did brush up my scores so that he won't nitpick about it. I'll continue to insist on it, and this is something only I can do, not like I got a choice. How's it going on your side then? You two went to your hometown, right? Itsuki leered as he tapped his foot at Omake. Omake too did likewise, and sipped at some orange juice. Nothing special. What did you two do in the summer? You spend days together, doing nothing. Aren't you too lax about this? We're going at our own pace. So you mean you kissed and nothing more? It's fitting how innocent you two are acting. Itsuki's voice remained neutral, relieved instead of dumbfounded. Omake felt a little angsty, and kicked at Itsuki again. I invited her over for a night, though she didn't drop by. You haven't done it yet? Visited your hometown, didn't spend the night together? That's amazing. Shut up, I don't plan to do anything, just sleep with her. It would be a lie to say that he did not wish to do such a thing, but Omake preferred the comfort of sleeping peacefully with her under the same blanket. It appeared Mahiru too liked the company, and she should probably be more than glad to sleep with him. I don't think this is very normal for a couple. Actually, maybe Shina-san wants to spend the night with you like this. She'll panic if I mention this, so probably not. She's still like that even though there's no way you'll do anything. You're the kind to get timid once you see someone looking scared, and definitely stop once you see there's a chance of getting rejected. Shut up. Omake was peeved to be told that he was timid, but he knew that to others, he was a passive coward, and could not deny so. It's fine for you not to do anything. Shina-san's definitely going to work hard based on Chi's suggestion. Ori, control your girlfriend already. I feel she's going to teach my Mahiru way too much unnecessary stuff. I think she'll say some necessary stuff. It's no wonder since you two are so passive with no progress. Maybe she's suggesting, teaching, some stuff now. Itsuki grinned, and Omake frowned as he looked aside at the unavailable Chitos. Don't give Mahiru any funny ideas. Chapter 187. Little by little, little by little. He did not mind that, but one had to say that Mahiru clearly looked strange. What did she teach you? Chitos definitely taught Mahiru something, so Omake asked as he stared at her intently. Mahiru, sitting at the side of the sofa, turned her head gingerly like a rusted machine. Bingo! Omake did not intend to let her off, so he sat next to her, put his face close, and Mahiru tried to physically escape. Nothing. Obviously there's something. You would have told me if there is. You would have done that at least. He whispered, but Mahiru did not look at him. He wrapped his arms before her, with her back turned to him, and brought his lips to her ears. Mahiru. He gently called her name, as though breathing into it, and she clearly shivered. He deliberately did so, knowing she was sensitive to voices at her ears, and it was super effective. He continued to embrace Mahiru, seemingly wrapping her, and called for her again, and her body became loose and limber, melting away. He looked down at her as she leaned on his chest, and her face became increasingly red, her damp caramel-colored eyes staring at him unhappily. It is sleazy of you. How so? You know my ears are my weakness. It is despicable of you to do so. I don't think it's just your ears, right? Omake knew that Mahiru was ticklish, but he did not do so, for her mood might be ruined further if he did. He decided to attack with his voice this time, to coax out the answers from the dishonest Mahiru. He smiled impishly, and she pursed her lips. She leaned on him, and insistently turned her head aside, as though she was not going to say anything. She would have. All right, if you're not saying, I'll pinch your mouth open. Pinch. Mahiru was flushed red for some reason, and the moment she met Omake in the eyes, she lowered her eyes bashfully. Omake only intended for a little joke with Mahiru. Perhaps she took it as sexual harassment? He felt it was not advisable to keep teasing her as she was pouting away, so he put his hand on her back. She then turned around completely. Her eyes looked a little moist, and for a moment, Omake had an urge to groan. Instead, he decided to pat her head. Just joking. I won't force you. Joking? I'm not going to do stuff you hate. You don't have you say it if you want to, but don't take Chitos' words seriously. Chitos definitely was prompting Mahiru to be proactive, but it would be horrible if they got too enthusiastic and Omake could not control himself. Mahiru should pace her herself. His mental state and body aside, they would be together for a long, long time, and there was nothing to be anxious above, so he implied, but she frowned a little. Chaito-san did tell me some benefits of romance. Heh, how so? I cannot say so, but Chaito-san has a lot more dating experience, and told me lots of useful things. I think that's unnecessary knowledge. I shall decide if it is unnecessary. Omake could not refute that, but even though, he felt that it was better to let things progress little by little, rather than ingrain Mahiru with strange knowledge that would leave her tense and try to do some strange challenge. Now what do I do? He shrugged, and she lowered her head slightly. Is it unnecessary for me to have ways to improve the bond with the one I love, to love more than before? Omake then understood from the disappointed voice that he misspoke. Mahiru's perspective was to improve her relationship with Omake when she sought out Chaito's advice, but that was deemed unnecessary, which devastated her. He did not want to hurt her nor make her sad, but it was a fact that his words hurt her. He wanted to reach out to her in apology, but at the next moment, he felt an impact. He tumbled onto the sofa as it was too sudden. For some reason, Mahiru was on top of him, or to be precise, pining him down. A pair of mischievous eyes were looking down through the dangling bangs falling due to gravity. Chaito's idea. She said I am not proactive enough. Ori, that's on a physical basis. Was that an act just now, Missy? No, I am sad. Omake felt guilt in his heart once he heard the remark accompanied with a wry smile, and inadvertently wrapped his arms around her back. Mahiru's face fell onto his clavicle. Whoa! She called out, but he continued to embrace his adorable girlfriend. The softness excited him from inside out, and the shampoo fragrance summoned his heartbeat. His doting tendencies still outweighed them, however. Sorry, I shouldn't have said unnecessary stuff. I'm just worried that Chaito said something too suggestive. I think it is not that bad, for now. I'm worried about this for now part, but more importantly, it's your choice to accept Chaito's suggestion. Personally though, I think it's a pointless suggestion. Pointless? It's just me, but I want to understand each other little by little, and progress. It doesn't feel right to just look into the future and not enjoy the present time and mood. You can say I'm a coward though. He quipped wryly, and sighed. He understood that Mahiru seemed to have taken Chaito's suggestion as the trigger, and understood that Mahiru really loved him. He was glad about that. However, he felt that it was not right to ascertain their love physically. Sorry. It's embarrassing for me to say that, but I'm just a coward. No, I understand that you love and treasure me, Omake-kun. Personally, I am not exactly looking to escalate things that quickly. I am just worried if you hate me. Hate you? For making you wait. Mahiru clung onto Omake, fidgeting and seemingly a little embarrassed. Omake understood what she wanted to say, and showed the most bitter of all smiles. It was not directed at Mahiru, but to himself, who had little patience. Not at all. Of course I have many thoughts as a guy, but it's not like I have to force my way. Also, you're scared, aren't you? Yes. It doesn't matter then. Let's just go at our own pace. Omake patted Mahiru's head, and she smiled in seemingly relieved, before shushing his lips. Omake blinked away, and Mahiru smiled. Little by little, I think I can take the initiative to kiss you. Her smiling face was redder than usual as she said impishly. She really was more adorable than ever, once he accounted for how much courage she had to muster despite her frustrations. Mahiru bashfully kissed Omake, and he responded with a gentle kiss on her lips. Chapter 188. Results of the after-vacation tests. Mahiru's name remained at the top, as expected. She was not being prideful as she looked at it, and smiled once she noticed Omake's stare. She was giving the angelic smile shown to outsiders, but one could see the trust and love she had for him. Yep, congrats for getting first. Thank you very much. You've always getting the results because you work hard. That's great. Mahiru had always been taking care of Omake, but she seemed so casual about getting first. Obviously it was due to the knowledge she built up, along with her relentless hard work. She often did revision and supplementary questions whenever she was with Omake, and memorized her flashcards. She never slacked in her studies as far as Omake could see. You say so, but you are fifth this time, Omake-kun. Thanks to you for teaching me well. Fufu, thank you for the thanks. I do enjoy teaching you when you understand things so well. Well, thanks. How is your student usually like? She is amazingly focused when she is in the mood, but she does seem to be worried about what she is bad at. That's so Chaitos. On a side note, Chaitos was ranked around the middle. It seemed the personal notes did come in handy. Itsuki too had a better rank than usual, around 20th or so, which showed how much hard work he put in. He might usually look frivolous, but he was capable if he put in some effort, which he did. I believe she is relieved for the time being. We'll check the answers once we get our papers back. Better to find the mistakes and correct them before they become habit. Of course. It is a good thing to be so studious. I don't want to embarrass myself while being next to you. Omake had no outstanding athletic ability and was not capable of creating a mood like Itsuki. He was relatively handsome, but not as outstanding as Mahiru's God-given looks. They loved each other and dated after understanding each other. Others, however, might not be able to accept this. Thus, Omake was working hard as much as he could to shush the talking heads around them and to be able to stand up right next to him. Studying was part of it. And the higher our scores, the more opportunities we'll get. Opportunities. Like, the kind of jobs we'll like to do. Grades were not everything, but the better the grades, the more opportunities to choose an environment suitable for himself. His parents had him study to get good grades, to ensure that he had more options, that when he had things he wanted to do, he could develop in that direction, assuming he could. Once he met this condition, he would not suffer or regret it in the future. Omake's parents understood that he was studying on his own volition, and knew that more opportunities would arise with better grades. That was why they did minimal reminder. Despite that, they did teach him to seize the opportunity, to pull it towards him, and to study well and not regret in the future. I see. You have the pragmatism and foresight. You should. Think about it, I'm a guy. My pride's gone if I ended up being raised by you even though I want to support you. Omake's life was completely reliant on Mahiru, but his little dignity would crumble if this would include financial need. He hoped to have more than excess funds to support Mahiru. My hard work has meaning since the one I'm working for is that outstanding. So sorry. No, just remain as you are. I'm telling myself to work hard. I shall tell myself to cheer you on. We will be going through the answers, no? Mahiru chuckled as she gently pinched at Omake's hem, and he nodded, returning to the classroom with her. Chapter 189. Invitation to stay overnight. They returned home, had dinner, and started going through their mistakes. Mahiru was explaining the mistakes when Omake suddenly asked. Once she heard the word cushion, she looked up from the notebook, and her eyes started fluttering around. I want that cushion. Well, if you want it, here. And, also. Anything else you want? And not really, Mahiru seemed to have difficulty spitting it out, so Omake gently patted her head, hoping to get her to calm down for the time being. She would never stubbornly ask for anything, so since she had something she wanted, it was natural for him to oblige. Mahiru showed a relaxed smile while being comforted, only to bashfully lower her head. Are you free on Friday? I don't have anything special planned. In that case, I wish to do what we talked about. Talked about? To stay over. The slightly trembling voice betrayed something completely unexpected. Omake unwittingly widened his eyes and stared at Mahiru. Chaito's idea. And not at all. I was the one who suggested to stay over, and Chaito-san merely gave me a nudge. I am saying this because I want to be with you, Omake-kun, not because someone has told me to. I see, you, stay over. Yes. Mahiru shriveled and embraced the cushion tightly, for what she might say next seemed to be too embarrassing, and Omake scratched his cheek in joy and embarrassment. Taken aback he was, Omake did not dislike it, and instead yearned for him. He was more than glad to imagine the bliss of embracing Mahiru to sleep. The problem, however, was to what extent he could endure this. Well, I'm glad, but you never thought about what I will do. I will accept it if you wish to, Omake-kun, why you will bear responsibility. Of course. I'll take you in even if it's not. Thank you, so, this is a trial run, for us to sleep together, in the future. They were already cohabiting, somewhat, but sleeping on the same bed was a little different. Mahiru was to spend a night at her boyfriend's place for the first time as the girlfriend, so she was really embarrassed to mention this. We cannot. That's not it. Why do you think I'll refuse? I'm more than happy. Omake was shocked as it was too sudden of Mahiru to mention it, but Omake intended to agree. He was glad that Mahiru needed him, and that she could accept him. Of course, he did not intend to do anything. He was more than content that Mahiru was willing to entrust her all to him. Mahiru was clearly delighted and bashful about being accepted. Same as usual, she cupped the cushion and lowered her eyes. I am looking forward. Why, yeah. They nodded stiffly. Friday, who? They were just going to spend a night together, and they did sleep together, but his heart was still pounding wildly, and he felt so nervous. Perhaps it was because they were determined to do this as lovers, to sleep on the same bed. He was embarrassed even though he did not intend to do anything, and the passive Mahiru might be Moreso. Mahiru blushed, but did not retract her words. Omake quietly swore to himself that he would train his sanity a little before Friday. Chapter 190. Overnight and Suggestion. It was Friday, the day Mahiru would be staying over. Everything went normally, other than the fact that Mahiru was a little over-concerned. As usual, they went to school, the supermarket on the way home, and then home. Everything remained the same until dinner. But once they were done with dinner, it was different. Mahiru, go take a bath. I'll handle the rest. Mahiru was going to stay over. Usually, she would return home after they chatted away. On this day, however, he intended to have her bath first. The reason was simple: Mahiru needed a lot of time to clean up, and it would benefit her to get an early bath. She clearly stumbled once she heard the word bath. She probably was concerned about that. You'll take a long time to wash your long hair, right? I think you should go first. That is the case, eh? Anything inconvenient? Mahiru stammered, and Omake made sure to sound as gentle as possible as he asked. She bashfully lowered her eyes. Shihoko-san and Shuto-san both bathe together, yes. Well, yeah. I do not mean for anything else. Nothing else, but I want to bath together. For a moment, Omake could not react to the trembling teeny-weeny voice of his lover, and stared at her. Together, as in? Of course, they would not be wearing anything in the bath. Naturally, she meant that they would expose everything to each other. Omake would really lose control of himself if they did this. He believed he would enjoy her tender skin. Mahiru was being more aggressive than usual, and Omake could not hide how perturbed he was. He scratched his nearly searing cheeks, his eyes wavering around. No, won't anything happen if we're naked? I brought a swimsuit. It is fine. You already planned that. Please do not make me say so. In other words, one part of the plan to stay over was to bath together. There was a 80 to 90% chance of it being Chito's idea. Mahiru would refuse to do anything she hated, so this request was something she wanted. She admired how Omake's parents really got along with each other, and probably hoped to experience the manner they naturally bathed together. Omake was obviously glad to hear her intentions, and that she trusted him. Despite that, it burdened his heart and sanity too greatly. You mean, I'll be touching your body quite a bit, right? We will have to do so when we scrub each other's backs. Oh, okay. And, I always wanted to touch yours, Omake-kun, I always wanted to care for your hair seriously. I see. He had been wondering why she took too many belongings. It seemed she brought care products for Omake's hair. She always wanted to use beauty products on him, like face masks, nagging at how he let his hair dry. Her thoughts were not exactly unexpected. He never expected her to actually think of bathing with him. I'll wear a swimsuit too. Make sure it's all peaceful. Is that okay? Why, yes. You sure? A lady does not need to be told twice. A guy should be saying that, so Omake thought, but he did not want to ignore her intentions, since she suggested so after having made up her mind. Simply put, Omake just had to endure. He had discovered this side to her, and he too admired how his parents got along so well. He thought that bathing together was a good start, and they should be about to bond better as long as he could control his impulses. He had stuffed the swimsuit deep into his closet, thinking that he would not be wearing it again after summer vacation ended. He recalled where it was, suppressed his pounding heart. Got it. And answered so. Chapter 191. Bath and Hair Care. Mahiru said she would need time to put on her swimsuit, so she had Omake go in. The more Omake waited, the more his heart pounded. He did see Mahiru in a swimsuit before, but it was the first time they would be alone in a cramped space, making contact. He was more nervous than delighted in this sense. In any case, would not a couple bath together only after they did the deed? So Omake wondered, and felt ticklish and embarrassed inside. His body was already hot before he could soak in the hot water. He yearned for Mahiru to arrive earlier, and yet hoped for her not to arrive. He felt so conflicted, not understanding why, and pursed his lips. Then, he heard the door creak open behind him. He turned his head around gingerly, and his lover with a dazzling skin was staring at him timidly. He froze the moment he caught sight of her, but that was to be expected. Is this what Chaitos talked about? He remembered Chaitos mentioning that Mahiru bought 2 swimsuits. The one worn this time was not the type seen when they went to the pool. She was wearing a black bikini which formed a stark contrast to her glistening white skin. There was no excessive decoration on it, just a simple cloth covering her skin. It was not particularly risk. Despite that, she just looked so sexy, probably because of her fine body. After all, the only word to describe her was exquisite. No excessive fats, fine slopes on the lumps, smooth curves on the waist, and taut, tender thighs. Such were the ideal of a girl. She looked so alluring even as she bashfully covered her front with her arms. They were gathered at the cleavage, forming a wondrous sight to a male, but it looked so awkward to him in this situation. Is it strange? No, not at all. It suits you, but? Well, it's too stimulating. Omake eked out this voice, and Mahiru clearly blushed. This is why I did not wear it at the pool. It is embarrassing showing this to others. So why did you buy it? Because Chaito-san said that Omake-kun will not fall if I do not go this far. What do you want to fall? If his sanity fell, Mahiru would be the one in trouble. It seemed Mahiru did not understand these words from Chaitos, put a hand on his forehead, and looked towards Mahiru again. Anyone will fall in the face of that thing. Mahiru was so destructive in such a state, and Omake was about to get down on his knees, going all see no evil. However, he could not do so, of course. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his calm, and looked towards Mahiru's face, not down below, which could allow him to calm down further. So, now what? You're going to take care of my hair. Why, yes. I brought all the equipment. I see, just do as you please, but it's still embarrassing. Same for me, and I was the one who suggested this. Mahiru did not manage to hide the blush on her face completely, and her eyes too wavered due to the sight of Omake in his swimsuit. She seemed to have made up her mind, for she took out something appearing to be a hair care product from the waterproof bag. Anyway, shall we start? Why, yes. Please do. Omake too would feel awkward if he kept staring at Mahiru, and it would be great if she could move out of his sight. He obediently sat on a chair, his back turned towards Mahiru, and heard a little groan. Perhaps this too was awkward. However, she did not stop her preparations, and there was some rustling heard from behind. First, we comb the hair. Oh, okay. Mahiru sounded a little hesitant. Once she said so, she waited for Omake's response, and then slowly inserted the comb into the hair. She was very delicate, as far as he could feel. It is very important to start off with combing to remove the excess dust and grime, and wash off with hot water. I see. I don't like the hassle though, so I never comb the hair before then. Your hair is short, and does not tangle together easily. That is why you will not think of combing first. For us girls, we have to do this first. Guess you definitely put in lots of effort to have such pretty long hair. Mahiru's hair grew past her waist, had no split ends, and was glossy. The silky smooth surface was so beautiful, many a girl would have admired so. It's definitely tough to maintain hair like this. Omake felt impressed, and heard a wry chuckle from behind. I already have good hair to begin with, so I do not need to spend that much effort, but I do pay some attention. A pretty person remains so no matter what she wears after all. Well, you're a girl after all. I want to be proud of myself. Mahiru said, finished combing, and picked up the shower head. Omake glanced aside, understood that she was going to wash his hair with hot water, and gently closed his eyes. I shall begin. She muttered, started the hot water, and rinsed Omake's hair. I shall soak it once through. It is best to do so before styling your hair. So the lecture begins. You already have good hair to begin with, Omake-kun. It will be better if you spend some effort to care of it. Why does it feel like a hassle to do this every day? You cannot lax on this. Goodness. A dumbfounded voice came. The tension and shame might have faded a little during this hair wash, for neither of them were being stiff, and they were conversing as normal. We'll be doing so when we bath together in the future. Let's just ignore this for now. Omake found it a hassle, and was too lazy to do so, thus his comments. However, Mahiru froze with the shower head in hand. After 10 seconds or so passed, Mahiru finally recovered, and switched off the water. She then silently rubbed the shampoo in her palms, and this sight flashed by on the mirror. Mahiru-san. You speaking of this so naturally is a flaw, Omake-kun. Mahiru summoned bubbles, and rubbed his hair. Her face was really red. Omake sensed that she was not acting as delicately as before, but wondered if he was overthinking it. I am glad, but you cannot nitpick at Shihoko-san anymore. Omake had a vague idea of what Mahiru was getting at, and was a tad later in understanding what he did, so he too blushed. He did see his parents bath together, and was dumbfounded that many times. At this point, he said they would be bathing together every day once they got married. Truly he could no longer laugh at his parents anymore. I will feel awkward if you do not zip your mouth, Omake-kun. I'll pay attention. The shame that finally subsided blared up again. Both parties were left red-faced, and silently focused on washing their hairs. Chapter 192. Bathing and scrubbing. Well, same for the body. Omake understood what Mahiru meant, and sensed his body getting tense. Well, I'll handle the front, do just the back. That is fine. It would be really awkward if he let her wash the front. Thus, he allowed her to do as she wanted, and did not refuse her offer to wash the back as she said she wanted it. He saw Mahiru nod bashfully in the mirror, and for the time being, lowered his head. Mahiru kept forming bubbles behind him, and there was the sound of fabric being rubbed. He was painfully aware that it was awkward and unbearable to have only breathing sounds and scrubbing noises in the bathroom. Let us start then. Mahiru probably was done lathering bubbles, for she said timidly, and a soft, bouncy sensation returned his back. Omake knew it was the shower cream that was lathered, but it was a male's instincts to wonder if they touched, especially when she was up close, wearing a bikini. The feeling of the bubbles spread gently on his back, feeling ticklish. Omake felt anxious partially because of Mahiru's delicate movements, but more importantly, because the bubbles were applied gently. He usually would not spend the effort doing so himself, so he was not used to it. "Your back is unexpectedly big, Omake-kun." Omake heard a teeny-weeny voice as she washed the back and scrubbed away the grim. "Unexpectedly, you say, but mine's definitely bigger." "It is this big because it is you, I am relying on your back after all." He felt a palm gently pressed near his shoulder blade. "Do you remember? You carried me when I twisted my ankle." "Yeah, I do. When you got hurt saving a cat. I was really happy back then, though I did not express it out." "Well, you had nowhere to go. You always find me, till now, I do think that you will always find me, Omake-kun." Mahiru's palm slid on his back, and wrapped around onto his chest. The distance between them became 0. Mahiru continued to stick onto Omake, and put her lips on his shoulder. Omake felt the incomparable softness and mass covered in bubbles, and sighed. "I'll carry and support you however you want if you wish for it. Besides, I promise to keep an eye out for you. I won't let you run away." "Yes. But it's bad for me to carry you now, especially with what we're wearing. If possible, please move away." Omake hinted that they touched, and Mahiru shivered a little, but she showed no signs of letting go. "I wish for you to be by my side. You not have to carry me. I will not burden you entirely, we shall move forward, side by side." "Sure. And it is said you will be happy, Omake-kun." "Chitos." Her stupid ideas again. Omake instinctively groaned. Chitos-san merely suggested, "But I wanted to do this," but Mahiru said as she latched onto Omake's body with both hands, ensuring that he did not frown anymore. Instead, Omake pried away her arms for the time being. He turned around, and saw Mahiru widen her eyes, seemingly taken aback. He embraced Mahiru up front instead. Chito suggested that you hug me, right?" "Why yes. I'll add on to that, guys prefer to be hugged from the front. This alone should be fine." Omake convinced himself as he embraced Mahiru's soft, silky limbs that were covered in bubbles, whispering into her ears. She instantly turned limp, and tumbled. She blushed, and he took the bubble net she used, lathering it next to her. Omake-kun. We're going to scrub each other's backs, right?" I think I have the right to do that to you. What about you?" He deliberately hushed his voice, and she shivered. "I did," she answered with teary eyes. Omake made sure not to betray his own embarrassment as he chuckled, "That's fine." Mahiru was being extraordinarily aggressive, and seized the advantage. Omake could not remain passive. He knew she would run away if she hated it, so he gently put the bubbles onto her back. As expected, her back was more delicate than his. He was impressed by how she took care of her own back. It tickles. I think your entire body is a weakness." Omake knew that Mahiru's ears were a weakness, but he did not expect her back to be one. It seemed that she was weak on every part with the skin. She would shiver on mere contact with the neck, and she probably was the overly sensitive type. He touched her back, and at most the waist, through the bubbles, but Mahiru pursed her lips as she shivered, and at the next second, glared at him. "Yo, you are too much. I wouldn't have done this if you didn't say to scrub each other's back." But Shihoko-san and Chito-san both did. Don't compare us to those with kids and experience, though it's too late to say that. Mahiru invited, and stated it. Omake merely did the same. Try looking from the side of the one being pushed around. Omake scrubbed Mahiru's back, and she gave up on resisting. Her face was completely red as she obediently leaned on Omake. Chapter 193. Entering the bath together. Omake leaned on the bathtub, and Mahiru was on the other side. Omake apologized, and she pursed her lips, looking completely unbemused. Omake cautiously washed her back thereafter, and she probably found it unbearable, for she slipped away while he was doing so. She would not say anything while he washed her hair. And even after they were done, she remained silent while they soaked in the water. It seemed Omake overdid it. Mahiru escaped from Omake, cupped her knees, and sat on the other side of the bathtub. There were a few little rubber duckies floating on the bath, which she probably brought along. She clearly expressed that she was in a really bad mood, and Omake scratched his cheek. "Sorry for overdoing it. You were not being kind to me. Your reactions were too adorable, so I accidentally patted you too much. I'm really sorry. And you played with my ear. That's because you're cute. No, saying that I played with your ears sounds so wrong. You bit on my ear. Please reflect on your actions." "I'm doing so." Mahiru kept shivering as he washed her back, capitalizing on her weakness that was her back. Omake was really sorry about it, but he could not resist once he saw her look up at him with teary eyes. "I do not want such a mischievous person." "Sorry. I'll be very gentle next time, so please don't be angry, will ya?" Omake made up his mind that he would tell Mahiru he would dote on her, and though Mahiru looked somewhat unwilling, she cautiously leaned onto him. Her eyes wavered for a while, as though wondering where they should go. She seemed to have made up her mind, however, and sat between his legs. She then leaned her back onto his chest, and pursed her lips. Omake smiled once he saw this. "Please use me as a chair, princess." "Certainly, Omake-kun no baka," Mahiru said, still a little peeved, and then she seemed to be deflated as she leaned onto him. "It is unfair that I am being teased by you. I want to do something to you." "Like what?" "This is what I am wondering. You do not have any real weakness, Omake-kun. Unlike you, who's weak everywhere. It is not that ridiculous. It is only because I am touched by you, Omake-kun." Omake unwittingly smiled once he heard such complimentary words. She hasn't realized that her words are so cute. The only way to show one's weaknesses would be trust and love. Her telling him that it was because of him made him ever so relieved. "It feels like you are having it easy. How despicable." "It's really not." "Really? You seem to be coping well." Mahiru turned around, put her face on Omake's chest, and he gently smiled. He might be able to look calm, and could dismiss the flushed face as him being in hot water, but the heartbeat could not be disguised. The heartbeat that was much faster than usual had her blinking, and she lifted her head. "So I say, I'm not handling this well." He was bathing with the first and only girlfriend he had, and there was no way he had no thoughts about it. He wanted to touch, and even pry apart the coverage. He did not do so as he did not want to hurt her. For the sake of their future, an immediate action might not be appropriate. That might be the reason as to why Itsuki called him a coward. Omake, however, wanted to be overly cautious, given his personality, and take it step by step. It was to be expected of him. "I thought you would be used to it." "What used?" "I want to touch, do this and that, I'm just enduring." Do this and that." Mahiru's face immediately turned red, and one had to wonder what she was thinking. Omake showed a wry smile, was about to pat her head, and found her staring at him. She sat down once again, leaned her back onto Omake's, pulled his elbow from the edge of the bathtub, and wrapped it around her. The unexpected embrace posture had him stiffened, and she turned around, showing a meek yet impish smile. "This little bit is fine." "I see. Is it not enough?" "More than enough, I'll start then." Once he got her permission, Omake took the initiative to embrace her. His arms and body felt her slender figure, and he let out a little breath. He put his chin near the whirl of her hair. "Please do no put all your weight onto me," and Mahiru said with a little smile. "I know." Omake quietly noted, and gently patted her little shoulder. She then let out a little breath, feeling ticklish. "It is warm." "Yeah. Your clutches feel so peaceful. Your heart isn't racing." "It is a given." "Is your heart racing now?" "Yes, it always has been." "It would be bad to keep touching." Omake already knew that Mahiru's heart was beating wildly. The moment he thought she was being aggressive, she would shrivel in embarrassment, and her heart would palpitate whenever she showed such a side. Mahiru earnestly admitted her current situation, and Omake smiled, leaned forward slightly, and clung on. She did not evade, and merely shivered in slight embarrassment. "Will your heart race faster if I do this?" "It will, but... At this point, I wish for you to hug me more." Mahiru's face was flushed red as she said these words. Her head was lowered, and she seemed really flustered. The request was too adorable that for a moment, Omake felt his blood boiling. He gently wrapped his hand onto his lover's belly to fulfill her adorable wish, and embraced her further. He knew why she was shivering, but it was to be expected. "Is this fine?" "Yes." "Can I let go now?" No need, I wish to be in your arms, Omake-kun." Once she said these adorable words, she gently touched the arms wrapped around her stomach. Actually, I do not dislike it when you touch me, Omake-kun. I like it, in fact. But I too do not want to be overly enthusiastic in doing so. Is it not contradicting?" "No." Omake had a vague idea of what Mahiru wanted to say. She probably would have accepted it if Omake wanted to do anything. However, she did not actively desire to bond, and merely wanted to feel the warmth and touch. Omake too had his own desires, but that desire was thoroughly satisfied with such mere contact. He was unexpectedly satisfied to be able to spend such peaceful days with the one he loved. "Look, I'm not really actively looking to do something. This will be enough." "Really?" "Yeah, but I want a kiss." They were in a fine mood, but a kiss should be fine since they were already in such a dire state. Mahiru tensed up for some strange reason the moment she heard the word kiss though. Can we not do it now?" "You don't want to?" Not exactly, but I think I will pass out from heat stroke if I kiss you here, Omake-kun." "Have you not been kissing me for a longer time recently?" Once he heard Mahiru mutter. "Is that case?" Omake recalled the past moments and sank into deep thought. At this moment, Mahiru slapped his shoulder. Anyway, once we are done bathing." "Understood. I'll dote on you all day along, okay? It seems like you are trying to melt me instead of doting." Busted." Omake chuckled at Mahiru's somewhat rigid retort, and his arms were slapped at by a peeved-looking Mahiru. However, she seemed to be pouting rather than fuming, and he embraced her once again, ensuring that she would not notice him laughing at her. Chapter 194. Out of the bath. According to her, it would take her a lot of time to care for her skin and change clothes, and she did not want to show Omake that. Omake could only obediently abide since she said so, and steadied his uneasy heart and body as he got changed. He waited for her at the living room. Everything was fine till this point, but half an hour passed. Omake opened the notebook with the notes on it and started reading his notes with the TV sounds as background. He wanted to call out as Mahiru really took her time, but the moment he lifted his head, Mahiru appeared on the corridor. It was to be expected, but she was wearing her nightwear. It was autumn, but the heat still lingered, and the air conditioning remained a must. It was to be expected as to why she seemed to be bearing more skin. She did not reveal that much, and the black bikini did show more than this. However, the fact that she did not reveal much instead gave an alluring side. What is it? Is it really strange? Mahiru fidgeted as she was stared at. She was wearing a one-piece nightwear, or a negligee. Omake did see the negligee during the initial stayover, but there was comparatively little fabric. The sleeves remained the same, just that they were slightly shorter, revealing the knees slightly, along with a wider collar that could show the neck. It was not especially transparent, and the curves were not particularly emphasized. She looked so strangely alluring at this moment, for she had just came out of the bath, along with the fact that she had no extra fat, which made her look so innocent. No, it really suits you. Very adorable. Oh really? I guess I did not pick the wrong one. You chose it for me. I feel that you probably would prefer this simple, cute one. It seemed she understood Amane's preference of clothes after having been together for so long. Amane knew that anything would look good on Mahiru, and would not instruct her to wear anything in particular, but he preferred the innocent type. Mahiru understood this, and chose a very conservative-looking clothing that revealed little. Chaito-san recommended one that exposed much, but that is a little embarrassing. You have that? It is because, days ago, she demanded that I buy it. It seemed they bought it after exams ended. This proved that Mahiru had planned to stay over, or rather, she planned to stay over from that point. It is a little too early. I cannot do so. Oh? That means you're going to wear it for me one day. Amane asked mischievously, and Mahiru turned red immediately, lowered her head as she shivered. If you wish to look, she whispered. She would shrivel for a short moment whenever he bullied her too much. Just joking. Amane shrugged and chuckled, and Mahiru kept her head low as she scampered towards Amane, sitting next to him. He looked aside, and found the red-faced Mahiru looking at him with moist eyes. And not that I am unwilling. It is just awkward. I get that. You don't have to be so desperate. You're making it sound like I'm the one causing you to cry. I am not crying. It is just awkward. I get that, you don't have to push yourself. So Amane thought, but if that happened, Mahiru would surely shrivel and shiver, but that was fine. He personally felt that she could wear it for him when she wanted to. Mahiru let Amane pat her head and console her for a while. But really, you spent quite some time in there. He asked once the redness on her face faded. Mahiru lifted her head, and her eyebrows dropped a little. I need to take care of my skin and dry my hair. I see. Your hair's very long after all. Her hair was beyond waist length, and needed a much longer time to dry compared to Amane's. Furthermore, she had to care of it, which would require more time. You say that, but you have not dried your hair. Got mesmerized with studies. I have told you many times that you will damage your hair if you leave it be. I did bring my hair dryer over so that we can use it separately, goodness. Mahiru sighed with dismay, covered Amane's hair with the towel dangling on his shoulder, and rubbed off the moisture. The hair was mostly dry, however. You have to dry your hair well. So she coaxed. She carried that bag with her each other the bath, took out some unknown fluid, and brushed it through Amane's hair. She then continued to rub the liquid in her hands, and spread it inside out of his hair. Your hair may be fine since it is so smooth, but you can be prettier if you care for it a little more. It is a pity, are you listening? I am, you're really amazing, Mahiru. Say, you are not listening. She went behind him, cutely scolded him, took a dryer, and blew it on his hair. Amane gently chuckled as he felt the warm, not too hot wind. I wonder if she'll be angry if I say that I'm waiting for her to do this. He was not complaining about the hassle, but he knew that she was very dedicated to it, and hoped for her to do so on such days. But if he were to say it out, Mahiru might really be incensed, in a cute manner. He kept those words to himself, closed his eyes, and enjoyed Mahiru's gentle artistry. Chapter 195. Out of the bath, an embrace. She leaned her body over, and Amane gently held her palm. Thank you. Muttering so. Amane merely touched the back of her hand gently, knowing that she was not tired, and was just fawning over him. He did not do anything more. You are very patient during times like this, Amane-kun. So that means I usually don't. I do not mean that, but you do dote on me whenever I fawn around, and I am especially glad. Then go ahead and do so. I'll be more than happy to spoil you. Spoiling the always hard-working Mahiru was truly enjoyable. After all, this overnight stay was a requested reward, and Amane could not help but pet her. Do you want me to pat you a little more? He gently whispered, and she shyly lowered her eyes, putting her forward on Amane's elbow, rolling about. I did experience that sufficiently during the bath. Any more and I will melt. It's fine for you to melt. No worries. Lest I be unable to stand up. Because you do not know how to hold back. So Mahiru said somewhat emotionally, and Omake instead felt nonplussed, numb to it. I think I'm holding back somewhat. Omake assumed he had been controlling himself from going overboard, or Mahiru from crossing the line. There were times when he got too carried away, resulting in Mahiru pouting away. He however did not go all out. He gave a wry smile as she butted with her forehead, and lowered his head to kiss her. I want to pet you more, and turn you into water. Omake felt extremely agitated as he imagined Mahiru melting away, still unused to fawning around, showing a sweet face. He had nothing else in mind, and all he wanted was to see Mahiru looking happy, which would make him happy. However, a red-faced Mahiru shook her head vehemently. I will die. Especially when you say such words, Omake-kun. Especially? Nothing, please do not mind. But I mind. I am fine either way, I am glad to be doted on, but please do not overdo it. It is stressful to my body. Mahiru inched her body away, and turned her head aside. She probably wanted to look away from Omake, for she stared. Chapter 196. Good night. He just wanted to go to sleep, as it was soon to be bedtime, but Mahiru appeared tense in his clutches, and her body was a little stiff. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Omake whispered, put Mahiru on the bed, and she looked up at him with a blushing face. Why you do not need to carry me over? You look sleepy. It's almost bedtime. You say so, but I always do wonder, am I not heavy to you? How weak do you think I am? Omake did at least do some muscle training and jogging, and trained so that he would not embarrass himself. He could at least lift Mahiru. He might have difficulty lifting her back when they first met, not because she was heavy, but because he was weak. I still need to carry you. I'm not that weak. Yes. I can't carry you over my shoulders though. Omake joked. Mahiru widened her eyes and smiled. Once he saw Mahiru's lack of tension, he gently sat next to her on the bed. Her cheeks were slightly red, but she did not panic, and instead leaned over towards him. Omake knew it was her way of welcoming him, so he too showed a faint smile, and gently embraced her up front. Anyway, you're not nervous without Kumar-san. The teddy bear he gave Mahiru was not part of her belongings on this day. It seemed she cuddled it to sleep every day, but one had to wonder what made this day special, so he looked at the caramel-colored eyes, and they dropped bashfully. I do not need it, for I have you today, and you will be jealous. Yeah, I'll feel awkward if you're looking at something else even though you have me, so just look at me. Yes. But you aren't looking at me. Her eyes were fixated near Omake's throat, and she probably was not looking at him. She lifted her head once she heard that. The slightly reddened cheeks were reminiscent of a fresh fruit, and Omake had the urge to bite. He might infuriate her if he really did so he merely kept the thought to himself, and stared directly into the faltering caramel-colored eyes. How about a kiss? Mahiru might jolt in his clutches if he was too sudden, so he asked for her permission. The faint red intensified, and Mahiru's eyes wavered. However, she timidly nodded, probably having recalled their conversation at the living room. It seemed she did not dislike it to begin with. She closed her eyes, and entrusted everything to Omake. However, she was shivering a little, probably because she was not used to it. The manner in which she shivered was as adorable as a little animal, and once he realized this, he smiled, exhaled, and with a slow movement that would not agitate her, he brought his lips onto her sealed lips. Mahiru was so soft and tender all over. So too were her lips, and they were damp, soft, bouncy, more vibrant than his. More importantly, there was a slightly sweet fragrance, probably coming from Mahiru herself. He gently pecked at the pink lips, and enjoyed that softness slowly, really slowly. Whenever his lips grazed by and held hers, her body would shiver, but she never tried to escape nor show disgust, which showed that she probably accepted him. So cute! He looked at her face as he kissed her, and saw a fine reaction. One moment she was ticklish, and the next she was comfortable. She might feel embarrassed, but it seemed she liked kissing. Omake did not show any worry, and kissed her successfully. He licked her lips, and she quivered, However, he did not reach his tongue in, and merely savored the sweetness, which caused her to relax and lose all tension. Her body and expression softened, and she was so adorable, Omake pecked at her lips once again. Once he savored her lips sufficiently, Mahiru slapped at his chest, seemingly indicating that she was at her limit. Upon being told to stop, Omake obediently moved his lips away. Mahiru was blushing, slightly panting as she glared at him. However, she remained somewhat dazed, and was not looking intimidating in the slightest. That was a long time. Can't I? Not that you cannot. Omake got carried away as Mahiru had accepted this so comfortably. He would not have done so if she appeared unwilling. Truth be told, she would have escaped if she hated it. In other words, there was no way she did not enjoy it, since she accepted so. May I say something? Say what? You are so sleazy. What sleazy? Why are you so skilled at this? Your reaction tells me it's good. It seemed Mahiru assumed Omake had it easy, and she raised her eyebrows slightly, but Omake himself did not. He could count the kissing experiences he had, and gauged his actions based on her reactions. Even if he did not ask, it was clear that she would turn limp whenever he did so. He did pay attention whenever he kissed her. He wanted to indicate that he was paying attention to her when he kissed her, but she widened her eyes, and her face was red like fire. Were you watching me while kissing? Yeah. It's really, really, really getting cuter. I know you'll feel comfortable like this, and I'm glad. Mahiru started whacking at Omake's chest with some strength, probably due to the embarrassment of being observed. However, it did not hurt at all, and it seemed she was not being serious. Please do not say such a thing, fool. You don't feel good. I feel blessed, but please do not make me say it. There are some things you need to say. Why you are teasing me now? No, why I say. Oh. Omake could not tease her any more as she was hitting him vigorously. He did not intend to tease her actually, but Mahiru might have assumed so. Please do not bully me. Sorry, don't be angry. Omake patted her head, and she looked up at him, somewhat seething. Are you assuming that my mood will improve as long as you pat my head? It's not. It is, but I am not letting this slide. Too bad. Omake shrugged, and Mahiru looked miffed as she leaned onto his chest. Hug me, or I shall pout. Affirmative. It seemed that Mahiru wanted Omake to pamper her gently, rather than being miffed. She headbutted him, and leaned on him while acting angry. Omake was more than glad to oblige, and hugged her. This time, he did it gently, and earnestly. He cautiously patted her back, and hugged her. She buried her face into his chest for a while, and slowly lifted her head. After a few minutes, he checked to see if the face appeared pouty, and was a little relieved. You are sometimes mischievous. Sorry, I just want to dote. Just do it normally. Goodness gracious. Mahiru responded in such a manner, straightened her back, and wrapped her hands on Omake's neck. She then kissed Omake. It is unfair if I do not have a go for once. And whispered so to a dumbfounded Omake. Faced with the impish smile and voice, Omake buried his face into Mahiru's neck with a wry smile. You got to understand how destructive you are right now. It is unfair for you to do so alone, it is ticklish. Mahiru took the initiative to fight back, and Omake immediately panicked. He then kissed her neck to hide how rattled he was. A little whiff, and he scented upon an indescribable milky scent. They used the same shower cream, so this meant that this scent belonged to Mahiru in the first place. So fragrant. I do use some body lotion to keep myself moist. Maybe that is. It seemed the fragrance came from that body lotion, but Omake felt it contained some of her own scent. Even without doing anything, Mahiru would give off a sweet scent. She never laxed on taking care of herself, and her skin moisture remained. You're going to keep your skin smooth. I do pay attention to many other things, which is why I can maintain such a nice skin. Girls really have it tough, spending so much effort. I am doing it for myself. You're right, girls like to dress up and make themselves look better after all. Mahiru was trendy and liked to dress herself. Even if she did not date Omake, her insistence towards beauty might never disappear. Omake had no illusion of wanting a girl who would dress up for a boy. He understood that Mahiru did so for herself, and could agree with what she said. This is one reason. But it seemed that was not the only reason, as Mahiru whispered. You mean there's something else? Well, it feels better to touch, right? Well, it's your own body. She would be the one touching herself most, so it would be great if her skin felt nice to touch. No, not that, when you touch me, Omake-kun. And it was because of his prior conception that he blurted out when he heard Mahiru's reply. I do not want my skin to be so parched when you touch it, that you will be disappointed. It feels comfortable to touch smooth, tender skin, no. Why yes. Omake clearly faltered, not expecting her to have thought of letting him touch. Her face remained red, but Mahiru did not intend to retract her words. She latched onto Omake with more force, and shivered. Please do not be mistaken. I am doing it for you, Omake-kun, and also for myself. It is my wish to let you touch me more. Touch me more. The moment she uttered those words, Omake instinctively rolled onto the bed with Mahiru. Kia. A cute voice came from the lips, and Omake shushed the lips, a faint groan coming through the gap. He pried through the lips, as though sucking, and the sound was hoarse, delicate, and sweet. Mahiru might be at a loss as to what to do, and was hapless as she flailed her hands, seeking something to grab. Omake held her flailing palms with his, which seemed to calm her down, relieving the tension from her body. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she was limp, at a loss due to Omake's sudden actions. After savoring Mahiru, who had become so sweet for some reason, Omake moved his lips away. Mahiru was dumbfounded, gasping away, and looked up with a sweet expression. Omake looked down at her, and narrowed his eyes. You understand the consequences of saying this on the bed, right? I'm really nervous too. Omake uttered these words that could be read as sexual harassment or a reminder, and Mahiru's face turned completely red as she covered it with her hands. You know I want to treat you well, to treasure you well, right? You know I want to spend some time to get used to it slowly, right? Omake loved Mahiru, wanted to treasure her, and hoped to make her happy. And it was because of such thoughts that he endured, even though he knew he would not be hated if he acted. His sanity did not break even though they were clinging together in Swimsuit. He did not push her down onto the bed even though the atmosphere seemed ripe. But Mahiru's words alone caused him to nearly bury himself headfirst into her. Rather than her being bad, it was Omake's fault for not being capable of enduring. He however hoped that Mahiru would not do anything that would flip his switch. Much kindness and uncontrollable passion were invoked in his eyes and voice. After coaxing her, Mahiru nodded away while still covering her face. That's good, sorry for doing that so suddenly. You're shocked, right? I suppose so, yes. My heart was beating really fast. The sudden French kiss took Mahiru by surprise. She was still blushing, and would not show her face. Omake-kun. Yes? Next time, please, be a little less intense. Mahiru did not refuse, and instead intended to do so a second time. Omake quietly pried aside her hands. As expected, she was red like a ripe apple, and he silently put his lips onto her. He gently and carefully doted on Mahiru, as she wished. The previous one was an impulsive deep kiss, and this kiss was to comfort the shriveled Mahiru, one gently wrapped around her lips, filled with much affection, melting her more than before. He slowly moved his lips away, looked down, and Mahiru glared at him with teary eyes, her face still limp as she gasped away. I did not say now. I want it now. That's not good. You may, but you warned me just now. I did. Goodness. Barker. So she pouted, but Omake knew she was hiding her embarrassment, so he chuckled and laid down next to Mahiru. He took the remote control by the pillow, switched off the lights, and clung onto her. Her fine body quivered, but only out of shame, and she instead took the initiative to lean her face into Omake's chest. "Thank you for treasuring me that much." "Yeah." Clear bliss seeped through her soft whisper, and Omake too gave a gentle smile as he embraced Mahiru once again. Perhaps they could take another step one day, but this would be enough for the day. Within his clutches was something he yearned to treasure, rather than act on impulse. "Good night." "Good night." After this little murmur, Omake embraced Mahiru, and closed his eyes. Chapter 197. Good morning. He turned his head towards the clock at the edge of the bed, ensuring that he did not shake, and saw it was 7 a.m. It was a rest day, and he did not need to wake up early. He intended to sleep an entire morning, and most definitely woke up a little early on this day. He did not think it was a bad thing, however, once he thought of how he had the time to see Mahiru, who had been sleeping blissfully. Mahiru was sleeping soundly, looking so innocent. She looked completely relaxed, probably because she was in Omake's clutches. Anyone seeing that adorable sight would be healed. So happy. Omake recanted the blissful moments only he could savor as he embraced and enjoyed her warm, soft body. He wanted to sleep just like that. He naturally felt his face relax as he looked at the face of his dear lover, and maintained this expression. Then, Mahiru twitched. It seemed she was not awake, however, and merely inched a little, changing positions, and returned to his chest. She looked so adorable, and he quietly gulped. If only it's like this every day. Surely it was a blessed thing to be able to spend time together with the one person who mattered to him. However, the damage to his sanity would be abnormal if they were to remain together in this situation. Perhaps an occasional stay overnight would be fine. If she were to visit every day, Omake had no confidence that he would not love her all over. If possible, he wished to make contact only after they got used to it, when they got more intimate, and when Mahiru hoped for it, and not to act on impulse. He endured with all his might, stroking her smooth hair silently with his fingers. Mahiru twitched once again, probably because the touch caused her to regain consciousness, and she lifted her head. The originally sealed eyelids were half opened, and caramel-colored eyes were revealed. She showed a sleepy look, and looked towards Omake's face in her delirious state, gave a fluffy smile, and buried her face into Omake's chest once again. "She's definitely sleepy." Omake quietly laughed, patted her back, as though coaxing her. She laid comfortably for a moment, and finally regained consciousness as she looked towards Omake once again, her eyes widened compared to before. "Good morning." "Morning. You enjoyed your sleep?" "Yes." Her face turned red immediately, and it seemed she remembered herself fawning with Omake even during her groggy state. Mahiru was so adorable, and Omake was more than glad to have her fawn, so he was fine with that. It seemed that she was embarrassed to show how numb and careless she was. Omake hugged her once again to console her, kissed her on the forehead, and the redness on her face intensified. "Omake-kun, you do not seem that embarrassed recently. It's just us two, can't we?" "No, not that you cannot, but it too stimulating after I just woke up, embarrassing, and awkward. I won't do that in the future then." You're not feeling awkward. Not that. You don't want me to do this again because you don't want to feel awkward. Not that, why you know what I mean, right? I don't want to do anything awkward that you hate. Goodness, I want it. Mahiru was red-faced, shivering as she answered hesitantly, and Omake rubbed her head with a smile. "Sorry for teasing you too much, so you mean I can do it anytime as long as it's not right after you wake up?" No, you are correct. Is it a yes or a no?" Omake retorted mischievously, knowing what Mahiru wanted to convey, and kissed her on the forehead again. He was not exactly unashamed, but his endearment of her was strong, and he would act accordingly. Mahiru was one to easily feel uneasy, and it was better to express his love. He thought it was adorable how she was shivering away, so he cuddled her, and she wanted to escape the bed in embarrassment. Of course, Omake could not possibly let her leave, and locked her in his clutches. I want to prepare breakfast. Stay here a little longer." "But." "No good." I want us to be together for a little longer. So he implied as he stared at her face, and her cheeks turned red, her eyes swimming. Not that you cannot. NN. Once he was allowed, Omake embraced Mahiru gently once again, and she murmured away, burying her face into his chest once again. How sleazy. Sleazy, how? In various ways. You can push me off. This is what I mean. You know I cannot do so. Mahiru whispered with a pout and rolled her forehead about on his chest. It seemed she was fawning around rather than pouting though. Omake gently combed his fingers through Mahiru's hair, and she leaned over comfortably, her throat making a deep rumble. Never thought she likes it when I fiddle with her hair. So he thought as he continued to do so. Mahiru let Omake continue for a while, and then lifted her head. She looked relaxed, relieved, but her lips were curled into a mound. I will be in trouble if you turn me into a good-for-nothing, Omake-kun. Best if you can become that only to me. Mahiru was always on alert outside. At this point, she was showing a little of her usual personality, but she had yet to discard her angelic actions. It was to be expected that he wanted to dote on her and melt her into a puddle of water. Same to you, Omake-kun. I'm already one, just that it only happens when I don't have you. That is good. I too will become a good-for-nothing without you, Omake-kun. Yes. Either way, Omake did become a good-for-nothing thanks to Mahiru, and vice versa. Omake smiled at Mahiru, who was in fawning mode, and cuddled Mahiru as he closed his eyes, hoping to drag on this little moment a little longer. Chapter 198. After the breakfast on the day after the stayover. Like usual, Omake had Mahiru's breakfast, washed his clothes, tidied up, swept around, and relaxed. Cleaning up had become a habit to him thanks to Mahiru, so his room was often clean, and he did not need to spend much time doing so, which he was grateful for. What's for lunch? We had some leftover meat sauce from the pasta, and I intend to use a little container to make lasagna. Another tedious dish. I shall make some white sauce. Is there anything else you want? Just do what you want. Everything you cook is delicious. Looking forward to them. Such a sweet talker. Mahiru giggled, but truth be told, her dishes really were delicious. Omake felt an ordinary high school girl would not be able to accomplish that much, and her dishes were better than any poor restaurant out there. Of course, this was his bias as her lover, but her cooking really was delicious, so much that Omake had no desire to go out to eat, and wanted hers. Looking forward to it? He marveled, and Mahiru gave a perturbed smile. I guess I have to exhibit my skills now that you say so. Just the normal will do. I shall do my best since you are looking forward to it, Omake-kun. Please look forward to it. He was delighted to hear her say this, but Omake was sorry about having her work so hard, so he patted her while she sat next to him, getting her to relax. Mahiru, who was suddenly patted on the head, started to murmur. Have you cultivated a habit of patting heads for no rhyme or reason? But she did not look unwilling, and let him play around. After patting for a while, Mahiru naturally leaned over, and he too cuddled her naturally, putting her on his lap, and she gave him a strange reproaching look. Why are you pampering me again? Because I want to cuddle something like this. I shall lend Kumar-san to you. I prefer Mahiru. Goodness me. This is special. So she said, and comfortably leaned on Omake, who chuckled as he pulled her to his chest, beginning to pat her head again. Don't ever show this those guys at school. I do not wish to let them see. It is only for you, Omake-kun. Thanks for that. Things would really got rowdy if the boys saw Mahiru completely melted and fawning away. Omake was the only one allowed to see this. Mahiru would never go to them, even if they did see it, but he would be peeved about them imagining her acting like that, so he had no plans to show. Speaking of which, everyone knows that I'm your boyfriend, but there are some still trying to woo you. They are asking if I was threatened, wondering what kind of person you are. Those that don't understand me will think that I'm unimpressive. I will be angry if you say this again. That's what they say. I'm working hard to stay by your side, so that they won't say anything. I have confidence. That is good. Just as Omake patted Mahiru on the head, so Mahiru repaid the favor. I wish to spoil you too. Such was the attitude she showed, and Omake showed a wry smile as he let Mahiru pat his head on his lap. Chapter 199. Natural order of things for the two. Her face was flushed once she realized that she took a bold position. Omake found her adorable, and was comforted by her. Truth be told, she was not exactly on both his legs, just one, but the posture and distance had her increasingly embarrassed. Once he saw Mahiru take on his shame and panic, he felt a little relaxed. You could have told me to stop. No, I just accidentally, you're fawning so hard over me, there's no way I can tell you to stop. You should have reminded me at least. Don't put me in a spot. Omake's heart was really beating wildly as he enjoyed her embrace, so he too was powerless. However, he really should be not saying this to him. Mahiru frowned a little once she saw Omake play dumb, but she was the one riding on his lap, so she could not say much. Goodness. I am unwittingly doing something so bold because I love you. Please limit yourself. Be careful. Those words are dangerous enough. I cannot help it. You know the extent of my feelings for you. Well, yes, it's a little embarrassing hearing you repeat how much you like me. In a certain sense, these words caused him more shame than the posture just now. Omake thoroughly understood that Mahiru would instinctively do something very bold, but pinpointing this fact caused him an unspeakable sense of shame. Mahiru too blushed as she gently hit Omake. It seemed both sides got hurt. You are not doubting my intentions, are you, Omake-kun? Of course. I know I'm the only one next to you, and you'll only care about me. Omake was confident about this one point. It was likely that Mahiru would not care for anyone other than him. Such was her personality, and Omake was confident that she was fond of him and even planned to pledge her future to him. She would always treasure him unless he did anything to annoy her, and she would continue to accompany him. He said it so confidently, and Mahiru's face got redder. She headbutted him. That's a violent way of hiding your shame, Omake chuckled as he let her be. Truth be told, he too found it embarrassing, but Mahiru's actions allowed him to disguise his mood. Good that you know. Mahiru stopped headbutting, and leaned her forehead on his elbow as she grumbled. Of course. Omake too answered as he gently held the quietened Mahiru by her hand. Chapter 200. About the cultural festival event. Omake's school had a heavy focus on this event that required the participation of all students, and thus each class was given an ample budget, and there were exciting events every year. So let's decide what our class will be doing. Of course, all the students would decide what their class would do. The atmosphere certainly was lively. Standing at the podium excitedly was Itsuki. He, who loved such festivals, would obviously volunteer to be part the festival committee, but one had to be amused by how he actually got chosen. So, what we're doing for this culture festival. Before that, I'll like to point out that there's a fixed number of classes allowed to do food stalls. Basically, every class is planning to do food, so competition will be intense. We better get ready for it. Of course, there was a fixed number of food stalls to be allowed. F&B stalls were very popular, for they often were good chances to run a business, and every class might want to run one. This would mean there would only be food stalls, and thus a limit was imposed. Also, there was no way to satisfy the demand fully, due to hygiene concerns and space in the cooking classrooms. So check out the documents passed down. There's quite a few things listed that we might need to spend on, but we actually have them. Check through everything, even those that aren't written that can be suggested. Anyway, let's suggest stuff that can be done under this budget. If there's anything to suggest, let's raise hands and speak up. Once Itsuki said so, the students started raising hands frantically. Their eyes were dazzling, and the importance of this activity was obvious. After all, the Culture Festival was a highly anticipated grand event. But I just skipped it last year. Omake was not as enthused as a student should be, and went through the cultural festival just like that. Back then, his class elected to sell handmade products, so he did as asked, and tended to the stall during his time. He stared at the exuberant classmates from afar. Me. I recommend a cafe that's always a must for this festival. That's expected. Just an ordinary cafe. How about a maid cafe? Think about it, Sheena-san's in this class, it'll definitely suit us. The voices started to trail off at the end as they all looked towards Mahiru. Omake was a little peeved, but not to the point where he wanted to say something. I wonder if you guys considered the budget, but that's the enthusiasm I want. Let's add it to the list then. The boys got active at the idea of Mahiru in a maid outfit. Omake gave them a dumbfounded look, and then met Itsuki in the eyes. The latter answered back with a "is this fine" stare, and Omake looked unwilling. He did have issues, at the very least. Mahiru usually stood out, and was often the center of attention. Her cuteness had risen to another level recently, and her in a maid outfit would surely garner crowds, which she would have trouble dealing with. On the other hand, this would guarantee sales. Mahiru's existence was a sufficient advert, and the boys would surely swarm in just to have a look. As for the person herself, she showed an awkward, unspeakable smile once she was talked about. It was to be expected, for it was not a comfortable feeling to be taken as the center of attention. It was merely a suggestion, however, and a courtesy to not nitpick at it. Omake would refuse if Mahiru really disliked it. A maid cafe is really more male-oriented, but we have to consider the budget before that. Alright, next. Itsuki led the class further, and everyone suggested a haunted house, curry and udon, stalls that sold the usual stuff for a cultural festival. The blackboard was gradually filled with white words. But everyone's, or rather, the boys' interest seemed to be on the maid cafe, for there were some hushed chatter. Sheena-san in maid uniform though. But that Fujimaya's around. Don't worry, Fujimaya's a guy too. He'll definitely want to see his girlfriend in maid clothes. Omake heard that, but unfortunately, he disagreed. It would be a complete lie to say that he did not want to see that at all, but he did not wish to parade her around as a trophy. He did not want to insist on her wearing it, knowing how tired she would be. Omake glared at them, and they hastily looked away once they noticed. Mahiru giggled as she probably noticed, and Omake's eyes relaxed a little. Say Omake, any suggestions? Itsuki suddenly asked, and Omake looked over in annoyance. Why me? You look like you have something to say. Omake did have something to say, but not to him. Nevertheless, the mere mention had his classmates looking at him, and he would ruin the mood if he did not. After wondering what he should do, he chose what seemed the easiest to him. If I have to put it, maybe we can investigate some local history and create an exhibit. The class quieted down once he said his idea. It was awkward, like a dampener. So why? I think it's good though. Once we investigate all we have, we'll show a little exhibit, and then we get the free time to go around and enjoy the festival. We don't have to worry about the time, and can visit any class we want. I see. Such a sentiment echoed in the class once Omake changed his explanation. Omake did not think the students would be interested in local history, and he just wanted some free time after their preparations. A food stall would be popular, but it would definitely require lots of time, manpower, and labor. Money would be involved, and they had to tend to the stall, which would make things difficult. An exhibit, for example, could be set up during the preparation phase, and only 1 or 2 persons would be needed. A cultural festival had 2 days, 1 for each person, would not take up an hour, and manpower and time-wise would be very efficient. The most important thing, however, was that it would not generate revenue. Visitors could stand wherever they wanted. An exhibit would be easier for those who had no confidence in their service skills, looks, and culinary expertise. Omake was completely aware of this as an example. Say, it's really just like you. Itsuki did not hold back on how dumbfounded he was, and Omake merely stated his thoughts, turned aside, and shut up. Mahiru too looked over, her eyes basically stating, It really is just like you, Omake. Omake felt awkward, but he could only sigh as he could not retract the words he said. So the top vote goes to the maid cafe, so it's decided all right. For the time being, they decided on the maid cafe, which got the most votes from the boys. I'll report our decision to the student council, and we'll draw lots. If don't win, we'll choose the haunted house that came second. We'll also have to find someone who can get us the clothes, since the budget definitely won't be enough. You can ask anyone who knows about such stuff. Just remember that if we can't settle this, we'll just set up a normal cafe. The host Itsuki exhibited his natural cheerful personality and capabilities as he swiftly stated what was needed before leaving the classroom, probably for the student council. The mood in the classroom seemed upbeat, buzzing. Omake sighed as he had a hand under his chin, and then he noticed Mahiru approaching me. What about you? You say, but we've decided. Not like we got a choice here. Mahiru showed a wry smile, and Omake felt angsty even though they had no choice. Remember to voice your unhappiness if you don't want it. Not that I am unwilling, but Omake-kun, you dislike maid uniforms. Not exactly like or dislike, and I think it'll suit you. The apron already does. I see, I shall do my best. You don't have to force yourself. I shall wear it to make you happy, Omake-kun. Mahiru then showed a beautiful smile. The boys behind started giving victory poses behind, and Omake made sure not to give a numb smile. Chapter 201. Little Dissatisfaction. Kadawaki joined in after school as it was a rest day from club activity. Omake then realized that his feelings were clearly shown on his face. Is my face that obvious? Nope, about the same as usual. It just feels like there's a little change from your usual demeanor. They were at the bookshop at the station, about to leave after buying their textbooks when Kadawaki mentioned so. Omake instinctively reached for his cheeks, found his face to be stiffer than usual, it seemed, and his eyebrows were raised by a few centimeters. He did not wish to show his expressions excessively, but it seemed he was unable to control it completely. Feeling a little embarrassed and useless, he sighed. Well, sorta. I don't feel so good. I don't want her to be an exhibit, just to keep her to myself. Of course, there was no reason he would be happy to have his dearest girlfriend be the center of attention. There would be curious stares, along with some urge to covet. Mahiru doesn't look like she hates it, and I can't just oppose the class by asking for preferential treatment for her. That shows my immaturity, that's unfair on my part, and I can only shut up. There's something called peer pressure after all. I know how much Mahiru will contribute to our sales after all. I'm just unhappy that the risk might be way too much compared to the payoff. Sorry about that. It's not about you. It's my fault for not being able to explain what's good about my plan. Kadawaki did not need to apologize at all. Omake, however, could not bring himself to blame the boys who suggested this. There was a lingering, nauseating anxiety. Guess we got no choice since it's decided. Omake gave a long sigh, and Kadawaki showed a conflicted smile. I did vote for the exhibit. It's risk-free if we take a pragmatic look at it, and there's high return. At this point, I probably will be assigned to receive the customers. The reputed prettiest girl in school was asked to serve, and similarly, so would Kadawaki, who was very popular with the girls. Kadawaki hoped to stay at the back, but it seemed unlikely. That really rare handsome face was a detriment in this situation. Are us guys supposed to wear maid outfits too? I don't think we'll be forced to do that, but since the girls are in maid uniform, the boys will be dressed as butlers, right? If only we can deal with the clothes. Well, I heard someone in class knows of a person who manages a cafe, and maybe they can prepare clothes for the boys too. Oh dear. It was the worst intel for Omake, who wanted to avoid the maid uniform. Since they had no issues, Mahiru would surely serve food in a maid uniform. Fortunately, it seemed clothing was prepared for the boys too, and there was nothing to cause a tragedy of gender bias. Why is the class so united at such moments? But well, if the guys have to dress up and serve, you'll suffer too, Kadawaki. Kadawaki would certainly suffer given that he, the popular one, would have girls flocking to him. Don't make it sound like it doesn't concern you. You probably have to step up too. Eh? You know how to cook? No. Omake could not answer. And besides, you can't relax if you aren't keeping an eye on Sheena-san. It'll be bad if anyone suspicious is to eye her. That's right, but what's the point of me wearing that? It would be convenient for him to serve, in order to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious near Mahiru. He did not mind the shame since Mahiru too would be dressing up, but he felt it was pointless to dress up as a butler. It'll be significant to Sheena-san. She'll be happy. Yeah. And also, lots of people are keeping an eye on you after you changed your image. Wait, I never heard of that. Well, you just care about Sheena-san after all. Omake felt awkward once this was pointed out. It was true that he focused his attention on Mahiru, and never noticed the looks from the other girls. Ultimately, he never expected such stares directed at him, so he never realized so. Omake gave Kadawaki a look of disbelief. You never noticed? And the latter shrugged, showing that he was not lying. You should notice the stares around you once in a while, Omake. Well, it's more like they're looking at you like some warm thing, so it's nothing dangerous, probably. That's annoying too. Just give up already. It's your fault for being flirty. We're not being that obvious. Aha! Kadawaki giggled, clearly not believing Omake in the slightest, and the latter's face twitched. It's a good thing though, better than a hassle, you know? I don't want to see it end up like what happened to Shirakawa-san. That love rival thing. Kadawaki's voice was a little heavy, and Omake too frowned. He never mentioned so to Itsuki, but Omake did consider the former as a close friend. It was said that there were lots of hardships and turmoil before Itsuki dated Kaitus, resulting in this relationship. It was hard to imagine that when she first met Itsuki, Chaitos was so aloof, blunt, and callous. She was a standout as a track club member, but she had a dispute against a senior because of Itsuki, and was forced to leave. One could understand, even unwillingly, that the senior jealous of her might have caused her trouble. The senior was jealous that the boy was wooing a girl, and the girl treated the boy coldly. That senior probably escalated matters further, and one could understand her actions, even though they were not justified. Yeah. There was a conflict, and she gave up on track. I really hate those who just find fault like that, just relieved that you two are acknowledged as a couple. Kadawaki probably was worried of Omake and Mahiru's relationship as he had witnessed such an unpleasant situation. Oh. You two better be all lovey-dovey during the cultural festival. Don't let her be taken away. I don't intend to. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Who's kidding? Omake frowned at Kadawaki, who looked relieved as he laughed in bemusement. Omake snorted, and left the matter at that. Chapter 202. Cute Stubbornness. Omake returned home, went to change, and returned to the living room. Mahiru was home, smiling as she slapped at her thighs. A nonplussed Omake instinctively stared at Mahiru's face, and she continued to slap her thigh again, with a gentle smile. It seemed she was implying for Omake to head over to her, but he could not sit on her, the reverse would have been understandable at least. Omake gave her a perturbed look, and her smile became a wry one. You appear to be in a foul mood. It seemed Mahiru had realized it. Since Kadawaki could, surely Mahiru too could. Omake did not want her to know. Whenever she saw through him, he would scratch his cheek awkwardly, and as expected, Mahiru giggled away. I expected that you would not refuse, Omake-kun, but you are really unwilling. Am I correct? Well, you are. That is why I am going to cheer you up. You sure you can say it directly to me? Foo-foo, you dislike it. You know the answer. Who taught you that? You. Omake was speechless to hear that, and could only twitch his lips slightly. Mahiru giggled, and slapped her thigh once again. Tempted by the soft thighs beneath the poised-looking burgundy skirt, Omake sat down hesitantly, a little distant from Mahiru, laid down horizontally, and placed his head on it. He looked up at Mahiru, who smiled down at him. The fine white fingers slipped through the black hair. "Are you unwilling for my sake?" "Sort of, but actually, I just don't want to show you off to others." "Jealous?" "Jealous or possessive, to put it bluntly. I don't really want this though." Omake knew he was just being childishly stubborn, and felt a little embarrassed after expressing his thoughts. He then turned his face towards her tummy. Mahiru exhaled at the sight of that, and then seemingly giggled as she gently combed through the hair, seemingly consoling as she coaxed him. "I do not wish to dress up as a waitress either, but we have already decided." "Yes. And I already promised them beforehand." "Promised what?" "You will be the first to see me, Omake-kun." Omake unwittingly turned his face towards Mahiru. There was an impish bashfulness on her face. "You shall be the first to see me, Omake-kun, and there may be quite a few customers, masters, but there is only one customer for me." She stuttered hesitantly, probably being bashful at the very end, but she did say these words, and Omake's face turned hot. Nevertheless, he did not avert his eyes, and continued to look at Mahiru. She finally had enough, took the cushion by the side, and stuffed it onto his face. She did it gently, and did not affect his breathing, but clearly she intended to conceal his eyes. The looming dissatisfaction in his heart then dissipated, but then came another, one of embarrassment. Perhaps that was a feeling of endearment. "I'll endure then." "Yes." Mahiru continued to cover Omake's face with the cushion, to prevent him from looking, but he could imagine her expression. He chuckled, turned aside, and buried his face onto her tummy. Chapter 203. Size measurements and private chat between males. The excitement the boys showed back then had Omake grimacing. They were most likely looking forward to seeing Mahiru, Chaitos, and the other pretty girls as waitresses. It was bad to changing the itinerary after it was decided, so Omake decided to go along with it, but for some reason, he started resisting when they discussed their sizes. "No, it doesn't suit me." "You won't know unless you try." "All right, just give up already. Let us measure our heights and shoulder widths, otherwise we can't borrow clothes." "Fujimaya, just give up. You've already given up Kadawaki. It's the expected result, more or less." The negotiator did say that the matter of borrowing clothes was almost resolved, and decided to start measuring the sizes of all students to ensure that they had enough clothing. Omake was designated as a waiter, and was peeved by it. It was a consideration by Itsuki to assign him in the same time slot as Mahiru, just in case, but Itsuki should have mentioned this beforehand. "But anyway, aren't you fatter than before?" "How rude." "I don't have fat, I'm just forced to live a proper life." "Ha ha, your wife really manages you well." "Stop it." Omake coldly retorted in shame as he was told that Mahiru was his wife, and Itsuki gave his usual mischievous smile. Not fat, just a little more muscle, right?" "That's possible. I've been training using Kadawaki's methods." "I want to know what that is." Omake handed over to Kadawaki as Itsuki was suddenly interested, and then looked towards the other boys who were measuring themselves. They were whispering away, and he was curious as to what they were talking about. He pricked his ears, and heard some excited voices. It seemed they were talking about Mahiru. "Shina-san in a maid uniform, that's great. She's measuring in another classroom, right? I imagine they're amazing. They're big after all. The contrast is so great, especially when she's always with Shirakawa. Itsuki will kill you if he hears that. Actually, he admits that they're small, that they can fit his hand. I'm just jealous that Fujimaya gets to keep Shina-san to himself. You guys are giving my girlfriend strange looks, and Itsuki's going to suffer, not the guy saying that." Omake quietly retorted as he gave him a completely flabbergasted look. "Keep your voices down. I heard that. You've been listening, Fujimaya." Omake hoped that they did not fantasize about his girlfriend's body proportions, but it would be childish of him to get angry over it, so he endured. Either way, no matter how they fantasized, only he had the chance to personally witness, and that was why he was very calm about it. Itsuki gave a wry smile, probably because he did overhear this conversation. It would be bad to let Chaitos hear it, and since he had no intention of disclosing it openly, it probably was just some private chatter. But seriously, what else can we do? That's the angel. She always hides them under her blazer or vest, so, Ori Fujimaya, how are they like anyway? Such an indecent conversation arose as there were only boys present. Omake withheld the urge to frown as he met their expectant looks, and shrugged. What else? It's as you see. Don't try to pull a fast on. What do you want me to say? Like, are they apples, melons, or anything? The same fruit can vary in sizes. You're being difficult. You're the one making it difficult for me. Why do I have to tell others what my girlfriend's sizes are? In any case, Omake did not know. Actually, Omake did know of her bust size, due to an accident back at his hometown when he saw her laundry. However, he could not say it. And besides, what could he do about it? His classmates were being so aggressive, and he faltered a little. They continued to loom passionately. Omake gave a pleading look towards Itsuki, who shrugged, and seemed to have no intention to help. Anyway, I don't know. Stop lying. Who's lying? Actually, Omake really isn't lying. Left with no choice, Itsuki gave a helping hand, and giggled in the face of the looming boys and Omake. Because Omake never did anything to Shina-san even though they spent a night together. There's no way he'll know. The whole classroom went silent once Itsuki said this. I'm wondering if you're a guy, Omake. That's why you aren't interested in those gravure magazines. Like hell it is. Hey Itsuki, don't make it sound that way. I'm just respecting Mahiru's wishes. That's what people call cowards. Say. No, but actually, she's willing to spend the night with you, right? Girls aren't stupid. They'd would thought about that. But well, they're more of an innocent, pure couple that's a rarity these days, and they think such things are too early. Just watch these fluffy creatures by the sidelines, you know? Don't talk too much. Hey Itsuki, whose side are you on? I'm always on your side. I don't believe you. Once Itsuki said this, all the boys gave looks of pity, and some even gave warm, gratified smiles, which had Omake's face twitching. I'm not innocent, and I would have done so if I could, but I'm just thinking of the future. Oh. Ori, why are you guys smiling? What are you looking at? Omake felt so awkward, and gritted his teeth, and the gratified looks of pity increased in numbers. He had enough, and for the time being, threw the measuring tape at the culprit Itsuki. Omake-kun, the boys are giving us really warm looks. Do you know why? Nope. The girls too were done measuring, regrouped with the boys, who gave Mahiru strange stares. She was intrigued by them, and quietly asked Omake. The girls too gave Omake warm looks, and he wanted to ask Mahiru the same question. The girls are giving me strange looks too. Did you say anything, Mahiru? Nothing. I did not say anything that will affect your reputation. So you mean you said some things that will not affect my reputation? Please be at ease. I simply mentioned what I usually do with you, how we spend our time together. To be specific. You really are amazingly gentlemanly. You too. No, nothing. Omake could not mention that he was criticized for not being a man. He quietly panicked, but answered nonchalantly, and patted away at a dumbfounded Mahiru on her head. Don't talk about that stuff again. I'm embarrassed. Why yes, but I did learn a lot from everyone, and benefited much. Say, I'm worried about what you're being taught. Chaitos had imparted lots of useless knowledge to Mahiru, and it was likely the other girls did weird things. Omake had a feeling Chaitos would have held back somewhat, but he hoped to ascertain what Mahiru was taught. I do not think there is anything making you awkward, Omake-kun. The girls are doing that with their eyes. It is to be expected. I don't think so. Hey, you two over there, it's fine for you to flirt, but we should get down to serious business, so stop flaunting. The committee member Itsuki was at the podium, looking around, and shrugged. Omake had no intention to flirt, but it was pointless of him to say so in this situation. Those two aside, let's decide on the cafe menu. We should have done so earlier, but I think would have trouble if we didn't reserve our clothes. The classmate in charge of renting clothes has made measurements out of everyone, and is now contacting the supplier. The boys' data is here. Don't misuse it. Itsuki, a capable leader himself, swiftly gave instructions and handed over the measurements to a girl who was strangely enthused, asking her to rent clothes. Omake thought with a wry smile that they probably wanted to see Kadawaki as a waiter. First of all, raw foods are a no-go. We only get a certain amount of time to use the cooking classroom, and we're going to focus mainly on pastries and drinks, because of the expiration and hygiene purposes. No issues so far. None, Tilda? And don't add anything weird, Chi. Rude. Chitos did do so during Valentine's, but that was a select few. She probably would not do so this time. Drinks-wise, we can use coffee, tea, and juice. Anyone with other ideas can raise their hands. I'm just suggesting common stuff. Let's see, how about ice cream? I want some cream soda. That's a nice idea, but how are we going to keep it? We can store them in the cooking classroom and then bring them over, but since it'll take up freezer space, we'll have to check with the student council. I'll take it down as reference and ask them when I hand over our plans to the council. What about snacks? Thought about it, but it's too much work, and will take much time, so I don't recommend. Too much effort to make our own stuff instead of serving pre-made stuff. The only snacks I can suggest are hot dogs and sandwiches, and other classes are doing hot dogs. They'll hate us for stealing their business. If we do too much, it'll make it difficult for us to handle, and we can't balance the finances. We can just ignore it if there's no real demand. What do you think? Guess we got no choice then. Itsuki quickly went on a spiel to summarize the discussion. Omake realized that Itsuki really had talent for leadership. How reliable! And Mahiru too probably felt the same as she giggled so. Anyway, this is all we have for now, and I'll just sort this out before heading it over to the student council. About how we're going to get drinks, like coffee, I know of some who sells coffee beans, so I'll go chat with them, take it as promotion for them, ask them if they can sell to us at a cheaper price. We got this chance, and it'll be great if people will talk about the taste. Whoa, so reliable. Don't fall for me, man, I don't swing that way. Itsuki joked, but he did do what he needed to, decently even, and that was what he was amazing at. Omake was really impressed by the cheerful personality and leadership he could not imitate. He thought of the itinerary that would follow, and sighed. I just set up a haunted house last year after all. On one hand, Omake felt it was a hassle to serve customer, but on the other, he was really impressed by the fact that he was participating in such a student-like activity. He, already on the gloomy side, felt cultural festivals were just a waste of time and effort, but with Mahiru next to him, he felt it might not be a bad thing to create some memories. What is it? Nothing, just that we should work hard for the festival. Fufu, yes. I am looking forward to seeing you serve customers, Omake-kun. I have a bad attitude though. He coldly responded to Mahiru's teasing, and the latter showed a happy smile. Chapter 204. Cultural Festival and Service Practice. Part of the reason was that it was their second year doing so, and everyone was used to it. More importantly, the boys and girls of this class were clearly united for selfish purposes. They were naturally busy, as they had to tend to their studies and prepare for the festival, but Omake was numb to the hustle, and felt strangely fulfilled. Ori, there's a mistake on the flyer. Redo it before it gets sent for printing. How can we make a mistake on the school address? Where's the tablecloths? I heard they're bought but I can't find them. Our profits will drop if we buy it at usual price.
The students finished their assignments, and Omake and others heard the buzz while being guided on how to serve their customers.
Fujimaya-kun, smile. Smile. Too stiff, too stiff.
The girl in charge was a part-timer at a cafe, Ayaka Kido, and she was giving a wry smile at Omake, who was giving a fake smile. It was not that Omake could not smile, but to her, his smile was a little rigid.
Just smile as you usually do.
A forced smile makes it stiff and unnatural.
Relax a little more.
But that's how I am since I'll be serving customers. Just think of the customers as potatoes.
Potatoes.
Omake-kun, you can assume them as eggs.
Mahiru, who too was being guided, quipped jokingly.
She understood that Omake liked eggs, given their interactions over the past year or so, but Omake did not want to smile at customers like they were egg dishes, and it did not matter to him.
This isn't the problem.
So Omake thought, but he deliberately chose not to retort since Mahiru looked so happy and scratched his cheek.
Anyway, many people say that it's better for you not to force a smile, make it normal.
Try and get him to relax.
Who said I look better when I look natural? The girls in our class?
I heard that's the feeling they get whenever they see you with Shina-san.
I don't feel comfortable to be seen.
You're not flexing.
I'm not.
How's that deliberate?
Omake glared at Itsuki, who stared back dumbfounded with a.
This guy has no self-awareness.
Implication.
Shut up.
Omake retorted.
Mahiru blushed a little, and showed a faint smile. She gave him a comforting, bashful look, and her face was a little redder, so it seemed she had some self-awareness. To be precise, she might have finally noticed it, given her personality. The other girls led by Kido started nodding away.
I think you're most relaxed when you're with Shina-san, Fujimaya-kun.
What's that about?
Well, the aura or sort. Sometimes it feels like that.
Omake was clueless, but it seemed Mahiru had some inkling as she tried to hide her own shame. Her eyes contained some shame, and along with some uneasiness. Kido noticed it, and started laughing, waving her hands to deny it.
Don't worry, Shina-san, I have a boyfriend. I'm not interested in stealing someone else's.
This is not what I am worried about.
You don't have to hide it. You're worried that your boyfriend is attracting attention, right? I'm more interested in muscular ones though, and Fujimaya-kun is too skinny for me to consider. You're making it sound like I'm a bean sprout.
Omake assumed that he had gained some muscle mass, so that too skinny left him in some despair. Itsuki had once boasted that Omake had more muscles, but it might be hyperbole compared to how the latter was once like.
Omake-kun is not a bean sprout.
His skin is a little white, but once he removes his clothes, he does have some muscle.
Oh, so he looks amazing when he strips?
You're making it sound wrong.
Don't say anything that they'll misunderstand, Mahiru.
But they are sturdy.
All right now, you'll be the one embarrassed later.
Omake hoped that she would realize that whatever she said would have implications, that she had seen and touched his body. In fact, they merely clung onto each other in swimsuits, and it was nothing indecent per se, but it would not be strange for these words to be understood as something else. Mahiru did mention that Omake was gentlemanly, and everyone probably knew that they did not do it. Mahiru quieted down once Omake said so. Feeling relieved, Omake looked around, and there were warm stares around.
TCH.
He clicked his tongue, mainly at Itsuki.
Hey, why are you giving me that look?
Your smile annoys me.
You're pushing too much blame onto me.
All right, stop flirting and start practicing. Omake left his issues aside and clicked his tongue at Itsuki again as the latter prompted him once again. He then gave Kido a displeased look, and Kido laughed.
I know you two are really close, don't worry.
Just smile and serve the customers. Your gestures are gentlemanly anyway, so you should be fine as long as you follow what I taught you.
I don't think I'm ever elegant.
He did not think he was a brute, but he did not feel that he was elegant anyway. He was perplexed to hear her say this, but Mahiru smiled understandingly.
I suppose it is because of your parents' influence, Omake-kun. They are very graceful. I can't call Mom that, but she doesn't do anything to cause discomfort. So you spent time with Fujimaya-kun's family, Shina-san. Keikido-san. Sorry. Omake frowned at a giggling Kido, which caused her more amusement. Thus, he and Mahiru ended up basked in the warm smiles of many the entire time. Chapter 205. Trying clothes. These are the delivered clothes. Please wait a moment, I'll distribute them one by one. There's further instructions once you get your clothes, so please wait. Kido smiled as she distributed the clothes to her classmates. Once she looked towards Omake. Here. She beamed as she went over to Omake and handed the clothes to him. Ah, Fujimaya-kun, there's a classroom for you to change clothes in. Do go there alone later. Why alone? Special situation. What's with this situation? It's a little wish from Shina-san, and I think we should fulfill it for her. She says she wants to show you first, Fujimaya-kun. Of course, everyone else agreed. Kido then said something to assure him. Omake felt sorry about that, and was grateful to Kido for being willing to do this for Mahiru's sake. Thanks, so he said to Kido and the girls, who heartily accepted this turn of events. During this allocated time, Omake waited before that classroom, for he heard that Mahiru was changing inside. Of course, the curtains were pulled up. Everyone was supposed to head to their changing room, but they borrowed a classroom to practice serving their dishes. Also, the fluffy maid dresses would garner much attention if they went out. There was lots of stuff, paint on the corridor, which could have dirtied the classes. This might be a major reason for this arrangement. Why am I so nervous? He felt strangely, indescribably awkward once he thought of how there was a girl changing beyond the door. It's his girlfriend, and he did see her in her undergarments, practically, but his heart remained restless. He leaned on the door, and waited silently. You can come in. A tense reply came. Mahiru might have been nervous herself, and Omake chuckled as he did as she told him to. She was standing some distance away from the door. He closed the door behind him, and stared at Mahiru before him. She was dressed in a long-sleeved waitress dress that reached her ankles, a classic dress that had suitably blended into modern times. There were lumps at the elbow sleeves, as though there was air packed inside. It was a blue one-piece dress accompanied with an apron. Kido once said that when wearing miniskirts, they would wear another skirt underneath to prevent it from fluffing up. Mahiru was wearing a long dress that was not too big and formed a neat, fine silhouette. There were frills on the apron as decoration, and hardly any exposed skin, cultivating a prim, innocent image. Beneath the hem of the dress were ankles covered by black socks. On a side note, the black socks belonged to Mahiru. She would wearing socks all year long, so as to not expose any skin. This too was the situation. How is it? Mahiru tilted her head slowly, and the hair falling by the side fluttered. She would have to serve customers, and deliver their orders. The flax-colored hair was tied in the back to avoid inconvenience. A white brim headdress ornamented her head, emphasizing her vibe as a maid. Suits you more than I expected. Is that so? Thank you. It is my first time wearing such a thing. Omake's earnest praise was received with a bashful reply. It suited her so well, partially because of her beautiful face, and more so because her demeanor meshed with it better than expected. Mahiru herself was one who liked to serve others, and to be blunt, she was servile, and thus it seemed to suit her so well. Omake saw her fluffy smile, and naturally had the urge to withhold her from serving customers. Omake-kun. Sorry. It suits you so well that I don't want to show this to anyone else. It's too damaging. Fufu, what does it damage? My sanity. I shall pat your head later, so please endure for now. I too do not wish for others to see you in a butler uniform. It's all right, nobody's going to throw themselves at me. It does matter. Mahiru was fuming for some reason, so Omake apologized. It seemed she too realized that she overdid it. I should be the one apologizing. And softly apologized. You are more approachable ever since you changed your image. I do hear other girls praising you. I never heard of that though. They will not say such things to you. It is simply chatter between girls, and they will not approach you boldly with me around. Omake did not know what the girls chatted about him amongst themselves, and felt a shiver up his spine. Their views were mostly good-natured, according to Mahiru. However, he did not think he received their goodwill, and at most, some warm stares. After all, he felt that those girls who would approach him even though he was attached unacceptable, and had to refuse. He did not recall meeting such a girl, and was numb at Mahiru's words. It seemed Mahiru was aware that Omake only heard half her words, for she pursed her lips cutely. I say, females will be more honest amongst themselves, you know? How is the relationship like? How is his personality like? What are the experiences? And so on. We do also talk about things we will never allow boys to hear. What in the world did my girlfriend get involved in? This is girls' talk. There is no fluff, and it is all earnest talk. They do say that you are outstanding, Omake-kun, so I am starting to worry. Mahiru's hesitant look resembled an adorable maid, which riled a sense of guilt within Omake, along with a little sadism. So, what did they say? They did say that you are gentlemanly, and that you are not used to dealing with girls, which they are fond of. I don't think they're praising me. And that you won't fall for anyone else once you have someone. It was expected of him to only care for the one he loved. It would be rude to woo other girls while he was still dating, and also dishonest. Omake did not date Mahiru half-heartedly like that. The Fujimayas were often said to be devoted, Yule of love, and truth be told, Omake had no intention of caring about anyone other than Mahiru. You're the same, right? Will you cast aside glances at other guys? Of course not. There's nothing to worry about you then, you're my only one, and I'll only care about you. That aside, I don't want others to give you coveting looks, and that's why I don't want others to see you in this get-up. They reverted back to their initial topic, and Mahiru frowned slightly, before rubbing her forehead onto his upper arm several times. Let us endure for now. Yeah. That aside, I want to keep you to myself. Same here. Omake gently patted Mahiru's back while she continued to rub her forehead onto him. She then lifted her head, and stared at him intently. I want to see you in butler clothing sooner, Omake-kun. Time for the guy to borrow this place and show off. Just wait a while. Thanks to Itsuki, Chaitos and Kido's goodwill, Omake got to see Mahiru in this state earlier. It was originally meant to be shown to everyone. Soon it would be the boys' turn to wear their rented clothes. Let's say this first though, it's nothing fancy. No, I am looking forward to it. Mahiru smiled, indicating that her words were not out of courtesy, but earnestness. Omake felt an indescribable tickle in his heart. Just wait, don't hope too much about it. And scratched his cheek. How about it? What do you mean, how about it? It suits her. The boys in charge of serving were done changing, and were all riled up as Omake had just seen Mahiru in maid uniform. Omake, upon being asked so, could only answer thusly. His classmates were obviously disappointed to hear his dull reaction. He stared at them dumbfoundedly. Say, I don't think that's all you're thinking right now, right? What else can I say? There's no way it doesn't suit her. Well yeah, it's Shina-san after all. I want her service too. I want her to smile and say Go Shujin-sama. I'm never letting her serve you guys. Miser, let us dream. Better to shatter the dreams that can never happen. Ouch. Over this period, Omake got along with the classmates who were laughing out loud, though a minority was really despondent, and they could joke along. He started to interact with the other boys. I'm so envious. There were some who would occasionally say so while patting him on the back, and he would respond in kind. Omake deliberately answered mercilessly as he casually interacted, wearing the clothes prepared for him. The boys were dressed in navy blue jackets that were close to black, slacks, dark grey waistcoats. It was a simple, lanky design that exuded elegance. He did not feel tight, and had no issues moving in it. He should be fine. It's amazing. Itsuki looks like a playboy butler, the comedic type commonly seen in manga. Hey, why roast me? Itsuki was done changing, and was teased by the other boys. Omake glanced aside, and as they had commented, the newly dressed butler looked cheerful, to put it nicely. To be blunt though, he looked frivolous. Yep, you look frivolous. You too, Omake. You though, oh, it's the serious look that can be Shina-san. What nonsense are you saying? Omake would naturally dress well since it was for Mahiru to see. He combed some of his hair back, and looked more refreshing than usual. He did not want to do the all-back hair commonly seen in illustrations, but he would do this much without hesitation. He's serious, this guy's serious. He was so unenthusiastic before this, and now he's so motivated. I don't know why Shina-san's looking forward to it, but I'll definitely get serious if I'm him. They're flirting, they're flirting. No, well, if your girlfriends are looking forward to it, you guys will be enthusiastic too, right? Stop it, Fujimaya, it's super effective against singles. Sorry. Don't apologize, man. It hurts. The classmate said so as they nonchalantly put Omake in a headlock. He took it silently this time, and shrugged at a smiling Itsuki, who was a little devastated to be called frivolous. Well, Chaitos will be happy to see you like this, Itsuki. Yeah, and she'll go all. Ikan's so frivolous. Yep. Omake imagined Chaitos answering so, though not maliciously, and quietly chuckled. Itsuki jabbed at Omake's flank, and the latter slapped the back in return. Speaking of which, I think Kadawaki's going to be the center of attention again. Not really. The girl said that the prince type, frivolous, aloof and shotas are all in demand. Kuju has it rough to be called a shota. Also, you're obviously the frivolous one. Kuju was forced to serve due to his looks. He was short compared to the other boys, and fit an archetype in a certain sense. He was often displeased to be called cute, more so this time it seemed. Omake glanced aside at Kuju, who looked displeased while having changed clothes. For good or bad, he was diminutive, had a baby face, and might satisfy a certain need. On a side note, his buddy Hiragi was in the back, the reason being that he was burlier than expected. He was sturdier than the other boys, and the decision was made that he should contribute as labor instead of serving customers. Damn you, Kazuyo, you traitor! Omake heard a curse from the cute baby face, but he chose to pretend not to hear it. Oh, it really suits you, Ikan Tilda. Frivolous though. The students in charge of serving were gathered in the classroom, and it was time for the reveal. As expected, Chaitos leered away as she appraised him as frivolous. Itsuki too knew that he looked the part, and did not deny so, but he looked into the distance. Is it that ridiculous? He muttered so. It was to be expected though, since he was usually like this. Chaitos too was to serve customers, and was dressed in a maid uniform. Perhaps there were two kinds, for she was not wearing the conservative dress Mahiru wore. It was one focused on cuteness and decorative purposes, one that was several centimeters above the knees. One could see the frills beneath the hem, and white knee socks on her long slender legs. The short size complemented the fluffy apron, giving the vibe of a modern maid. Anyway, how is it? Does it suit me? Of course, anything suits you, Chi. You say that, but you were rolling on the floor laughing when I wore Mahiru's clothes and showed you. Ah, that's a size. Ikan. Sorry. The frivolous, so-called, Itsuki too would be obedient in the face of his girlfriend. It was his fault for touching at her sore point, so Omake did not retort. Besides Chaitos, there were a few other waitress girls in maid outfits. Omake chuckled in amazement at how they would be carrying out this event. Kido, in charge of hosting, was wearing the same uniform as Mahiru, and approached him with a smile. Ah, you look handsome when you put in the effort to dress up, Fujimaya-kun. Mahiru's looking forward to it. Fufu, such a good boyfriend. Sheena-san, your boyfriend's dressed like a butler now. Kido whisked Mahiru over with a hearty smile and wave, and Mahiru did not do so for some reason. He thought she was unwilling, but it did not seem to be the case since she was blushing and fidgeting. She's so nervous looking forward to it, I guess she's over-imagining it. Kido giggled, and returned to Mahiru. All right Sheena-san, it'll be a pity if you don't have a look up close. You two will be doing your shifts together, so you should get used to it. Itsuki and the others had arranged for Omake and Mahiru to be in the same shift. It was partially to ward off any harassment, and also to allow for them to tour the school together during their off period. Kido nudged Mahiru's back, and she approached him hesitantly. It doesn't suit me. And not at all. It is wonderful, so unlike you, Omake-kun. Is it that ridiculous? How do I look? More alluring than usual. I'm wearing more than usual. I don't usually wear this much, let alone at home. Sometimes it is better to wear more. Mahiru emphasized for some reason, leaving Omake perturbed, but the other girls nodded with understanding looks, and the atmosphere could not allow him to deny so. As usual, Mahiru looked up with blushing cheeks, fidgeting as she killed off the boys with cuteness. There was no stopping her. Mahiru, don't show others such a look. It'll kill. Same to you, Omake-kun. Sure. That is casual of you. Mahiru looked displeased, but Omake's face was so unlike Mahiru's prettiness, and there was no way he would have charmed both boys and girls. You don't have to worry about it. Omake brushed it off with such an implication, and Mahiru gently nudged at his upper arm in seemingly disbelief. Chapter 206. Service Practice and the Angel's Smile. After the show-off, it was time to practice, but they could not. Mahiru's work smile immobilized all the boys. They, who had volunteered to be customers, crumbled before the smile. The angel's smile truly was terrifying. Those that managed to survive the initial attack were led to their seats, and were shot down by another smile. Omake felt it would be terrible if she was not under control, and his face twitched. The angel is really scary, Omake, go stop Sheena-san. That smile isn't at full power though. Wait, she's not going all out yet. Stop watching the fun. This isn't a joke here. Omake watched from the sidelines, and Mahiru's smile remained a little pretentious to him. It was truly because she was giving a business smile to appeal to customers. If she put in a little more effort, however, the boys would surely crumble. The girls too were mesmerized. The angel's smile was super effective. We can't practice service like this. Kido could only give a wry smile as she observed on. Omake was used to it, and might have underestimated the smiles probably because they were always together. Mahiru herself had a beauty and disposition that would mesmerize anyone, and he should have expected this beforehand. I think the serving part is fine, but we cannot cause our customers' heads to numb there. Sorry. No, this isn't your fault or Sheena-san. Kido said, and gave a 1,000-yard stare. Omake was really apologetic, but he was hapless. We should have ordered some cold drinks. Yeah, make it all cool and icy here. The classroom might be boiling thanks to Mahiru, and they decided to pay attention to the air conditioning. But seriously, it'll be troublesome if we don't control her. Yeah, the victims. No, it's partly because of the victims, but mostly because I'm annoyed. Kido gave Omake a dumbfounded look once she heard these true thoughts blurted out. I don't want my girlfriend to start smiling at other guys, even if it's a business smile. Look, I'm petty all right. Say, I thought you're rather matured. The sudden change of topic had Omake widening his eyes this time. Kido smiled, and looked up at him. I used to think you're more calm and poised, more adult-like compared to the other guys. To be honest, you seem a little inapproachable, but you're rather cute. Are you roasting me here? No, I'm just praising you. You seem to act your age now. Like, I get that you're a guy since you're acting all jealous, and you really like Sheena-san, so I'm relieved to see that. Yeah, anyway, it's good, I'm not falling for you. Don't worry. What's that at the end? Sheena-san stare. She's looking at us. The nonchalant words had Omake noticing that Mahiru was look. Mahiru was not giving a suspicious look, but rather a little displeasure. Omake felt that she probably was not doubting his fidelity. And just as Omake felt conflicted about Mahiru smiling to everyone, so would Mahiru be peeved that Omake was getting along well with other girls. It seemed Mahiru liked Kido as a person, however, so the stare seemed a little anxious. You really are loved, Omake. You're really loved, Fujimaya-kun. Itsuki appeared to have eavesdropped as he joked, and Kido too happily imitated. Omake frowned for a single moment, but he gave Mahiru a gentle smile. The girls practiced serving the customers, and it was the boys' turn. I want to be Kadawaki-kun's customer. No way, me too. Hey, don't decide. Anyway, me too. Since when is it on a by-name basis? The girls frantically volunteered to be Kadawaki's practice partner, and Omake watched from afar, thinking that these girls were really amazing. Kadawaki was available, which was one reason for the skirmish. The highly popular Kadawaki seemed a little conflicted, and yet weary as he smiled away. Popular guys sure have it tough. So Omake pitted. It's amazing. Kido did not join in, and watched on. Kido, you have a boyfriend, right? Yep, I do. He's from another class. I've known him since young, and he has decent muscles. That's quite the introduction. You boasting? I don't just like the muscles, of course. He's a klutz, but he's kind and poised. I'll introduce him to you if I get the chance. Kido giggled, and Omake nodded. The skirmish for the customer's position became slightly chaotic. Kido smiled away as she clapped hard to gain everyone's attention, quelling this conflict. All right, we'll go by order for who's to practice with Kadawaki-kun. Once you decide on the order, I'll come up with a name list. We'll get several tries, and I think everyone should be able to experience this once, given the numbers. That'll be fair, right? Anyway, do your job, Akazawa-kun. Show us what the guys can do. No, well, we don't need to get the guys to perform. I think Yuta should be fine. We can't leave it all to Kadawaki-kun. And Chi-chan, stop watching already. But? No buts. Anyway, those who want to volunteer for practice, decide on your order and tell us. See, the other guys are also free. Get practicing. Kido was obviously more reliable than Itsuki, who was supposed to lead. Omake gave a wry smile, and Mahiru approached quietly, standing next to him courteously. I shall be your first customer, Omake-kun. All righty. Anyway, why is everyone picking people? Because everyone is dressed well. Well, Kadawaki's a handsome butler. That's probably an ideal one. Kadawaki showed a perturbed smile while surrounded by the excited girls. His butler outfit looked decent on him, form-fitting. He already was handsome to the point of being called the prince, and the clothes too suit him. Anything would probably suit him unless the clothes looked outlandish. The handsome aura he oozed was so dazzling, and Omake felt that if he were to stand next to Kadawaki at this point, people would likely compare them, which would trouble him. It does suit Kadawaki-san, but he is not my type. Well, yeah, I'll be in trouble if I'm not your type. It's a lot better for me. Naturally. Omake felt a little awkward to hear Mahiru's insistence. You are the best. So her expression implied, and he could not say anything. This is proof that she likes me, right? He felt gaudy and yet elated, and it was no wonder that his lips were slightly raised. He covered his lips with his white gloved hand to hide his embarrassment. Mahiru showed an elegant smile, as though she had seen through him. Chapter 207. Angel Killer. Welcome. Please have a seat here. He made sure to make a natural smile as he welcomed Mahiru, who was acting as the customer. For some reason, she froze. He was not giving the smile he usually showed at home, but a smile usually reserved for strangers. Her eyes looked rather rattled, however. Dear customer, may I know what's the problem? Nothing. Nothing at all. Mahiru shook her head frantically, and her tied long hair swayed like a whip. Omake served her just as a waiter would serve a customer. Her hair did not touch him, but it could have if they were as close as they usually were. His heart surely was calm enough for him to think about these things. He heaved a sigh of relief, and led Mahiru to her seat. Also, he did check with the door staff of their numbers, and thus there would not be a case where there was no available seat even though he led her in. Please have a seat here, and wait a moment. Omake pulled the chair out, smiled, and Mahiru sat on it gingerly. She probably was reacting out of shame and nervousness, but the nervous one should have been Omake, the one smiling at her like a customer. He did not understand what's there for her to be embarrassed about. He deliberately ignored her reaction since they had to practice, memorized her order, and went to the indoor curtain that shielded the simple kitchen they had. What's this, some ambush? What do you mean? The practice continued on after her order, and only ended when he saw her leave the shop. Once he was done practicing with Mahiru, he went to Kido, who was in charge of guiding them. Kido nodded away, looking impressed. On a side note, Mahiru was restless the entire time, and Omake was worried if he had omitted something. Ah, your service and gestures are fine. But Mahiru's like that though. That's because you're handsome, right? You're doing decently. How about working at the cafe I work at? The owner will be happy, Tilda. I'll think about it when I need the money for myself. Omake hinted that he had no intentions to do so for the time being, and Kido gave a regretful smile. She then glanced aside at Mahiru, who was fanned with a file by Chaitos. Shina-san will have it tough during this cultural festival, Tilda. Well, there'll be many customers after her. That's not what I mean. What do you mean? She's worried because her boyfriend may attract attention. I feel that you'll be really popular if you keep smiling like that. She poked at Omake's face with a ballpoint pen, and he gently flicked it aside with his finger. I don't think that'll happen. Do you know, Fujimaya-kun? People do judge others based on appearances initially, but appearances don't just mean looks. There's also the sense of purity, vibe, gestures, and so on. People do observe that. To be honest, there are guys who are more handsome than you if we're just going on looks, but I don't think it's enough to gain goodwill. Well, I get that, and I do think so too. Omake and Mahiru were not on good terms when they first met each other. He found her pretty but did not have feelings for her, partially because he had no real interest in the opposite gender. You should agree that you're popular. Your smile is great. If I agree with that, doesn't that make me a narcissist? Ahaha, but it's true that you're smiling better, Tilda. Not as good as my boyfriend though. Guess what I'm feeling after I just got flexed on? I think you want to check out how good my boyfriend is. Probably. Even though they spent a short time together, Omake could tell that Kido was an honest, cheerful, amicable person who loved to care for others. He was actually curious about this boyfriend she was so fond of, but all he knew was that the boyfriend's personality and body was fine. We'll talk about that next time. Anyway, you pass. Here's a little red flower. From her apron, Kido took out a little red flower sticker, as though it was proof that he passed, and handed it to him. On a side note, Itsuki, who had been observing, had a failed sticker on his head, which he asked Kido to paste. And the reason why Itsuki failed was that he was grinning away the entire time. He was reminded not to leer too much. Anyway, I got to check on the others. Go to Shina-san, Fujimaya-kun. Yeah. And if you say any lovey-dovey stuff, that's not going to happen. How can I do it in front of everyone? Omake's expression betrayed his displeasure, and it was dismissed by her usual hearty smile. The little displeasure he had was gone, and with an inexplicable ticklish feeling, he scratched his cheek and went towards Mahiru. Mahiru. You, Omake-kun. Ah, the reason for Mahiru's blood rush is here. The blood rush Chaito spoke of probably referred to Mahiru's searing face. Her white face was a little red when he was serving her.
The blushing maid with slightly reddened eyes leaned on the chair and looked up towards him, which was bad for his heart. Omake, you really are Mahiru's killer, so don't bully her so much.
What's with this characteristic?
Well, a special attribute that activates only on Mahiru.
I think Omake-kun's target is not just me alone.
Mahiru muttered so, and Omake smiled wryly as he sat next to her, which caused her to shiver.
Am I that handsome?
Yes.
I'm honored as the boyfriend then, anyway. Understand that I don't care about anyone other than you.
I know this, but I do feel a little conflicted. Mahiru wriggled, seemingly feeling unbearable, so Omake patted her to calm her down, but she ended up blushing more than before.
Is this a special attack on Mahiru, or an AoE attack?
It's like a chain reaction that causes more victims from Mahiru's embarrassment.
You said something.
Nothing, Tilda? Omake glared at Chaitos, who went off tangent, and the latter played dumb as she evaded that look.
Chapter 208.
The one to be called. Of course, there was a limited number of tickets per person. This measure was simply because it had not been peaceful recently, and there were incidents of visitors being violent in school. A student's safety was priority, even though it was a festival, and thus the decision.
I do not have anyone I can invite.
It was after dinner, and Mahiru flatly muttered as she looked at the invitation list distributed by the school. She was dubbed the Angel, adored by the masses, but she hardly went out to make friends. Even in middle school, she had no one she could call an intimate friend. The other option besides friends was her parents, her father aside. She definitely would never invite her mother. Truth be told, she came to the conclusion that there was no one she could invite, simply because she was unwilling to invite her parents. I do not have anyone on close terms that I can invite out, so this has nothing to do with me. The people I am better terms with are all at school, so you do not have to worry.
Same here. Wait, Mom's going to yap a lot if I don't mention this.
Will Shihoko-san and Shuto-san be attending too?
I hid it from them last year and got yapped at for so long.
Shihoko made quite a ridiculous fuss when she found out. Given her personality, she would definitely go all out on the skinship with Omake, even in public, and it would be embarrassing for him to have a clingy mother even in high school. Also, he did not want to let others see how lovey-dovey his parents were. It's the cultural festival soon. It seemed she remembered about it this year as she sent this message. She was definitely asking for tickets. I reminded them not to be so open about that before inviting them.
Aha!
Mahiru too knew full well how Shihoko and Shuto would flirt openly, and gave a wry smile.
I'll be inviting them.
It's quite some distance from my hometown to here, and I don't really have anyone I'm on really good terms with.
I see.
Mahiru had no intention to continue further, for she understood part of the past history Omake had. Omake paid no attention to it, however, and got on fine with the friends he made in high school, so it turned out well. It seemed she was still concerned, however. He was more concerned about Mahiru's parents. Mahiru's father Asahi was fine, but neither side had any intention to meet. Mahiru had no intention to meet her mother, and Omake could tell through the one conversation they had. There was no way Mahiru would invite her mother to the cultural festival. Despite that, Omake did not know about Mahiru's life before high school, and assumed there was nothing he could say.
Anyway, you say that you can't call anyone, but what about the housemaker?
He then remembered that though her parents ignored her, there was a woman who imparted love and knowledge to Mahiru. That housemaker appeared to be the one who taught Mahiru's housemaking and culinary skills, and Mahiru's eyes looked blissful whenever she recounted about the housemaker. It would not be hyperbole to say that the housemaker raised her in her parents' stead. She widened her eyes once she heard so.
You do remember about Koiki-san?
I probably mentioned a few words.
It's about you after all. You're not calling her.
I cannot do so. Omake felt he had a good idea, but Mahiru writhed, looking a little forlorn, despondent, and he realized he misspoke.
Sorry.
Something happened to the housemaker Koiki, and he carelessly suggested to invite her. He frowned once he realized this, and Mahiru then realized what he was imagining, hastily waving her hands, telling him not to worry about that.
This is not what I mean. Koiki-san stopped being the housemaker when I was in middle school. She had waist issues. Ah. It was part of her work, but she had to tend to such a massive house alone, and I felt sorry for her for putting her through with such hardship. Omake felt it was no wonder then, since Koiki's had an injured waist. Even when recovered, the old ailments could flare up again. It was akin to tying a bomb onto the waist. She could not work, and could not get careless. She is staying with her daughter and son-in-law. I do not wish to call her over because I am worried about her. There are not many places for her to rest in school, and she does stay far away. I really cannot bring myself to have her make a trip here. I see. That's a pity. Yes. It was obvious from Mahiru's face that she really admired the housemaker. Omake too wanted to meet the person who shaped Mahiru's living ability and personality, to thank her. It was unlikely to happen, however, due to health issues. I find it a pity too that I can't greet the person who took care of you. Maybe I should give her a holler in the future. Greet. Yes. She is like your mother, right? Yes. Then I should pay her a visit. Omake had basically declared to Mahiru's father that he would take her in, and was recognized for that. He should also pay attention to the mother who took care of her. Mahiru herself was under the great care of the housekeeper, who went far beyond her duties to love Mahiru. It would be rude to the magnanimous person to sweep away the daughter without informing her. We'll think about it in the future then. It's rude to make a sudden visit, so let's get the chance to write a letter, Mahiru. Nothing. Doesn't feel like it from your face. It is nothing. Mahiru stuffed her favorite cushion onto Omake's face, blocking his sights. Goodness me. And he chuckled as he let her be. Chapter 209. A little jealousy and worry. The crux was that someone lent them clothes. Once this issue was resolved, they chose to run a cafe. Following that was the interior decoration and the beverages and foods to be served. For the former, they simply needed to arrange the desks and chairs, and make it presentable. The latter part was the troublesome one. The cultural festival would last 2 days, and they would have to estimate the amount of food to serve, and also to pay attention to hygiene while serving. Despite that, it not such a problematic issue this time. Due to hygiene and the efforts required, they decided to purchase wholesale this time. To be precise, as Omake's class was hosting a maid and butler-themed cafe, the core entertainment should be the appearance and atmosphere. Thus, they could only compromise on food. Given that many classes requested to use the cooking classroom, one would see that choosing a wholesaler was a wise choice. But I'll be a bit more serious about drinks. Saying that was Itsuki, still the committee member, giving a harmonious smile as he winked and told them. He said he had contacts that could provide him low prices for coffee beans. He happily slapped the bag onto the table, and it contained grounded beans. The best beans would be freshly roasted, but there was no time for this as high schoolers would be running the shop temporarily. Thus, the coffee beans were prepared, and so were the tea leaves. Everything that was to be provided was available. That's better than expected. Chaitos muttered as she looked at the somewhat decorated classroom. There was a limit to how much they could decorate a classroom. Tablecloths, cushions, and little locker ornaments were placed on the desks, ensuring that they did not seem like desks, creating an atmosphere. It might not be an orthodox-made cafe, but it should suffice for a student activity. The most important aspect was still the dressed students. I think this much should be enough. Yeah. A change of curtains and decorations changes lots. Good work, you guys. The curtains really suit the mood. The borrowed curtains had yellow knots, and looked grand. Omake pointed at the curtains. Will be bad if we dirty them. And Chaitos muttered so. There were a few seats set next to the windows, and if they got dirted, it probably would be really costly to wash them. I guess this much should be enough. Let's just hope that the customers will come here. I think they'll be baited with Shina-san as the maid. Might have too many coming after all that we can't handle. My girlfriend isn't bait. Also, the other girls are dressed nicely too. Isn't it rude to the other girls if they're going to charge towards her? Omake only focused on Mahiru, but objectively speaking, the other girls in maid outfits looked decent, and the clothes matched them. His bias aside, Mahiru's cuteness was otherworldly, but it did not mean she was the only one suited for this. Ikun, I think you should take pointers from Omake. Aoi, you're cute too. Your praise is too insincere. If you don't praise me more, I'll punish you by bringing to that we last talked about for a tea course. Whoa, that's expensive. Every table is assigned a butler. You can go learn from there. That's way too expensive a lesson. So Omake ignored the bickering two friends who were happily deciding on their next date plans, and looked towards Mahiru, who sat next to him silently. For some reason, she was giving an inexplicable look. Mahiru. Omake-kun, do you think I am the cutest? What's with this out of a sudden? You worried that I just praised the other girls, isn't it obvious? What's there to ask? It suits you best, and you're the cutest. Why yes. For Omake, the one golden rule was that Mahiru was special, but it seemed Mahiru would feel concerned. He softly praised the somewhat jealous Mahiru, and that alone delighted her as she smiled happily. She would not cling onto him as they were at school, but she bashfully tugged at his sleeve. This little gesture was eye-catching enough, so Omake was a little frustrated by how cute his girlfriend was. There'll be a lot more stares on that day. Warm stares were emitted from his classmates, and though conflicted, Omake was fine with them. The problem was the day itself. He foresaw that some would give rude looks, and some would be unruly. I'll try my best not to leave her then. Omake was quietly grateful to Itsuki and the others for assigning him and Mahiru in the same slot. He looked back and forth between Mahiru, who was smiling bashfully, and the bickering lovebirds Itsuki and Chaitos, before giving a wry smile. Chapter 210. The cultural festival starts. The weather started to cool, and they were sufficiently dressed to the point that they could keep warm. Even with ties, they would not sweat much. We're in the first shift. I'm a little nervous. We'll change shift at noon, so let's work hard until then. I get the feeling it'll be crowded with you and Mahiru around. Sorry about that, but I really can't bring myself to do this. I'm about to give up. The first event was the opening ceremony for all students, so after they attended it at the gym, Omake was in the changing room with Kadawaki, who was in the same shift, and they chatted away as they got changed. Kadawaki, however, gave an enlightened smile. He was already used to having stares upon him, and probably gave up and accepted even though he was just changing. Handsome guys sure have it tough. Omake instinctively gave a look of pity, and Kadawaki chuckled once he saw that. Be careful. Shina-san will get jealous too. Don't worry. I won't stand out much with you around. What are you saying now? But well, you might have more instances of getting jealous than her. Jealous? I'm in cold sweat. Mahiru was cute, and was really suited for a maid's outfit. One might worry if there would be any strange man harassing her, or even sexually. Lots of students would swarm towards Mahiru then. As the boyfriend, Omake was peeved to imagine so, and was worried if there would be any insolent stares. It seemed Kadawaki understood what Omake was thinking. Do your best then. For he frowned slightly and made a wry smile, patting Omake on the back. They got changed, returned to the classroom, and their classmates were already waiting for them there, appearing to be all ready. The students that were not present might be at the cooking classroom. Itsuki's shift would begin at noon, and thus he was dressed in school uniform. Once he saw his classmates here, he stood at the podium, showing the usual hearty smile. It's the first day of the festival. Honestly, I've no idea how many people will be here. It's not like we don't have any past references, but we have some popular people here. Itsuki glanced aside at Kadawaki and Mahiru, who gave wry smiles, probably having steeled themselves. Anyway, we'll sort it out in our way. It's not often that we get a cultural festival, and no point if we don't enjoy ourselves, even if there aren't any customers here. We don't have that much time next year, so our second year will be the time we'll enjoy ourselves most. We'll only be thinking about exams next year. That's a downer. Sorry, let's sweep the gloom aside. We're going to enjoy ourselves this year. It seemed the class was gloomy for a moment, but Itsuki's smile soon cheered them up. It was the right choice for him to step up and lead. Right, some business intel, or rather, a reminder. I guess everyone understands that we don't allow photos to be taken in the shop. We'll remind them at the entrance that no photos can be taken. If anyone asks for it, just refuse and tell them that we don't provide such services. Otherwise, it'll get really troublesome. The specialized shops at the electronics street often provided such services, but not here, of course. It was after all a students' cultural festival, and the selling point was not the appearance of the attendants. Also, there was a notice pasted in the shop, forbidding photos. A similar notice was written in the corner of the menus. Also, no footage was allowed to be taken during the festival. Students from another school had uploaded their activity footage onto video sites and apps, resulting in cases of girls being stalked, which was why the school had new rules forbidding this. Times changed, resulting in these new restrictions. Omake was impressed yet bewildered thinking about it. In any case, there would be some who would not follow rules, and they had to pay attention. That's about all we have to pay attention to. We're starting soon. The moment he finished, a noise blared through the speakers. Following that was the principal declaring the start of the festival. Let's work hard over these 2 days then. We're aiming for top sales for our year. Itsuki raised his fist and boasted of something a little reckless, riling the class up. It seemed they were already riled up. Omake straightened his back again, and Mahiru, listening next to him. Let us do your best. Softly muttered so. Chapter 2:11. Busy shift. The angel's effect is really amazing. Muttering so was the male classmate Yamazaki, who was in the same shift. All the seats were filled minutes in, a rarity for a student activity. He might be dumbfounded, or even thunderstruck by the passionate customers. It was really difficult for a restaurant to hold so many customers at once, so they limited the numbers. It was no wonder that he was intimidated by the overwhelming numbers. The male gazes would be on Mahiru whenever she went past them. Omake was reluctant, impressed, and peeved, his face on the verge of collapsing. He already expected so, and gave up, but he was really peeved about this matter, which he was already happy with. These words might be applicable to Omake, however, from Mahiru's perspective. Vice versa. I guess that's expected. That aside, we got customers. Omake informed Yamazaki and led the new customer to the seat. Usually speaking, the customer was to be served by anyone available, but some would specify certain persons to do so, which was awkward. This shop did not provide such services, and if needed, they could go to those shops. The female student he just served appeared to be headed for Kadawaki, but he so happened to be serving another customer, so unfortunately for her, Omake had to serve. Please have a seat here. Omake pulled the chair and showed the smile Kido taught him. The girl who seemed distraught that Kadawaki was not serving her was seemingly taken aback as she looked towards Omake. Too bad if she starts running elsewhere. So he taught as he informed her of the basket to put her belongings, before brandishing the menu before her. The recommended item for the day is set A. Is that fine with you? Oh, you? I shall have one then. On a side note, though it was a recommended item, there were only 3 sets of snacks and drinks, A, B and C. They were sold as sets, to prevent customers from merely ordering drinks. The entrance receptionist did remind them that they had to inform of allergies, so there probably should not be any issues. The girl ordered with some hesitation. Certainly, please wait, we shall serve immediately. Omake bowed politely, and went off to inform the counter staff. 1A, orders are starting to pile up. Do your best. Some classmates were behind the counter, serving the desserts on the plates, some were hurrying between the cooking classroom and the classroom, and a certain idle classmate lifted his head slowly. Whoa, it's ridiculous out there. Don't die now. We can handle for now since we prepared lots beforehand, but... But what? I guess you guys will really have it tough. Really? Well, Kadawaki's a hot commodity. We'll be busier. I'm not talking about that. He sighed, but did not mention why. Omake was confused, but it probably should not be too much of a problem. This is ridiculous. Such was the look Omake gave, but he was in turn pitted. And also, Sheena's been looking here the entire time, looking a little unhappy. What now? I think you're the cause. I need to serve. Not like I got a choice. That's one thing, but I don't think that's the reason. I don't get what you're trying to say. Omake felt that he was gently rebuked, but he could not understand, and frowned. The implication probably was that Mahiru was jealous, but it seemed that Mahiru was pouting because of something else. Omake decided to ask Mahiru later, and ended the conversation there as he served the prepared dishes to the table. Chapter 2:12. Aloof Maid, Customer Limited. More people entered as time went on, and the queuing crowds kindled the curiosity of many. Most of the initial customers were students, and later, one could see visitors. They were not as passionate as the students, but there were instances of visitors being amazed by the many good-looking students. Some younger visitors wanted to seize the chance to woo, but the issues were calmly resolved by the service staff. "You're really cute, miss." Of course, some tried to speak to Mahiru, who showed a faint smile, thanked them, and went on her way. She did not intend to continue the conversation. "Have you decided on what to order?" And cut off any male attempts to woo her. This universal retort reminded the customer that he was merely a customer. "I have, but I want to talk about you." "If you have, please place your order." If it's convenient later?" "Apologies, but we do not provide such services." "Please place your order if you have decided." This customer appeared to have intended to continue further, but Mahiru responded with a standard smile. The customer noticed a few staff members staring coldly at him and deflatedly placed his order. It happened a few times, and Omake could only show a wry smile. Guess I'm not the only one being overprotective. He could sense that none of his classmates was going to let Mahiru be hurt. Mahiru truly was adored by his classmates, but he never expected them to show such concern for her. "I know you're worried, but we're paying attention too. Don't be too tense." While Omake was surprised by this, Kadawaki showed a wry smile as he approached Omake, having some available time. On a side note, he too was often approached by the ladies, but one could often see him dodging them artfully, probably out of habit. "We know you're restless about how popular your girlfriend is, and you can't always keep an eye on her, right? We'll chip in when we can." Kadawaki. Omake realized then that Kadawaki and the other classmates were so kind, and he felt a warmth spreading in his heart. We don't want a friend to be hurt, or to be honest, we don't want to see someone wrecked again after being healed. Healed? The whole class is basically going, "Don't ruin the sweet and sour mood between you two." Sorry, I don't get what you mean. What's this guy saying? It was no wonder then that Omake showed such a look. He cringed, having heard Kadawaki say something so unlike him. The person who said such vague lines grinned away, and could not help but burst out laughing. Anyway, just take it that Sheena-san's really doted on, that everyone in class is being friendly to you too. So you mean everyone's looking at us? No, just think about it. Everyone's definitely looking when you two are flirting so naturally. Since when were we flirting? No. What are you saying? Kadawaki gave Omake such a look, and Omake pursed his lips. He had no memory of flirting openly. Despite that, one could assume it was the atmosphere caused when he unwittingly touched Mahiru from time to time. I got to be careful. Otherwise, he might carelessly ruin something one day. Well, as long as you two are happy. Kadawaki giggled at the silent Omake, looking completely relieved. Embarrassed, Omake pursed his lips harder than before. Omake-kun. Omake returned to the back counter, and met Mahiru, who happily went towards him.
Her smile was different from the business smile she showed. It was a sincere, heartfelt smile shown only to him. He felt his heart jolt and welcomed her with a smile only to her. "You're not tired?" "I am fine. Everyone is concerned about me, but I was shocked to see everyone intimidate the person with the camera through smiles." "Ah, we did say that cameras are forbidden, and reminded them before then. Can't help it when they ignore it. It does seem that everyone is extremely motivated." "Well, yeah." Omake did not mention that it was because everyone was gently watching over them and brushed this matter aside. Mahiru gave a bell-like giggle, and it seemed she had not noticed it. One had to wonder if she really did not notice, or that she was used to it. She was worried about the cafe, for she had a glance at the shop. There are more customers than expected. I think people are just hopping onto the bandwagon. Just join the long queue. Perhaps it is. Of course, there is. Mahiru then turned her eyes towards Ain. I think people will come in with eyes for a certain person. I overheard chatter outside that this seems to be the case. Yeah, most of the students will come for you. Omake-kun, I have lots to say to you after this festival ends. Sure, what are we talking about? Many things. Mahiru seemed displeased and frowned as she tried to keep her emotions to herself. Omake felt that he might have stepped onto a landmine, so he hastily looked towards her eyes, only for her to avert. It seemed she was not trying to convey her anger, but rather, she was bashful, for her face was red. Your attire is too sleazy. You should get used to it. You had enough of it during practice, right? I cannot do so. Your eyes towards me are different from when you look towards others. There'll be trouble if it's all the same. It was natural that his expression directed at his girlfriend would be different from one directed at the customer. No matter how cute the female customer was, he would serve her in the same manner. Truth be told, he did not think there was anyone cuter than Mahiru before him. To him, the bashful, pouting expression shown only to him was more adorable than anything else in the world. You do not understand, Omake-kun, I shall not hand you over even if others see how good you are. Mahiru suddenly changed topics, and Omake was confused as to what this was about. She did not continue on, however, and hammered at his chest, as though venting away. You said you're not going to flirt. It wasn't on purpose. So you say. Chapter 213. Aloof butler. Neither was it when people would harass her for her beauty and try to converse. The most worrying was when someone would try to impose one of man's 3 great desires upon her. It happened at noon, 10 minutes before their shift ended. A male customer had been eyeing the female workers the moment he entered. It was not uncommon as there were pretty girls serving them. However, Omake saw that the customer was sizing them up and had a feeling that he had to keep an eye out. He served the dish, took the tray, and was about to head for the counter when the customer reached out for Mahiru. Mahiru had just served the man some food and turned back. It happened right at that moment, and of course, she could not see what went on behind him. The customer reached for the waist beneath the skirt, no, the buttocks. Omake took a step forward. Omake had been nearby, and the customer was slow, which was why Omake had a chance to reach out. Dear customer, please do not casually touch our staff. He slid the tray between Mahiru and the customer's hand before the latter could touch, and reminded with a calm expression. Calm as he might appear, it was the opposite within. He was a little miffed that his cute girlfriend was being wooed, and he was further incensed about this act of sexual harassment. Mahiru turned around once she heard that. She determined what the customer intended to do as the tray blocked the hand, and her cheeks shuddered as she took a step back. Omake strove to protect Mahiru, and did his best to show a tender smile. The shop quietened down unwittingly. Omake sensed the stares upon him, but he was so furious, he did not care. At the same time, he remained calm. The customer failed in his attempt, and could possibly excuse himself. The surrounding customers might have noticed so, for they were staring at the hand. The customer, however, did not do anything, and Omake could only let it be if he said it was a coincidence.
The customer did not commit the cardinal sin of touching Mahiru, but Omake noticed something the former could not absolve himself of. "Dear customer, may I know where your entrance permit is?" The sudden change of topic caused the man to widen his eyes. "And also, how did you enter? You are not wearing the band indicating your entrance permit." All visitors entering this school had to wear a band indicating that they were allowed into the school. It was a one-time use, but was extremely sturdy. There were dangerous cases and thefts in recent years. Thus, the students needed to wear a band indicating their names on their necks during this cultural festival, colors differing by year. Ordinary visitors had to wear a band. The school imposed restricted access to certain areas, a measure to prevent visitors from entering. It caught water, and broke. The man was speechless once this was pointed out, and Omake chuckled. How strange. The band is waterproof since there is a likelihood of sweat. The pamphlet did mention that if you lost your band, you may register at the main office. Which student from which class requested for your permit? You should be able to answer so, no. Well. Enough nonsense. Omake stopped smiling, and turned towards the staff that was observing. Sorry, may someone please call for the student council or a teacher? I don't think it's good to have an unwelcomed outsider loitering around. Already done. Our patrolling homeroom teacher is coming here. Good work. Omake heaved a sigh of relief as Kadawaki had quickly responded and acted swiftly. He shrugged, sorted his attitude, and turned to smile at the man who failed to molest. Naturally, Omake knew that his eyes were not smiling. Dear customer, the issue at hand is not the act, but the matter of an outsider entering without permit. Apologies, but the people at the main office shall question you. Omake calmly narrated what would happen to this man, and the homeroom teacher arrived, and went to the man. Omake pulled Mahiru back by the arm, and sighed. The pervert's failed attempt might be reported too, and he probably would be expelled. It was amazing that he did not know why a permit had to be requested. There would be records of which student invited whom during the request phase, and thus they would invite those whose identities were ascertained. They could trace someone if the matter was out of hand, and the student who invited the man might be slightly punished. Hardly anyone would do anything illogical. Wooing was still a grey area, and they would not be warned if they were not harassed. Omake was curious as to how the man got in, but the main office probably would interrogate further. Perhaps in the coming year, or even tomorrow, all personnels had to wear a band before entering. The man said something, but it had nothing to do with Omake, so the latter ignored it. Omake saw the man leave the classroom with the homeroom teacher and acted as though nothing happened as he smiled at the customers looking at him. Dear customers, apologies for the disturbance. Please continue to enjoy your meals. He bowed gracefully, and the other staff members followed soon, clearly indicating that the ruckus ended at this point. Once he heard chatter like before, he quietly held Mahiru's hand next to him and pulled her to the back. Omake-kun. Our shift's ending soon, so go a rest. Wait inside. I'll get changed with you later. Omake felt it was fine as he had a look at the surrounding classmates, who waved their hands, basically shooing him away. He lowered his head slightly, brought Mahiru to the back, and had her sit on the chair. She remained a little dumbfounded, probably still shocked by the prior events, so Omake patted her head. Nevertheless, it was not good for two to leave their positions, even though it was near the end of their shift, so he returned to the shop once again. He went to the back once it was time for a changeover. Mahiru silently waited as she sat on the chair formally, holding a paper cup of coffee. A concerned student probably served this to soothe her. She seemed relieved once she noticed Omake's return, and her eyes softened. Once he saw that, Omake too eased his expression. Welcome back. I'm back. You feeling better? There is no need for everyone to worry. Normally speaking, we will be. Omake pulled her here given that she looked a little rattled. He felt he made the right decision. He patted her head once again after seeing her look a little displeased. She lowered her eyes bashfully, and tried to brush it off by drinking coffee.
Once he was sure the paper cup was empty, Omake took his parka, which he had placed at the back, and put it on Mahiru's lap. The school's air conditioning regulated the temperature, but many wore coats as it was getting a little chilly. He brought it for Mahiru to wear, however. "Put it on. You'll stand out too much in those clothes." There would be stares on her if she wore a maid uniform, and photos were allowed outside. Omake prepared this so as to not cause unnecessary mayhem. Considering the difference in height, the clothes could reach the thighs, and she would not stand out if she removed her apron and headpiece. She already stood out to begin with, and it was to be expected that her beautiful face would attract many gazes. She removed her apron, obediently put on the parka that was handed to her, and buttoned the front. One could sense that she was feeling better. She frantically rolled her overly long sleeves, and even pulled her nose towards it, blew her nose, and smiled. Omake hoped she would stop. That dazzling smile was bad for his heart. Itsuki, who was working the afternoon shift, seemed to have noticed it, for he sorted his tie and leered away. Omake frowned hard, and the leer grew. Omake felt that he lost something, and was increasingly displeased. Mahiru blinked away, and smiled. Left with no choice, Omake could only take their stares. However, Omake did not want to be basking under their stares, so he took his bag containing his uniform from the locker in the back. All he had to do was to remove his jacket and waistcoat, put them into the locker, and he would not stand out even if he walked down the corridor. Mahiru too knew that he was going to change, so she stood up, stored the apron and headdress into the locker, and took out her school uniform. "We're out. Leaving the rest to you guys. Alrighty, flirt all you want." "Shut up. Don't flirt around in the shop." Omake frowned again once he heard this casual answer, but Mahiru held his hand, and it would be bad on him to give an ugly look. He gave an indescribably contorted look as he left the classroom along with Mahiru. They walked down the corridor, and saw that it was buzzing out there. Even though visitors had to request for entry, there were a lot of them. The corridor was usually not this noisy, and it felt so jarring, but that was to be expected. "There's a lot of them. I heard there are more visitors compared to past years. It's no wonder suspicious people got past the security when there's so many people here." The cultural festival of this school was a lot fancier and grander in scale compared to others, which was why many external parties wanted to visit. Suspicious people. Mahiru lowered her eyes once she heard so. Omake realized that he misspoke, and he exerted a little more strength in his palm. "You all right?" "I am fine." It shocked me, but luckily he failed. It seemed Mahiru had noticed Omake's worry, for she hastily shook her head. She would not give such a look, however, if she was really fine. "Sorry, I should have been more careful." "But you were busy." "It was simply because I was too careless." Careless or not, such guys will always be on the prowl. That's why we have to pay attention and stop these guys. She might be more wary, but there were some instances that would simply occur. After all, there was no stopping these molesters. She seemed to be blaming herself for being careless, but anyone could have done it if they wanted to. She did not do anything wrong. You didn't go anything wrong. The weird ones are those who think that those with pretty faces and nice bodies deserve it for being too attractive. Anyone should be respected, no matter their genders. Yes. So don't say it like it's your fault. Omake muttered, and Mahiru lowered her eyes, looking a little perturbed, before she leaned onto his arm. "You never touched me much, Omake-kun. I do not wish to be touched by anyone else." Mahiru shivered as she whispered, and Omake held her hand again to encourage her. They did this while walking, so the surrounding stares were vexing, but everyone in school knew that the angel was dating, so it did not matter. Omake was uncomfortable to be looked at, but he started to get used to it. "Not much? I don't remember doing anything like that. You do occasionally cling on to me when I wake you up. Can you please don't remind me now? I'm not a pervert, you know." Omake inadvertently looked towards Mahiru when the shocking truth was revealed, and sensed that some life was creeping back onto her devastated face, for she gave an impish smile.
I do not think you are a pervert to touch your girlfriend's body. So you say? I do not mind. Don't pamper me. I'll do it. Are you not wanting to now? I'm a guy. Of course I'll want to, but it's too early. Of course, Omake had his own desire to touch, but he knew how fragile a male's sanity was, so he made sure not to touch too much. He also knew very well that Mahiru would not dislike it, and instead would like to be touched. She said that sharing the warmth was a comfortable feeling, and said that she would feel blissful to be touched. But if he really could do so, he might overdo it, so he had to endure. Mahiru might have noticed what Omake was thinking while the latter looked aside, for she giggled, and firmly latched onto his arm. Please understand that I do not mind. I know that. He knew she was agreeable to this as she liked him, but his heart was besieged as she said so once again. He quietly swore to himself to touch all he wanted when he could bear responsibility. He saw her smiling happily next to him, and rubbed his palm upon hers. Chapter 2:14. Fetish. A while had passed since lunch, but the set-up food stalls remained bustling. Many students would change shifts at this point, and the customers might increase in numbers. Omake was worn out as he was not used to serving customers and hungry. He went around wanting to get something to eat, and as expected, Mahiru really stood out. Wow, it's that maid. Such chatter could be heard from time to time. One could say that the class shop was doing well, and there were a lot of visitors. Omake was a little uncomfortable with this, and Mahiru seemed to have given up, or rather, used to it, for she ignored her surroundings. Omake thus decided not to mind too much. What do you want to eat, Mahiru? I guess I will prefer something that I do not usually eat. I don't know what you don't usually eat, yakisoba maybe? Or takoyaki? While Mahiru did cook yakisoba before, she did not like food that were too heavily flavored, and if she were to, she would either make it salted flavored or ancake. Takoyaki was even more unlikely as they did not have the machine. Mahiru hardly ate outside, and did not know much of food sold at such events. It was a rare chance for them, so Omake decided to go for the sauce-flavored yakisoba they hardly ate. He went to a class selling them, only to hear a familiar voice on his way there. It came from the stairs leading to the roof. Omake had assumed it would be locked as he went up the stairs, looked at the landing, and spotted a classmate he had been chatting with recently. Hey, Fujimaya-kun? Shina-san. Kido called their names incredulously, and Omake blinked away. It was not shocking for her to be here, as there was no place to actually sit around in school, but Omake was shocked by her posture. A boy was next to Kido, chomping down on yakisoba. She leaned on him, her hand lifting his chin, as though she did not want him to drop the yakisoba. What are you doing here? It's obvious, isn't it? Lunch. Come on, Sokken, this is the Fujimaya-kun I talked about. NM. The boy's voice sounded vague as he had not finished chewing. He looked up at Omake, and swallowed. Perhaps he was too impatient, for he frowned, and slapped his own chest. Your fault for not chewing properly. It seemed Kido had expected so, and handed him a pet bottle of tea. She had uncapped it beforehand, and the boy immediately drank it down. He downed a third of it or so, and the choked item might have fallen down, for he looked relieved. Using a wet tissue, Kido wiped his mouth, which was full of the yakisoba sauce, and the tissue turned brown. You mind not treating me as a kid? The boy looked a little displeased after his mouth was wiped, but Kido continued to wipe with a smile. One might assume their relationship was of sufficient mutual trust, for he looked gaudy but did not refuse. Kido's boyfriend. Oh, correct. He's my childhood friend and boyfriend. Come on, Sokken, introduce yourself. You think I'm a kid who won't do anything unless prompted? Well, it's because you're shy. Come on, he's not a bad person. You wouldn't introduce him to me if he's a bad person, I'm Suji Kaino. He lowered his head, and Kido patted his head as though praising him, only for him to shake it off. Kido did not seem to mind at all, but this might be because of habit. In a certain sense, Omake was impressed with Kido's feisty spirit, and looked towards Kaino.
All he knew from Kido beforehand was that her boyfriend had amazing muscles. Omake had assumed he would be more physically imposing. In fact, though he looked taller than Omake, he did not look impressive beyond the uniform. Instead, it was Hiragi who looked muscular. Omake gazed discreetly while trying not to be rude, and Kido seemed to have noticed Omake's eyes, for she laughed jokingly. Sokken's amazing when he strips. Amazing when he strips. Yep, Shina-san, my boyfriend's amazing. You foo-foo. Kido leered for some strange reason. Omake felt it might be better for Mahiru not to hear, but the one interrupting was Kaino. All right, stop boasting. It's embarrassing. Say, what did you say when I wasn't around? Boasting about muscles again. I said my boyfriend's muscles are amazing. Please stop it already, there's nothing to boast. There is something to boast. Yours are the best to me. What? Weren't you salivating watching the bodybuilding special episodes that had been airing on TV recently? Ah, that's just some occasional snack. You're my favorite main dish, Su-chan. I can't do without you. You're special. Kido said it so earnestly, and Omake was so focused on the bodybuilding special that he omitted the flirty words before him. She really likes muscles, I don't get her world. Truth be told, Mahiru had a smell fetish, and Omake had a feeling that she could get along really well with Kido. However, he might feel conflicted hearing about what they liked about their boyfriends, and if possible, he hoped they would not talk about it before the ones they were talking about. He was astounded in many ways, took a step back, and observed Kido. Kaino might have noticed what Omake was thinking, and clearly looked dumbfounded as he slapped hard at the back of Kido's head. Enough already. You're scaring him. It's because you said something weird, Sokken. I apologize for our Ayaka here. You're blaming me. Kido gave Kaino a look that clearly showed that she disagreed, but it seemed they were just fooling around. Say, you. She pouted her lips, and appeared to be reproaching Kaino while nonchalantly touching his muscles. Omake was left gobsmacked at this sight. Kaino did not look displeased, and left Kido be, for they seemed to have done so every day. He lowered his head towards Omake, who in turn inadvertently lowered his head. Mahiru, who had been silent the entire time, seemed to be considering something. For some reason, she suddenly clung onto Omake and gently caressed his tummy. Omake-kun is amazing too when he strips. No need to fight over that. And I don't have much. I'm not the type to gain much muscle. It is sufficient for me. It seemed Mahiru remembered about the bath, for she blushed as she touched Omake, who naturally showed a wry smile, wondering how it turned out this way. Chapter 2:15. Girlfriend's Worry. Omake was coaxing Mahiru when Kido suddenly thought of something. They were in the same shift, and were out at the same time. Kido quickly got changed and got out as she had her boyfriend waiting, however, and her classmates in the same shift probably would not have the time to eat this early. Nope, we're about to buy some yakisoba. Ah, yakisoba? This is good. Sokken's class did this. Sokken ate most of it though. Kido giggled. You're the one who forced me to eat more. And Kaino retorted so. Anyway, that's how it is. Here, since you want yakisoba. She smiled, and gave Mahiru a voucher listing 100 yen discount on it. It's a promo for internal use, and Sokken says he can give this to those he's more familiar with, can I? Just give if you want to. It's not going to affect our sales anyway. Yippee! Kido grinned and handed over 2 vouchers. Omake felt grateful and sorry for this, and looked towards her face once again, finding her beaming away. Ah, don't mind. We're sick and tired of eating yakisoba now. We won't be using this again. Actually, I want some sausage instead. Proteins are better than carbs, so she chuckled. Omake felt that a sausage would have more fat, but he did not mention so. Thanks. He answered sincerely, and decided to use it. Thank you, Kido-san. I shall repay you one day. Ah, don't worry, I'm not doing this as a favor. Ah yes, Shina-san, Shina-san.
How are Fujimaya-kun's muscles? Omake was wondering why she was making such a serious face, and was dumbfounded by whatever she said. Mahiru in turn blinked a few times, and started panicking for some reason. No, Omake-kun belongs to me. Whoa, how cute. Relax, I love Sokken most though. I'm just a little curious. You still have eyes for others. That's not true. Trust me, Sokken. Kido too started flailing her hands, but it seemed she knew Kaeno was half joking, for she clearly puffed her cheeks. Sokken no baka? She muttered with a sweet voice, and then showed a genial smile towards a somewhat wary Mahiru. I don't mean that. Since you have such fine ingredients, well, I just want to help out in training him, otherwise it'll be a pity. Fujimaya-kun's so tall and thin, it'll be better if he gain more muscles. I will be in trouble if he is more dashing. He performed well today. His popularity might skyrocket. Kido seemed to have understood so, for she nodded away, and Mahiru pursed her lips. Omake wondered if he should be elated that Mahiru and Kido were getting along well, or that he should retort that Mahiru was being strangely jealous. He probably would not be as popular as she was worried about. If any girl was to approach him after he dressed himself well, they would have lots of chances to do so. Of course, they could not open his heart, however. There were lots of people who were more handsome than Omake, and he did not think he was as handsome as she assumed. He gave a wry smile once he saw how worried she was, and ruffled her hair. Relax, I'm only interested in you, and if any girl likes me, she's just getting in the way of our happy relationship. I won't fall for her. I do find it unbearable though. It's normal. I feel the same too. Anyway, you don't have to be that worried. It's fine. I do think you do not understand. Omake wanted Mahiru to relax, but she frowned unhappily for some reason. While he remained confused. You really have it tough too, Shina-san. Kido teased. Chapter 216. Parents' whereabouts. There was no space available at the designated rest area, and they could not stay for long in the waiting room. By elimination, the backyard was the only available location, so they arrived. There were a few students there, but as outsiders were not allowed in, there was space for them to eat. Omake laid out a towel for Mahiru to sit, and sat on a bench under the shade, straightening his back as much as he could. Seriously, there's too many people around, and I can't calm down. Fufu, you do prefer quieter places after all, Omake-kun. And I hate it when people just keep ogling you. It feels like I lost twice. It is not that bad. It is, for my sanity. Omake endured so as it was unavoidable, but he was quietly peeved. Mahiru was in her school uniform, and there were fewer surrounding stares compared to when she was in her maid outfit, but pretty girls still would stand out. Mahiru had given up and got used to it, so Omake really had nothing more to say, except to grumble a few words. Mahiru might have understood this, for she gave a perturbed, wry smile, patting Omake's head to coax him. Omake took it, and sighed. There'll be more people tomorrow. People have rave reviews about our shop, and will be in the afternoon shift. We shall have to hang on until then. Speaking of which, what about Shihoko-san and Shuto-san? They did mention in their excitement that they wanted to see Omake and the others in such clothing, but they were nowhere to be seen, so it seemed Mahiru was confused. Omake scratched his cheek, shrugged, and said, They said they took leave, and will be here tomorrow. 2 days. Really? Why are you so happy? Shuto-san promised that he will teach me how to cook with that motherly taste. I did not expect the opportunity to arrive so soon. Guys have a motherly taste. Well, I guess I'm more used to Dad's cooking. Shihoko and Shuto would take turns deciding on who to cook, and they split duties. Omake was very familiar with their styles, but Shihoko's dishes were more masculine in taste, servings, and ingredients, so while it was home cooking, it did not feel like it. Shuto's culinary skills were better, delicate, and more comforting. One would say his cooking were more suited to be called home cooking. However, Mahiru's culinary skills were supreme to begin with,
and there was no need for her to learn. It seemed she was very motivated, for she was concerned about learning the Fujimiya's style of home cooking. I'm happy with your cooking, you know. These are two separate matters. I wish to cook for you when you wish to eat. I see. Well, I feel that your cooking is kind of like ours. You don't have to force yourself to learn. And you carelessly blurted out these words. One day, or rather, at this point, Omake's stomach was taken captive by her cooking. He knew he could get good dishes from her every day, and her cooking was undoubtedly his family's. It was one belonging only to them, distinct from the Fujimiya's. It was not the season of bloom, but her face bloomed like the cherry blossoms. She took the used wet tissue, and used it on Omake, wanting him to have the same color. Omake saw that the yakisoba on the lap was about to fall, so he moved them aside, and patted her head. Her hair formed a gentle gradient as she had tied it the entire morning. The hair was loosened, and so her face ballooned. Do you assume that you can fool me through head pats? No, but I think you'll be happy. This is no good either. She pretended to be aloof, but her face was wrecked by redness. Omake quietly chuckled as he gently patted her head, combing her hair. Chapter 217. Scary things are scary. Part of the reason for the attention was that they held hands to avoid getting lost, but it seemed Mahiru did not want to let go. Her fingers were wrapped gently yet firmly on his, indicating that she did not want to let go. Whenever a passing classmate in his first year gossiped from time to time, Omake would look at Mahiru, who would smile elegantly and lean her body over. She probably did not intend to distance herself, and was clearly indicating her intent. Well, doesn't matter. The whole school knows that we're dating. It was likely the entire school knew that Mahiru was dating Omake. She had declared Omake to be the most important person to her during the sports festival, and after a weekend, they announced that they were officially dating. Mahiru's fame was far beyond their school year, so the seniors and juniors knew, and news spread fast. The boys were really distraught, and Omake was questioned by unfamiliar seniors without Mahiru knowing. But when Mahiru heard of such news from other classmates, she finished them off with a smile. They went through such incidents, and at this point, no boy would naively think that they had a chance. Even without declaring outright, it was obvious when they walked alongside each other. It seemed Mahiru had some plan, however, and did not leave his side. She continued to cling on to Omake even though the student left. Something wrong. You are very stylish now, Omake-kun. How so? The hair, and your disposition. The hair's because of the cafe though. So I say. I don't really get you. If he could be popular just from a change of hairstyle, that would have happened when he started dating Mahiru, and there was no reason for her to cling onto him. Personally, he was glad to have her cling onto him, but he hoped she would ease off a little during their intimate contact. He however let her be, for she was willing to do so. It was to be expected that he found it slightly unbearable. Mahiru's being more enthusiastic than before. Omake avoided reality and the surrounding gazes as he slowly strolled through the school. He checked on the itinerary every class had from the distributed pamphlet, but Mahiru walked before him, as though leading him to a haunted house. I remember Mahiru's bad with horror though. There were times when Omake watched a horror flick, and Mahiru would hold his hand, looking all pale, yet acting tough. The words she said were incongruent with her expression, and it seemed she could not take such stuff. However, the haunted houses created by students were within budget, and clearly would not be as intricate as those created on TV. Perhaps she was fine with that. You really want to go to the haunted house? Eh? Mahiru immediately stopped, and timidly lifted her head at Omake, clearly showing that she had not thought about it. It seemed she was just wandering around, and was not thinking too much. The rigid expression she showed was akin to a creaky machine, her eyes wavered around, and clearly she had no intention to visit a haunted house. I do not intend to. I thought you want to go. Guess there's no way since you're scared of this. I am not scared. Look into my eyes and tell me that. Why are you looking away? Mahiru tried to pull a fast one, probably because she did not really wish to reveal her weakness, but her attitude and expression explained all. Omake was not so naive to believe her when she clearly was looking flustered. There's nothing to be embarrassed about having a phobia of scary stuff, right? Instead, he found that cute, but she seemed unwilling. It seemed Mahiru realized that Omake was enjoying himself, for she looked up at him with a somewhat displeased look. Her eyes were slightly moist and lifeless, however, probably because the shock had yet to fade away. I am not scared. I shall visit the haunted house. Not scared, huh? Shall we watch a horror movie next time? I am more than glad to. Your voice is shaking this much. Omake intended that to be a joke, but Mahiru stubbornly agreed, which left him conflicted. You're putting up a front. I don't care if you can't sleep alone. I am not, and just in case, I shall have you bear responsibility. The living's scarier than the dead. You are not scary at all, Omake-kun. We slept together a few times after all. Mahiru leaned onto Omake's arm, looking up at him. He gently shushed her mouth with his finger, and sighed. It was true that Mahiru once slept overnight at his place before they actually dated, and days ago, she stayed over at his place for the first time after they officially began dating. In a certain sense, they did spend nights together. However, these words would cause much misunderstanding, and the surrounding students started buzzing. They did not have that sort of relationship yet, and he felt conflicted to be misunderstood. It sounds like you're inviting me out. Please do not misunderstand in a strange manner. You are inviting me out now. I don't mean anything else. I just want to see you shiver. You do mean something else after all. Mahiru started jabbing at his waist, and he grabbed her hand to stop her. Perhaps she was delighted to have her hand held, for her displeased face became tender. He smiled back, and raised her hand. Of course, they were headed to the haunted house. You said it before, didn't you? A woman does not need to be told twice. He remembered her saying so when she stayed over. Since she declared these words that were supposedly said by men, she surely would not regret this. I did say so, how mean. Mahiru fidgeted, and looked towards Omake with moist eyes. Omake chuckled, and led her by the hand towards the haunted house without hesitation. Omake decided to preserve Mahiru's honor, and not inform Chaitos and the others that Mahiru clung onto him the entire time they were in the haunted house. Chapter 218. Itsuki's father. Daiki-san. He did not have a deep impression of the man, so he timidly went to the man's back, and greeted him. The man turned his head around, his back still straightened. Omake heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the face identical to the one in his memories, knowing that he did not identify the wrong person. He too straightened his back. Next to him, Mahiru looked up at Omake in confusion. He's Itsuki's dad. So Omake explained quietly to her, without the man hearing. It has been a while. I know it might be hard to recognize me because of my hairstyle change, but I'm Fujimaya. Itsuki's father, the man called Daiki, sized up Omake's face, and the somewhat unwelcoming face eased slightly. Are Fujimaya-kun? You look different. Aha. Well, I used to be gloomy. I don't mean that, I mean it's great that you're showing self-confidence on your face. You don't have to be so humble. Itsuki often complained about his father for being naggy, but Daiki seemed fond of Omake, and took the latter's change positively. Omake too felt that Daiki was a little rigid when talking about his son, but aside from that, he was normal and kind, and Omake definitely did not think it was a chore to chat. Truth be told, Daiki was a nice person to talk to. The words and expression of praise left Omake a little awkward, and Daiki turned towards Mahiru. And this pretty lady is? The girl I'm dating now. Omake's introduction of her was a little strange as he had yet to grasp the distance between him and Daiki. It was to be expected that there would be some difficulty in meeting a friend's parents. He could sense her freezing up due to embarrassment and awkwardness, but she showed an angelic smile as she bowed gently. Daiki was a stranger to Mahiru, so she acted as though he was a stranger.
Given his personality, this was the appropriate reaction. Nice to meet you, I am Mahiru Shirina. I am dating Omake now, as he has introduced. How courteous of you. I am Itsuki's father, Daiki Akazawa. Daiki too bowed formally, and glanced aside at Omake. That's impressive of you, so Omake sensed from the look, but he played dumb and responded with a genial smile. I see, well, I didn't expect you to be dating a girl now, Fujimaya-kun. It shocked me since I haven't heard anything about it. Nothing from Itsuki. Maybe he's in the rebellious phase, but he's ignoring me. Perhaps he thinks there is nothing to talk to me about. Maybe he doesn't deem it necessary to talk about how his friend has fallen in love. Itsuki's still on bad terms with his dad, huh? So he thought, and nearly sighed, but he kept it to himself. You are going out with Fujimaya-kun. I suppose my embarrassing son has been in your care. You really have it tough. No, I have been under his care. You say so, but he has been troubling you. No. He really has been considerate for my sake, and I am often assisted by him. I hope to continue this friendship with Akazawa-san. He's a busybody sometimes, though. Omake resisted the urge to retort, while Daiki marveled. It is great that you found such a wonderful lady, Fujimaya-kun. Well, our Mahiru's a good girl. Enough with the jokes for now. Mahiru probably did not expect Omake to praise her in front of her friend's father, and her white cheeks were clearly red. She lowered her eyes bashfully, and nonchalantly slapped Omake in the back without Daiki noticing. Omake quietly gave a wry smile. It was not too forceful, not painful or ticklish, but he curled his lips, for he had the urge to laugh. You two are on good terms, but you will blind those around you. It is something to rejoice over, however. Sorry, we'll take note. Anyway, are you visiting our class later? No. I intended so, but well, I do not think I should enter such an atmosphere. Oh. Daiki had no interest in service clothes, nor was he the type to profess interest in manga and games. It might be difficult for him to enter Omake's classroom. Do you want to visit with us? It's our class, but I want to visit as a customer. No, I shouldn't be getting in your way. You have some free time as lovers now after all. And she's definitely in the classroom, no? Yes. I don't want her to feel awkward and lifeless after seeing me. I might say that she is rude if we do meet. Daiki gave an awkward smile and Omake too frowned, but he did not ask further. Omake did not know much about the issues between Chaitos and Daiki, but he knew the latter was not being malicious, that the latter rejected Chaitos due to his own considerations. He knew that, and yet hoped that their issues would be resolved. That was his thought as a friend. Apologies for disturbing. I shall visit somewhere else. But I don't want to ruin the mood. Have fun. Daiki then left before they could stop him, and Omake gently sighed. Does he still have issues with Chaitos-san? Yeah, to be honest, Daiki-san isn't a bad person. Some people are just incompatible, and his demands are a little higher. He's not being malicious by demanding more of Chaitos, and that's why they just can't get along. Daiki would have acknowledged Chaitos if he could. While it was not encouraged for parents to dictate who their children date, but it was understandable that they would hope their children would choose better partners. Itsuki might not say so, but the Akazawas were well off, which was another reason for this stalemate. It will be great if he acknowledges them. They hate it tough. Yes, they do match, and are on such good terms. I do feel sad to pull them apart, I really do not wish to do so. Yeah, I guess Daiki-san feels the same too, so he's trying not to interfere. There'll be a staleness until they relent and compromise. Omake sighed once again, and Mahiru lowered her eyebrows reluctantly, leaning on Omake's arm. If only we can do something for them. As she muttered so. Chapter 219. Back to the cafe. He had an occasional look outside during his shift. It was hotter than it was in the morning, this might be due to the good reviews they had.
It was his class, but he was still a customer, so he queued obediently alongside Mahiru. His classmate hurriedly scanned through the name list at the reception. "Ah, Fujimaya and the Shina-san. You're not here to help, right? Too bad we aren't. I want to be a customer for once. Also to check on Itsuki and Chaitos. They're very lively now." "Yeah, sorta. Why are you sounding so vague?" "I guess it's because Itsuki's look frivolous. That's his signature." "Hey." Itsuki's cheerfulness and geniality was something everyone was used to, and his personality would not be erased completely unless something major happened. He would surely participate in such an event seriously and exhibit his personality. That frivolous attitude was here to stay. Some students liked how frivolous he was, and he was relatively popular as a butler. After all, it was a student event, and they did not have to act as proper butlers. "Table for two? It will take a while. Can't be helped when there's so many people." "We'll wait. You fine with this, Mahiru? Are you tired?" "I am fine. I was just worn out because of that, mentally." "You're the one who stubbornly entered." "I was not stubborn." Omake saw the eyes avert him, and had the urge to bully her given how sheepish she was. However, she might pout if he overdid, and thus, he did not continue on. "It's a promise, we're going to watch a horror movie." Instead, that was what he said. Mahiru faltered, and glared at Omake, who in turn played dumb this time. Even the reception boy next to them glared at Omake, and said, "Go somewhere else." Omake, however, could do nothing about it, and evaded his eyes all the same. This little interlude passed, and it was finally their turn. The duo followed the staff to their table, and Omake frowned lazily once he saw the two familiar faces before him. Itsuki and Chaitos were in charge as the receptionist had sounded the alarm, surely. They were beaming, looking a lot more serious than usual. Their cheeks quivered slightly as Omake looked a little displeased. Omake saw from their expressions that their little prank worked, and his face and lips shook. Of course, he was cringing. "Welcome back." "Sir, madam." Or Itsuki, that's not what it says on the manual. It was a maid and butler cafe, but they were to address all visitors as customers. Omake's face cringed once he heard them clearly addressing incorrectly. Mahiru lowered her eyes bashfully, for it seemed the term madam left her embarrassed. No, there's a page customized for you too in this top-secret manual. It's written there. Don't reject reality and substitute it with your own. All right. Have a seat here." Omake gave a reproaching look, indicating that Itsuki should not give me some fancy, special treatment, but the latter ignored so. It was pointless to say more, so Omake could only sit down begrudgingly. Mahiru naturally sat on the sat Itsuki pulled out, and the elegance of her actions captivated Omake's look. "Had fun during your break?" Chaitos giggled as she handled over the menu Omake had memorized, as per the manual. "Well, sort of. Got some places we haven't visited. We're planning to go there later." "That's good. I was hoping Mahiru would drop by to rest earlier." "Really?" "Of course. Didn't she say she want to go out?" Omake glanced aside at Mahiru. "A sette, please." Who blushed a little as she tried to change the topic by ordering so. She did not show much enthusiasm for the cultural festival at home, but it seemed she really looked forward to spending the time with Omake in her own way. Omake smiled at the adorable Mahiru, swore that he would question her later, and ordered the same. Mahiru glared back, probably knowing what Omake was thinking, but she did not seem displeased, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Foo-foo. Once she heard that, Chaitos showed no attempt to hide her glee, and went to place the order at the counter. Omake then remembered to hand over a bag of donuts, which was on his lap, to Itsuki. Each donut was mouth-sized, fried in a round shape. One could use it as a snack during their breaks, and it could be shared with the other staff. "Oh yeah, this is from another class. Just a reward for you guys, get them to eat while having their breaks." "Oh, thanks. I just thought of buying it, so go ahead." If they want to thank,
they should be thanking the guy who's being like a butler. Thank you for your graciousness, my lord. Forget about it, and stop with that play. I'm hungry after lunch. Omake chuckled at the annoyingly cheerful Itsuki, and felt apologetic about what he would say, for this might affect the latter's mood. Say, Itsuki. I met Daiki-san. It was obvious that Itsuki froze up upon hearing that. Omake said it at this point as he did not wish to tell Itsuki with Chaito's present, but this might affect Itsuki's motivation. He did not want to say anything. He didn't say anything about Chaito's. I'm just reporting in. He said it's inconvenient for him to be here, so he went elsewhere. Yeah, Dad doesn't really come to this place, and it'll leave Chi awkward. Maybe it's better for him not to come by. I never heard him say that he'll be here. So Itsuki shrugged and muttered. I'll ask when I get home. I doubt he'll be looking for me today. He gave an inscrutable smile, held the gift in one hand, and went to the counter. Omake sighed. If only things go well. It might not be easy, and it might be slow, but it would be great if this would eliminate the friction between them, so Omake prayed. Chapter 220. As you like. What's with you two? Had an argument. You think we will? Normally speaking, there'll be quarrels even in love, but I can't deny what you said since you two are willing to listen to each other. It's amazing. Chaito sounded dumbfounded and yet impressed as she praised them, but Omake did not think it was anything weird. Mahiru was usually gentle, magnanimous, and hardly got angry, only doing so for others. Even if it was the case, hardly anything would rile her, given her personality. If he really argued with Mahiru, the fault would usually be on him, who angered her, and even then, it would become a discussion over where the problem was, why she was angry, and how they should resolve this. Omake had never gotten to this point with her, and if he did, he would apologize profusely. Thus, they hardly argued. It was the same for Mahiru, who seemed numb to the concept of arguing as her caramel-colored eyes blinked away. It resonated with Omake's thoughts, and the latter chuckled. She never was furious at Omake. She lashed out once at him when he was down on himself, but she was critical of him, rather than furious, and only did so for his sake. I say, we aren't arguing. We're just frustrated by something. Don't know what to do. Oh, it's good that you aren't arguing. Your parents aren't coming, Omake. Omake froze the moment he heard the word parents. Chaito's closed in on him, not noticing his gestures. It seemed she had completely forgotten about Daiki, and he was relieved. Well, Mahiru said that your mom will really get along with me, so I'm curious. Just want to say hello to your mom. More than get along, I guess. You two are so similar that Mahiru will be the victim of your antics. They loved cute things, were aggressive with their skinship, and really loved Mahiru. These were the three similarities they had, and it was likely they would dote on Mahiru so much, she would become their plaything. It seemed Mahiru easily imagined that sight, for her lips twitched, and Omake pretended not to notice. They're going to shove a bunch of clothes onto you, or go for some skinship. Do your best. If there was any consolation, it was that they would not hurt Mahiru. The latter gave Omake a pleading look for help, but Omake alone could not deal with this, and could only pray that she could hang on. Anyway, that's enough. You sure it's fine for you not to go back? Whoa, really, Makichin's glaring here Tilda. Their classmate Kuju seemed to have some choice words for Chaito's as he looked over, and it was inappropriate for her to keep chatting. Chaito stuck her tongue in apology, and was met with a cold look from Kuju. Omake prompted Chaito's to hurry back to work. He saw her back as she reluctantly returned to work, and sigh. I can only support you mentally. Do your best. You seem rather hands-off. Actually, I'm not going to stop those two passionate idiots. Do your best. If you really can't handle them, just reject them outright. I do not mean that, I suppose they will put all kinds of onto me. I guess so. Shihoko loved to dote on Mahiru and dress her up, and she would be all the more enthusiastic with Chaito's around. After all, Shihoko had taken Mahiru as her daughter,
and would probably take the latter to fashion shops to try various clothes, and have her try them on. One could expect Chaitos to join in enthusiastically. Omake could not forcibly stop Shihoko, for she wanted a daughter, and took a liking to Mahiru. Well, if you're willing to dress up, I don't think I have to stop her. You know this means that I cannot refuse, no. Actually you can refuse them both. I'm more than glad to dress you up. Omake did not actually have any clothes in mind, but he thought it would be fun to have her wear clothes he felt would be suitable to her. I do plan to dress up as you like, even without considering them. Mahiru softly muttered, and lowered her eyes bashfully. You are the one I like, and I'll like anything you wear. Omake was unable to say this however, and took a sip of coffee, smiling at how adorable she was.